sensors, it has got battlefield command and control system, and it has got the ability to kill both kill means when I say kill, both soft kill as well as the hard kill capabilities. Now, what we see that our systems have been more effective. We could enter into Pakistan very easily, and their systems were not able to detect because mostly the radars were not non-functional. That is why the reports has also come that they have cancelled some of the procurement orders which they had placed to China. That is what has been reported in some of the media. Now, and that is also true because they were not able to detect our. When I say they, our detect missiles, our rockets, our drones, and that is why freely we could enter into Pakistan and target our intended targets, and we have achieved our result. Whereas what they have been doing, we could neutralize them, and we should be. And some damage is expected, and it's very unfortunate that they have targeted the civilian areas, which is not acceptable. Because
and also, sir, how Pakistan, this is the information that was given by the government earlier, how Pakistan did not actually close its airspace yesterday when about 300 to 400 drones were aimed towards Indian soil. It allowed the civilian aircrafts also to operate, using it as a shield to fire towards us.
Yes, that is also another act which is not acceptable in a warlike situation like this. The civilian aircrafts, when they're using it as the cover, that means they're endangering the lives of civilians. You see, when in a warlike situation, you are supposed to close the airspace so that there is no civilian aircraft movement takes place. So these are very, very, very bad things which they are doing, which is not correct. And our response is very measured, and we are very focused. We want to only destroy the terrorist infrastructure, and their ultimate aim is the terrorist infrastructure means it is the Pakistan army, because in Pakistan army after that Islamic radicalization, what has happened is the terrorists and the Pakistan army, they really get trained together. So
yes, and that is very much evident, sir. We've seen those photos also that the government also was showing how a state funeral was given to the terrorist, and we've seen military men also were present during that state funeral. And also now this information coming in, government of course confirming it, that Pakistan it anyway doesn't really care about its civilians, its population, and what it actually cares about is targeting India and unleashing terror against India. That is very much clear here. All right, sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. We'll come back to you later and try and get more details as to what the situation is at the moment, and what is expected in the next few days as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Welcome back after the break. As drones hit the Khai village in the border district of Punjab's Firozpur, 3 members of a family were injured and were taken to the hospital. It's a total blackout in the area, but my colleague Gurpreet Chinna managed to reach the Khai village and brought us this report. Take a look.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is Khai Femeke, from where we have seen one incident had taken place. A Pakistani drone which was carrying bomb that had been thrown at this location, and we have seen from the video also when the family member, they were trying to save this vehicle which is badly burned because of this attack which was being carried out from Pakistan. We have seen multiple drone movement had been seen in this area, and specifically in Firozpur area, and we can see these pictures that how badly this vehicle was damaged here. So the pictures which we are showing at this point of time, this is from one of the villages from district Firozpur. 3 family members who were already sitting here when the moment they saw some thing which was being dropped from sky towards this house, immediately they were trying to save this vehicle, but what we have seen, they were also engulfed in that fire, and they have got a lot of burn injuries. Some family members, they are also been here, so we will also talk. तो यहाँ पे गिरा था वो जो
इधर से आया था सामने से, हाँ सामने से गिरा, इधर से ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद सब आग लग गई इधर सर।
अच्छा, तो जो फैमिली मेंबर थे वो अंदर थे उस टाइम पे?
ना इधर बैठे थे, उसको भी आग लगी सामने से।
उनको भी आग लग गई?
वो दाखिल है अभी बागी हॉस्पिटल में, उनकी काफ़ी हालत ख़राब है।
ठीक है, तो पहले गिरा यहाँ पे था?
नहीं, इधर से गिरा था पहले, इधर से, हाँ इधर से आया,
इधर से आया,
हाँ,
और इधर गिरा,
और
पहले उनको आग लगी,
हाँ ब्लास्ट हो गया ये गाड़ी का,
ब्लास्ट हो गया। तो हम देख रहे हैं कई यहाँ पे बोरीज यूज की गई हैं ताकि
वो तो सारी इधर नीचे पड़ी थी, आग लगी ना उसके बाद, हाँ वो बैंक दी बाहर से।
तो डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स भी हैं यहाँ पे, गायें हैं, मज्जे हैं, उनको भी कहते हैं कहीं ना कहीं
आग लग गई
हुई
सर।
है।
हाँ जी सर।
तो अभी वो सभी के सभी हॉस्पिटल है। तो ये कितने के बजे ये वाक़े हुआ?
ये 8:40 के करीब सर।
8:40। आप भी यहाँ ही रहते हैं?
नहीं सर, मेरे ब्रदर हैं बड़े, हम तो गांव में रहते हैं, साथ गांव है हमारा। हाँ,
कह रहे पूरा गांव आ गया था, ऊपर से कह रहे कोई आग लगी हुई थी।
हाँ ऊपर से गिरा है सर, पता नहीं क्या चीज गिरी है।
लखविंदर रखा का घर है
इधर से, हाँ।
तो उनके पत्नी है, वो कह रहे काफी उनको
काफी होगी, उनका आग लगी काफी शरीर में। हाँ जी।
So, well, we have come to that spot and we are showing all these pictures that how this incident had been carried here. So, we have seen this, there was a huge movement of drones in this district, Firozpur, and specifically in this border area. We can see that how these things are being burnt at this point of time. We are showing all these, even these domestic animals which are also here. The buffaloes are here, and we have seen they have also got a lot of burn injuries. We have come to ground zero to show all these pictures and images and reporting from the ground at this point of time, that how the multiple drone movement, and what we have learned from the doctors also, they say it seems the drone was carrying bomb, and that bomb had been thrown from the sky to this various areas of Firozpur, and we are reporting from one of the villages from Firozpur, where we are showing that how this damage was carried out because of attack, drone attack which was carried out. So this was a vehicle we have seen in one of the videos. They were trying to even douse fire when this vehicle caught fire because of that attack which was being carried with the help of drone, and multiple drones had been seen in this area today. There was a huge moment of these drones, and we have seen swarm drone attack can be seen as one of the main attack which was being carried out in Firozpur, and we are reporting from ground zero, showing all these images and pictures that how this drone attack was carried out in one of the villages in Firozpur. So this is the main bone of contention. We can see this vehicle caught fire first, and after that we have seen the family members were also seen one of the videos when they were trying to douse fire. Finally they have also caught fire, and all the 3 people, family members, they got severe burn injuries, and they have been admitted to the hospital. We have seen the police official, they have come here, they have taken that explosive into their possession so that further investigation could be carried out. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, District Group Singh China for NDTV, Firozpur, Punjab.
Well, our reporters are on the ground getting you these exclusive reports. We will continue our big coverage on the India-Pakistan conflict and get you more on that as more developments come in. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Our big coverage on the India-Pakistan conflict continues on NDTV. What we are given to understand at the moment is that in Firozpur, Pakistani drone has hit residential area. 3 people have been injured in this drone attack and they've been rushed to the hospital at this point in time. This is the latest bit of information that's coming in. Remember, in many areas in Jammu-Kashmir and other parts of the country also, drones have been intercepted, and this is the second night of escalation by Pakistan. Explosions were heard in Srinagar, near the Srinagar airport. Drones were shot down at several other places in Rajouri, we are learning, Pathankot, Jaisalmer, Jammu, and there are of course news now coming in, of course, about blackouts and siren raids being heard in several areas as well. This is in Jammu and Punjab that we are given to understand. But the latest bit of information that's coming in from Firozpur is that 3 people are injured in the drone attack by Pakistan. We have reactions also coming in. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also tracking all the updates on the ground there. We'll go to Gurpreet. Let's first listen in to what the people, eyewitnesses, doctors have to say.
ਡਰੋਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੰਬ ਗਿਰਿਆ, ਉਹ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ 3 ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੇਡੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬਰਨਸ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਹੈ। ਬਾਕੀ 2 ਜਣੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਘੱਟ ਬਰਨਸ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਟ੍ਰੀਟਮੈਂਟ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ।
ਉਹਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਲੱਖਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਆ ਜੀਡੀ ਰੋਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਦੱਸਣ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਆ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਗ ਦਾ ਗੋਲਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਉੱਪਰੋਂ ਆਇਆ, ਉਹ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਤੇ 3 ਖੜੇ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬੇਟਾ, ਇੱਕ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਆ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2-3 ਫੁੱਟ ਦੀ ਦੂਰੀ 'ਤੇ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਧਮਾਕਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਵੀ 3 ਜੀ ਝੁਲਸ ਗਏ।
ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਡਰੋਨ ਜਾਂ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਰੋਨ ਡਿੱਗ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ। ਹੁਣ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕੋਈ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਸਰ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਖੜੀ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਗੱਡੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸੜ ਕੇ ਸੁਆਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਮੱਝ ਸੜ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
All right, my colleague Gurpreet Chinna with us on the broadcast here. He's been tracking all the latest developments on the ground and getting us all. We understand now 3 people from the same family are injured in this Pakistani drone attack in Punjab's Firozpur. Gurpreet, what do we understand now? What are we learning about the condition of those who are injured? How did this happen?
Well, what we have learned from the local sources, they say at about 8:30 p.m. They had observed something was being dropped from the sky toward their house, and that is also having fire like a fireball. Suddenly, when that had been dropped, immediately there was a car which has been parked in the courtyard of that house that caught fire, and these people, when they were trying to even douse the fire, immediately they have also caught fire. So what we have learned, 3 people, 3 family members, husband, wife and son, they got caught in this fire, and they got a lot of serious burn injuries. So as of now, they are being taken to the local hospital for the further treatment. And what we have learned, the woman who was in the family, she has got a lot of critical burn injuries. She is under the treatment at this point of time. We have seen SSP Firozpur. He has already come there. He has already recorded the statement of eyewitnesses, and investigation have already been initiated into this case. But we have seen, if we can talk about this border area of Firozpur, we have seen there is a huge movement of drones in this area, and that had been started at about 8 p.m. when the local administration, they learned there was a movement of 2-3 drones at the border, but immediately after that we have seen huge number of the drone movement had been reported in this Firozpur area, and this was also one of the incident which has been reported at about 8:30 p.m. and these all 3 people, they are victims of Pakistani-based drone attack which was being carried out in Firozpur. Back to studio.
Is that there is still total blackout in the area and drones are still being fired?
Well,
multiple blasts heard at Pakistan air bases, explosions heard at 3 Pakistani air bases, Noor Khan, Murid and Rafiki air bases have been hit. Pakistan has shut airspace to halt air traffic. Pakistan has issued NOTAM closing the airspace. After Pakistan's provocation, Indian Army says Pakistani drones sighted at 26 sites. Situation is under close watch. Operation Sindoor has impacted Indian air travel. 32 airports in India to be shut. IMF approves $1 billion bailout to Pakistan. India has registered strong dissent. Big developments now coming in India-Pakistan. Tensions have further now escalated. We are learning now explosions have been heard at 3 Pakistani air bases. Blasts have been heard near the Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi. Noor Khan, Murid, Rafiki air bases have been hit. Multiple blasts have been heard at Pakistani air bases. This is what we are given to understand at this point in time. We are also now learning that Pakistan has also closed its airspace completely. Pakistan has issued a NOTAM alert and all air traffic has been shut. That means military, civilian flights are not allowed. The airspace closure comes into immediate effect. Also, the latest update that's coming in is that there is going to be an army briefing. Indian Army is going to brief at 5:45 a.m. That is in just 10 minutes from now. Indian Army is going to brief on Operation Sindoor. Well, looks like with the current situation at the moment, India has now hit back at Pakistan, and this comes after Pakistan's provocation. Pakistan had been continuously targeting the Indian soil. Yesterday also we've seen Pakistan had fired drones at multiple locations on Indian soil. Indian Army also had confirmed that at 26 locations drones were sighted, after which this is of course a major escalation between India and Pakistan. India now has hit back with multiple blasts now being heard at Pakistani air bases. However, we'll try and get more details about that in just a bit. What we are given to understand is that explosions have been heard at 3 Pakistani air bases, that is Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, also the Murid air base as well as Rafiki air base. These are the 3 air bases where explosions have been heard. And Pakistan also has now issued NOTAM closing its airspace. Well, this comes after India had said that it was using its civilian airspace to shield itself, but Pakistan now has shut airspace to all air traffic. That means military and civilian airlines. Airspace is now all closed. And what we are also now given to understand at this point in time, the airspace closure comes into effect, immediate effect. Also at 5:45, that means just 10 minutes from now, Indian Army is going to brief on Operation Sindoor. This is the big development now coming in at this point in time. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. My colleague Shiv Arur has been tracking all the situation there on the ground. He's been getting us all the updates here. But this is the latest bit that is coming in amidst the current tension between India and Pakistan. What we are given to understand is that now India also has hit back at Pakistani air bases, 3 air bases that we are learning where explosions have been heard. blasts have been heard at the Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi. Also, 2 more Pakistani air bases, that is the Murid and Rafiqi air bases, have been hit. Well, this is the latest bit of information that's coming in at the moment. Indian cities are also on high alert at the moment, and India now has retaliated hard after the second wave of Pakistan drone attacks. That was just yesterday. A day before, we understand Pakistan had tried to target our military establishments, and India gave a befitting reply. They were not able to touch our soil. And those visuals on your TV screens that came yesterday as well as day before yesterday, Pakistan is continuing to provoke India, but India is giving a strong response to the terror state. And at this point in time, we are now learning India has hit Pakistan's Air Force base in Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, and 2 other air bases have also been hit. Indian armed forces are retaliating against Pakistan after a second wave of drone attacks was launched at 26 locations along the international border and LOC with Pakistan. Now, what we are learning is that India had warned Pakistan of dire consequences in case of further escalation, but Pakistan clearly is not ready to mend its ways, after which India now has hit back at Pakistan. As per the latest information that's coming in, India has hit Pakistan's Air Force base in Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, and 2 more air bases, that is the Rafiqi Air Base in Punjab's Shorkot and Murid Air Base in Punjab's Chakwal, have been hit as well. Well, Indian drones have also successfully hit areas in Pakistan, but Pakistan at this point in time, we understand, India, of course, is retaliating at this point in time. Indian Army also had confirmed earlier that Pakistan launched this big offensive against India with strikes, drone strikes also continuing late last night. And now, this is the latest bit of information coming in. My colleague Vishnu is also now joining us on the broadcast. He is getting us more on that. Vishnu, this is the latest information now coming in. 3 air bases have been hit in Pakistan. That includes Noor Khan as well as Murid and Rafiqi air bases. What more details do we have?
Well, these are the main air bases of the Pakistan Air Force. The information that we have at this stage is very, very preliminary. There is some video which is available. It is now all over social media. Some of it has been posted by credible, people on social media. One of them has a video of a blast at the Noor Khan Air Base in Islamabad. The Noor Khan Air Base in Islamabad is one of the primary air bases of Pakistan. It's a logistics hub for the Pakistan Air Force. It hosts multiple aircraft, including Illusion 78 tankers, for example. So that's certainly one of the bases which has been struck. Pakistan has now issued a NOTAM for all types of traffic. They have shut down their airspace for several hours at this juncture. There is an important clarification or a press briefing which we expect from the Government of India, the Defence Ministry officials in the next couple of minutes. We're going to have to wait and see what that is all about. But after Pakistan targeted India with in at least 26 areas using drones, including armed drones, which resulted in injuries in places, there has been a very strong Indian response. We do not know if this response came in the form of drones or it came in the form of air-to-ground strikes, or there were other missile strikes. One way or the other, it does appear that India may have struck at least 1, if not 3, air bases, major air bases in Pakistan. This is obviously a major escalation of the entire situation as we go up that escalation matrix in what is clearly a warlike situation. There will be more clarity on this, but yes, things are tense, and we are seeing a rapid development of events.
Absolutely. My colleague Shiv Arur also now joining us on the broadcast. He's been getting all that information for us at the moment. Shiv, what are we learning now? 3 Pakistani air bases have been hit. This was, of course, very much expected, as India had clearly said that if Pakistan chooses to provoke us, that then we won't step back. We will retaliate, and that is what has happened.
Let's be very clear as we begin our live broadcast today that today is likely to be the biggest day in Operation Sindoor. In just a couple of minutes from now, Kitty, the Indian military will be holding an unprecedented early morning press briefing at 5:45. It's been called. The army has just invited journalists to that press conference. It's going to be at South Block, where we're expecting a confirmation on the news that's been issued in Pakistan media and by the Inter-Services Public Relations, the government of Pakistan, since at least 3:30 this morning, saying that Indian missiles have struck 3 principal air bases of Pakistan, which is Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, the Rafiki base in Shorkot in Punjab, and the Murid base in Chakwal district, also of Punjab. Now, these are 3 very, very important bases. Noor Khan is in Rawalpindi. Rawalpindi, remember, the twin city of Islamabad, is the place where the Pakistan military calls home. All of their headquarters are in Rawalpindi. So striking the Noor Khan base is a very, very big thing. Murid and Rafiki are frontline fighter bases as well. We don't have precise information as to the damage caused. There are open source videos taken by Pakistani citizens, but I want to quickly just run through what we know so far. The Pakistan government has claimed no damage to any of its air assets, which is a ludicrous thing to say, given that the initial video footage coming out of at least Noor Khan shows an enormous fireball, and you don't get a fireball of that size unless you've hit something that really burns, and the things that really burn at air bases are aircraft which are full of fuel. I just want to, as we wait for that morning briefing by the military to start in South Block in Delhi, a quick overview of what aircraft lie at these bases, so our viewers have a full, sense of what's at these bases. In Noor Khan, they've got C-130 aircraft. They've got IL-78 refuelers, like Vishnu just said. They've also got Gulfstream 4 and Citation XL jets for VIP transport. Very important. It's a VIP airport. It's got also smaller transport aircraft that are used for various things. The Rafiki airbase, the Pakistan Air Force base in Rafiki. Okay, we've just heard 2 explosions here in Srinagar in the air. Two big explosions in the air in Srinagar, where I'm reporting from right now. Don't want to speculate as to what they were, but they were pretty close by. I don't know if you were able to hear it. It sounded like it was in the air. These could have been drone countermeasures or something else. Yeah, Kitty, we've just heard 2 explosions while we were reporting. Definitely in the air, and we need to stay calm and try and figure out what this was. But remember, last evening, there were drone intercepts that took place in Srinagar, near the Srinagar airport. But we're going to try and get more information about what this was. This sounded like some kind of an intercept, in the air. I don't know if it was an incoming drone or what it was, but clearly all defenses are up. All air defenses are at maximum alert at this point of time. 2 unusual explosions. My camera person Ashwini also heard them just now. And there was an air raid siren and a complete blackout. We've just woken up after a night-long blackout here in Srinagar. I'm gonna wait for just a moment until I get some more information on this. But two big explosions have just taken place in the air, not far from where I am, possibly somewhere close to the Srinagar airport. But we'll wait to get more information on that. This is from Srinagar.
All right, Shiv, I am also being told now that the Indian Army briefing is going to start just any moment now. Those visuals also now coming in at the moment. This early morning briefing now that has been called, 5:45 a.m. What's the time? It's already 5:48. We understand now that briefing is going to start any moment now. But Shiv, what's your understanding now? This early morning briefing that has been called by the Indian Army after what has happened late last night, what does this really suggest?
Look, I think everything that is playing out very rapidly this morning seems to suggest that there has been a major escalation last night after the Pakistan military attempted for the third time to use drones and possibly missiles as well to target Indian cities, Indian population centers, Jammu, Samba, Pathankot last evening, Akhnur as well. Not just military bases but also population centers in Firozpur. Civilians were injured. It looks like a really, really big escalation from India's side has just taken place because remember, so far India has said that it has been responding in measure, but considering that Pakistan has targeted population centers in addition to military bases, I think what's happened in Noor Khan, Rafiki and Murid in Pakistan, 3 principal air bases, which we will get an official confirmation on from the Indian military in just a moment from now once that briefing begins, is likely to be the biggest day for Operation Sindoor. Now, I don't want to alarm our viewers all across the country. We will only provide, sober, authentic confirmations and updates here on NDTV. But I do want to say that this is an extremely precarious time. So people need to take all precautions in places where drone activity has been cited. State authorities have asked people to stay indoors as well. And I also want to apologize to our viewers. I'm going to constantly turn my head away to try and get a sense of where that explosion came from and see if we can pick up any further information, from authorities nearby. But 2 explosions in Srinagar is the latest that we're hearing. We're going to hear much more on that. I think we need to wait now for that army briefing to get more clarity.
All right, that briefing is going to start in any time soon. We are learning in just a moment from now. Well, that is going to take place. That is what we are learning at the moment. Meanwhile, the latest bit of information that's coming in is that explosions have been heard at the 3 Pakistani air bases, and this was on expected lines. Of course, India had clearly given a signal to Pakistan that if it continues to provoke us, India won't step back. India won't hesitate and would retaliate effectively, and that is what is being witnessed at the moment. Well, drone activity has continued from the Pakistani side. Yesterday also we've seen multiple drones were fired at several areas in India. Well, in Jammu, Srinagar also we've heard, this kind of activity continued in the night, but after which India now has retaliated. What we are given to understand is that Pakistani army, of course, has confirmed that there has been an attack on the Noor Khan military air base and the other 2 air bases also. But in this briefing that's going to start anytime now, anytime soon, what we are expecting is that Indian army could give a confirmation on that news as well as to the action that it has taken against Pakistan. The 3 air bases that have been struck late last night, this is what is expected, that the Indian army could give a confirmation on that and what action it's taking against Pakistan. Noor Khan, Murid, Rafiki air bases are the 3 Pakistani air bases that have been hit. Blasts were heard near the 3 bases and there were multiple blasts. That is what we are given to understand. There are visuals also that have come in, but we are going to verify them first. These visuals videos that were shot by the locals there when these air bases were hit. People who are residing around these areas, they had shot those videos. We are going to verify those videos first and then put it out. But this is confirmed. This news is confirmed that 3 Pakistani air bases have been hit, and Pakistan now also has shut its airspace. Pakistan, after the explosions were heard at these 3 Pakistani air bases, there is also this confirmation that the Pakistani airspace is also completely shut. Pakistan issued NOTAM alert, and after which all air traffic, whether it's military or civilian flights, they all have been blocked. The airspace closure also comes into immediate effect. All right, those visuals now coming in where we understand the Indian army is going to be addressing the media in just a bit, and most probably what we are learning is that we'll be giving a confirmation as to on what has happened, what has transpired early in the morning today, and there has been, of course, news coming in late last night as well that such explosions have been reported. But yes, we first confirmed, we first verified the authenticity of the news coming in, and now we are putting it out on our TV channels here for our viewers. But this is the latest that's coming in. All right, my colleague Shiv Arur continues to be with us. Shiv, hope you're safe there. You've been reporting that you've just heard 2 explosions. We could also actually hear it from the background noise that came in. But what more details are coming out about these explosions that were heard at the Pakistani air bases? Any more details that have come out about the attack?
Only the open source videos, Kitty. The Inter-Services Public Relations of Pakistan, the government statement claiming that there have been 3 missile strikes. Interestingly, they've said that these were air-to-surface strikes. We don't know if that is, correct or wrong. But what appears to be reasonably clear at this time is that Phase 3 of Operation Sindoor is underway. Let's make no mistake about that. Pakistan has, in complete and utter panic, closed their airspace. Which is a very telling thing to do. They've issued a NOTAM notice to Airmen right now, which is a notification that goes out to pilots, airports, air traffic control, etc. In the region, telling them that airspace over Pakistan is closed to all traffic. This is a huge move to make by that country that seems to confirm that they are under attack, and we know who's attacking them, of course. But this, I have to say, comes a few hours after India completely exposed Pakistan, Kitty. You remember that press conference at 5:30 p.m. yesterday where India pointed a finger at Pakistan and said that they have in a very devious and insidious way endangered the lives of hundreds of thousands of passengers in passenger jets flying through Pakistan airspace by launching drone attacks at India and not closing Pakistan airspace. The reason for that is because if you didn't close Pakistan airspace, an Indian air defense reaction to a drone strike could have hit one of those passenger jets, and that may have been what Pakistan was aiming at, endanger the lives of passengers who've paid so much money to fly through Pakistan airspace in order to prove some point or trap India into, firing at civilians. So this is the Pakistan that we're dealing with right now. Their 3 principal air bases appear to have been struck, but we are waiting on an official statement from the Indian military right now.
All right, Shiv, also help us understand, for the benefit of our viewers here, by once, of course, we are expecting the Indian Army to confirm this news as well. By hitting these 3 Pakistani air bases, what kind of damage has been inflicted on Pakistan?
Look, damage assessment will come once we have a clear picture of what really has been struck. Air bases tend to be very, very large complexes with hangars, runways, radar facilities, air traffic control, other components as well. So I think it would be a little early to speculate as to what kind of damage has been caused, and that would also depend on what weaponry India has used. But from that initial video that came in from the Noor Khan base showing a large fireball, I would go out on a limb and say that either a fuel depot has been hit or an aircraft has been hit, because frankly, Kitty, that kind of a large fireball can only be fed by large amounts of fuel, and large amounts of fuel at any airbase only exist in fuel depots, refueling centers, or inside aircraft. There are open source pieces of information coming in that a Pakistan Air Force refueling aircraft, probably an IL-78 of Russian origin, had landed at the Noor Khan base from Turkey. That may have been struck. We don't know yet. That's again still chatter that's going on the interwebs at this point of time. But I think it's reasonable to report right now that these 3 bases have been struck. The nature of the damage, etc., we're hoping to get clarity from that press conference being held by the Indian Army in just a few minutes from now. It was supposed to be 5:45. Yes. I'm assuming that they're waiting for journalists to gather because it was very, very short notice. Also, I've never heard of a press conference happening at 5:45 a.m. I've been covering defense for 20 years, Kitty. So let's expect something very, very big right now.
Well, absolutely. Well, something big is expected, and the Indian Army, we understand, is going to be addressing the media in just a bit. My colleague Vishnu Shom also with us on the broadcast. He's been tracking all the developments here, also what's happening here in the national capital. Vishnu, in some time from now, we are expecting the Indian Army to brief the media. What is expected, Vishnu?
Well, you know, I mean, as Shiv was mentioning, I have never come across a press briefing by the armed forces at 5:45 in the morning. We do expect, that to take place. It's already a little after that, but very soon. It's going to be in the South Block area where there is going to be some sort of a clarification on what is taking place. But the initial information is that there have been strikes on the Noor Khan Airbase, on the Murid Airbase, and the Rafiki Airbase. Now, the Noor Khan Airbase is in Rawalpindi. It's about 10 kilometers from Islamabad. It is very much, it's right next to the heart of Pakistan's military command. Murid is in Chakwal and Rafiki Airbase is in Shorkot. The last time India conducted strikes over here was in the 1971 war. This has been a warlike situation. That's how we will continue to describe it for now. But in terms of going up the escalation matrix, we are way up that escalation matrix right now. In terms of what we are seeing in terms of visuals being put out by credible people on social media, we need to say this because there's a lot of disinformation as well. Footage from the Noor Khan Airbase shows at least one very large explosion which has taken place. There are Pakistani Air Force IL-78 tankers, C-130 aircraft, signals intelligence aircraft as well. I can tell you that there is a very strong possibility that the air forces of both sides are very active right now. They would be potentially grinding in the sense that they would be engaged in long-range engagement. Whether that progresses to anything larger, we do not know. But all of this has come after Pakistan struck India with armed drones yesterday in a couple of locations, and at least 26 areas saw armed intrusions by Pakistani drones. Some would have not have been armed, some were armed. And so India has responded and has responded in a very big way. Kitty.
Well, absolutely, yes. My colleague Anurag is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Anurag is in Rajouri here. He's tracking the developments there. We understand, Anurag, there have been nefarious activity from Pakistani side earlier last night as well. Several drones were also intercepted at multiple locations in Jammu-Kashmir. Pakistan had tried to strike the military and civilian targets for the second consecutive day, but all those attempts were thwarted. What can you see around you? What's happening? What more information do we have?
Yes, loud explosions can be heard in and around Rajouri and, in Poonch district. Also, if my camera person can show you the visuals of Rajouri city, because, a complete blackout has been imposed in Rajouri, cutting off the electricity supply, and sirens also blared and power outages occurred following the artillery firing and drone sightings in Rajouri. What we have reported from Poonch earlier, that heavy shelling by Pakistani forces led to significant damage and civilian casualties also. And last night also we have seen Pakistani drones targeted multiple locations in Rajouri, and all the drones were intercepted and destroyed by the Indian armed forces. But since last night, we have heard several explosions in and around Rajouri city and the nearby villages also. We have seen those visuals of windows being shattered and damaged homes. Residents reported that children were also traumatized by the continuous firing and drone activities, and Poonch city was particularly targeted by the Pakistanis across the line of control, and there was a significant damage in Poonch cities, in the residential areas of Poonch city, be it near the BT College or colonies like Syndicate Choraha in Poonch.
All right, my colleague Vishnu also wants to ask you a question. Vishnu, go ahead, please.
So just a couple of points, and then perhaps get Shiv to also come in on this. Now, what we do know is that there have been 3 air bases which have been struck. One is the Noor Khan Air Base. Now, these are reports, I should say. Again, we're being extremely cautious right now because the initial information points to footage from only the Noor Khan Air Base that I have come across at this stage. The Noor Khan Air Base is in Rawalpindi, about 10 kilometers from Islamabad. It's right next to the heart of the Pakistani military establishment, the general headquarters, and also of the Pakistani military. So that's one. It's a dual-use facility. There are civilian flights here, but it also hosts C-130 Hercules transports, IL-78 air-to-air refueling tankers. It has a key operational role. Then the second one, which has been named, and again, I'm waiting for more detail, is the Murid Air Force Base or Chakwal. It is about 100 kilometers south of Islamabad. It hosts primary fighters of the Pakistan Air Force, including F-16s and JF-17 Thunder aircraft. And finally, there's the Rafiki Airbase or Shorkot, which has also been named as one of the 3 areas where there have been strikes. Again, this is the home of Pakistan Air Force squadrons, including fighters such as the JF-17 Thunder, which is a Chinese-designed fighter. It is also a logistical hub of the Pakistani armed forces. Again, I just want to go across to Shiv at this stage. Shiv, the military significance of striking these 3 bases collectively is huge. Could you tell us the significance of that?
Vishnu, before I answer that, I just wanted to say that a couple of distant explosions, just about 15 minutes ago when we were with Kitty, there were 2 very, very close explosions, probably some kind of intercepts here over Srinagar. It's totally audible. I just, circled back on that clip. It's totally audible while we were reporting. And I've just heard a couple more distant explosions. I think there may be some kind of drone intercepts happening or maybe some practice fire. I'm not very sure. I don't want to speculate and cause any undue panic right now, even though Srinagar is and has been overnight in blackout mode and is fully prepared in terms of in all respects. We also know that at least 15 drones were intercepted near the Srinagar airport last evening. So this city, which is on high alert at this point of time as we report from here, could be expecting incoming enemy action, or at least attempts at action today as well. This would be the 3rd attempt by Pakistan should that actually happen. To answer your question about those 3 air bases, 2 of them in Punjab, one of them, the heart of the Pakistan military in Chaklala, Rawalpindi. It's a VIP airport where, their VIP squadrons are also based, is huge. I agree with you. The only thing we have to go on right now are the open source imagery of that huge fireball at Chaklala. We don't know what that is, but we can only sort of guess that it may be a fuel dump or an aircraft. But striking at these 3 air bases, Rawalpindi, the symbolism, the real use of that airbase is self-explanatory, because it's the headquarters of the Pakistan military, refuelers. It's a large maintenance and logistics hub. Many moving parts for transport and other kinds of support aircraft happen at Chaklala. Like I said, a VIP squadron as well, so it has political and military leadership significance too. That may have been struck for that reason. The reach inside Rawalpindi, which is, as you know, a twin city of Islamabad. The other 2 in Murid and Rafiki are bases which have combat aircraft. They've got frontline fighters as well. The information coming in from those 2 bases, Vishnu, is a little more scant. And we also need to update our viewers that the Indian Army press conference that was scheduled for an unprecedented 5:45 a.m. has been postponed now, Vishnu, to 10 a.m. So that's a little bit of a nuisance for us, because we were awaiting some kind of a clarification. But I'm going to go ahead and guess, Kitty and Vishnu, that the postponement is because this is a very, very rapidly evolving situation as we speak. And I think more information is coming in, and the army probably wants to have the very latest information to share, and therefore they've postponed it to 10 a.m. So we're going to have to wait for that now.
That's right. Vishnu, in fact, you were telling us earlier about the significance of these air bases as well, and Operation Sindoor has been quite successful so far. If you could take us through what we can expect from this press conference has been now postponed to 10 a.m. as well.
I think that the big need of the hour at this stage is clarity. And over here on NDTV, we're just going to stick to the facts that we know. And we hope that the information which is provided to us is accurate. Because in a fluid situation, we need accurate information from the government at all levels. There are 3 Air Force bases in Pakistan which have reportedly been struck. One of these is the Noor Khan Air Base. There is footage which I have seen of the Noor Khan Air Base from credible social media commentators. We will, I just need to come back to you in a moment. If Shiv can take over, I'm receiving an urgent call which I need to come to right away.
All right, we'll try and get more details about what has really transpired here. We're trying to actually put out all factual news, and well, we were expecting that army briefing to happen at 5:45 a.m. That was the time given earlier. Shiv, if I could come back to you, but now that it has been postponed, of course, we will have to wait for more information now to come in as to what has really happened, what has really transpired in the wee hours today. But this is confirmed. The Pakistani army also has confirmed. There was a soundbite also that came in a while back in which the Pakistani army also said that the 3 Pakistani air bases have been targeted.
That's correct. Kitty, I've just received word that the, what I said just now is absolutely correct. The Indian Army has postponed its press conference, probably because this is an evolving situation. There is chatter about, the crossfire that's taking place right now between India and Pakistan. What we've just seen here over Srinagar, we're hearing about possible attack attempts in other cities as well. I don't want to name them right now because on NDTV we will not be spreading any undue panic. Only authentic information will come through. But the Indian Army is basically trying to collect as many details for clarity to share with the media at 10 a.m. So postponing it from 5:45 to 10 a.m., that's more than 4 hours, would suggest that something critical has happened. I would read this as a journalist as somewhat something of a confirmation. The fact that they had called the media at 5:45 tells me very loudly that what we're seeing in Chaklala, Rawalpindi, Rafiki and Murid is practically confirmed. Of course, we will wait on that confirmation to actually report it to our viewers, but I think that's something we can reasonably assume right now as we await clarity.
Yes, this is on expected lines, what has happened. Of course, we are going to wait for the Indian Army to confirm that at 10 a.m. This press conference is going to take place where we are expecting the Indian Army to give out more details about what has happened. But all right, I'm being told that my colleague Vishnu is back with us. He's getting us more information here on the activity that has taken place late in the night. Vishnu, go ahead.
I think, Kitty, the information I have is substantive at this stage. We're going to wait for some sort of official announcement. But I think it's important to reflect on what Shiv was talking about a little while back, about the explosions which he heard in the Srinagar area. And I think there would be some important announcements about that. I think it is fair to say at this stage, based on credible information that we are getting, that there would be intense air activity between India and Pakistan. And these words are being used fairly, carefully. Again, we are going up that escalation matrix. It does appear to me that there has been significant air activity over the skies, possibly even Indian skies, as a result of potential Pakistani activity. The Indian Air Force has responded resolutely and strongly, and I'm going to keep it at that for the moment. And I would like to focus a little bit more on the 3 areas which have reportedly been struck in Pakistan. One is the Noor Khan Airbase. That is less than 10 kilometers from Islamabad, near the military's general headquarters, which is the capital's administrative hub. The other one is Murid, which is about 100 kilometers south of Islamabad. It hosts F-16 fighters and JF-17 Thunder aircraft. Excuse me. The Rafiki Airbase, otherwise known as Shorkot, about 250 kilometers southwest of Lahore in central Pakistan. Again, it hosts modern fighters like the JF-17 Thunder. The military significance of all of this is that if these attacks have taken place, as are being reported, then it is a hit on a critical triad of bases which form the heart of Pakistan's air defense and offensive capabilities. Now, the success of the strikes, the extent of the strikes, we do not know as yet. And as we've been reporting, there is a press conference postponed now till 10 in the morning.
Right. Shiv, now as far as the countermeasures that India is taking, the government has said our counter-drone measures have been deployed, they're in place. And we've been seeing Pakistan's attempts across the borders as well. But has there been any sort of damage caused by these drones that Pakistan has deployed?
We do know about a few people being injured in Firozpur last evening, Kitty. The Indian military has not acknowledged any other damage. They've in fact said that all of the other drones were actually eliminated and neutralized using both kinetic and non-kinetic measures. We do know that anti-aircraft guns, anti-drone measures have been used in different places. And I'm told just now that those two explosions that we just heard were two more Pakistani drones probably being neutralized near the Srinagar airport, which is about a 40-minute drive from where I am right now, which means that those were big explosions because we heard them very loudly and it was captured on our audio as well. Whether Pakistan is responding right now with drones or with missiles remains to be seen. The attacks in Chaklala, Rawalpindi, Shorkot, Punjab, and in the Jang region of Punjab, those three air bases, those do not. I've got to be very honest with you, Kitty. Those don't look like drone strikes. Those look like missile strikes, as is being claimed by the Pakistan government. We'll get clarity on that in a moment. Vishnu, I'm sure, will have details of what kind of weapons possibly were used in this attack once we have an authentication from the government, which seems to be coming at 10 a.m. I'm also given to believe that this press conference, Kitty, will be held by the Indian Air Force. It might be an Indian Air Force and Indian Army joint briefing that takes place at 10 a.m.
Okay. Also, Shiv, coming back to the point that I was making earlier, this retaliation by India has been on expected lines. I mean, India has been looking at the activities of Pakistan. Yesterday also, the aerial attacks from Pakistan continued. Day before yesterday, they tried to target our military establishments. And, those attacks, of course, those attempts were thwarted by our forces here. And the, of course, air defense system, the robust air defense system that India has. And, this is something that was expected. In Pakistan has
one more explosion right now, Kitty. We've just heard one more big explosion. I think a third drone, fourth explosion. 4 explosions right now in Srinagar. We need to keep calm because this is, we've been given to believe that drones are being intercepted over the Srinagar airport. 15 of them happened yesterday. 4 more have just been heard, 2 earlier when we were talking and 2 more just now. So it looks like there is a drone attack that is underway as we report live from here in Srinagar. Don't want to cause panic, but there was a siren yesterday. It's been a full blackout overnight today, and we've just heard 2 more possible drone intercepts here in Srinagar. So we're going to keep a very close watch. I'm going to try and make some calls to the army as well and get a word in from that. But to answer your question about the targeting the military bases, I'll just quickly close that thought, Kitty, is that Pakistan has completely escalated things by targeting Indian military bases and population centers. And therefore, as we get an authentication of what is happening in those 3 Pakistan air bases today, I think we all need to be prepared as Indians for what could be the biggest day as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. This is India saying no more equidistance, no more measure, no more restraint, no more responding in the same domain as Pakistan. This is India taking things way up now.
Right, Shiv, you were mentioning explosions that you've just heard as well. And we, in fact, also got information from Akhnur, explosions being heard in Pooch as well. And we're seeing some rings of smoke in some of these areas. We've gotten in visuals. And you have been continuously reporting there. And we've been hearing visuals as you're talking to us live as well. Which are these areas that are in the focus, Shiv? Now, Srinagar, of course, since you're there. Pooch we're hearing, and Akhnur. And some explosions being heard in Rajouri also at the...
Okay, in Srinagar, where Shiv is at the moment, 6th explosion, Aarti. This is what we're learning now.
That's right.
Well, we've been able to hear sounds earlier also. But yes, Shiv, take us through the details. What does it really signal? Pakistan?
6 explosions. I've counted 6 explosions so far. Yes. Srinagar is right on top of that list of cities that the Indian government has formally announced has been on the target list of Pakistan. I'm obviously not going to put out any operational details as far as why Srinagar is significant, but it is a place, city that has a large amount of military establishments and things like that.
Yes.
2 more explosions as I speak. They're coming in thick and fast right now in Srinagar, beyond counting. I think they're going to continue. I think there is the city is seeing drone activity. 9 and 10, they're happening every few seconds right now. So I think we can safely assume that we are reporting from in the middle of a swarm drone attack attempt, at least by Pakistan, that is being intercepted by integrated air defense here in Srinagar. We heard some of that taking place yesterday as well, and it is continuing early this morning. So an early morning drone swarm attack attempt here in Srinagar. A large number of military installations in and around Srinagar. That is not classified information. Everybody knows that, and that's probably one of the reasons why they're trying to strike right now. Remember, the Srinagar airfield, which is also a defense airport, is closed for civil traffic for the foreseeable future, at least till the 15th of this month. With this attack, with this 3 days of attempted attacks, it looks like things have gone entirely now to the next level.
Right, Shiv, we'll give you a break there to get us more information about these explosions that we've just heard. Around 8 explosions that have been heard just as Shiv was talking to us live from Srinagar. We've also been getting in information of explosions in Akhnur, Pooch as well, in Rajouri as well, and some visuals of rings of smoke that have been seen as well. Vishnu, now if you could take us through the counter-drone measures. We are seeing them in place now. In fact, we're hearing explosions as we're speaking to our colleague there on the ground.
I think what we can report right now is it is 6:19 in the morning. There is very heavy air activity now in Indian airspace. There are incoming drones or strikes. We do not know the nature of the platform being used. Shivarur reporting over there. The Shivarur reporting about how he heard several explosions. Number one. Number two, there are explosions being heard in different areas as well. So that's the second part of Jammu and Kashmir at this stage. We're trying to get more details of what exactly this is. This comes within hours of news emerging of significant attacks potentially having taken place or explosions having taken place at the Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, at the Murid Airbase in Chakwal in Pakistan, and the Rafiki Airbase or Shortkot in Punjab in Pakistan. So this is now a big escalation. We're going to be careful with the news that we have, but this is all information coming in at this stage.
Vishnu, we also understand that, when it comes to the military capabilities of both the countries, India and Pakistan, there is of course no match, but Pakistan stepping up its offensive. What does it suggest now?
Well, I think, we need to be very careful about, getting into a conversation about the military comparison between India and Pakistan at this stage, because we are right in the middle of, a phase when, in terms of air power and in terms of what is being used, it's being used by both sides. And there would be advanced technology being used by both sides, whether they're attack drones. I'm not sure if there have been fighter aircraft involved in terms of the attacks in Srinagar at this juncture. That's a possibility that cannot be ruled out at this stage. But it does appear on the basis of the explosions that have been reported in Srinagar and elsewhere that there is intense air activity now also taking place. Why is this taking place? Because there have been fast-moving developments once again from approximately 8 p.m. last night, when there are several reports of multiple attacks which have taken place by Pakistan on at least 26 areas in India, drone incursions, including incursions with armed drones, which have resulted in injuries in some parts as well. Let's go across to Shiv. Shiv?
Okay, we've got some comments coming in from the Information and Broadcast Ministry. A comment has just been shared with journalists. Our colleague Akhilesh Sharma has just put it on our group as well. I just want to read it out because this is important information as we await what's going to come from the Indian Air Force in a short while from now, and reported explosions that are being streamed from Akhnur and Jammu and other areas. Point number one, India inflicts heavy damages to Pakistani military installations and assets. Airbases of Noor Khan, Murid and Rafiki breached. Situation further escalates. Pakistan closes its airspace till 12 noon today. Peshawar-bound Pakistan International Airlines flight EPIA 218, the latest airborne flight in their airspace, forced to hover over Quetta. Explosions heard in Pakistan's capital Islamabad and other big cities, including Lahore. Pakistan Army claims India fired ballistic missiles that fell into Indian territory. Following multiple drone attacks from Pakistan across the border, India, in its retaliatory measure, strikes back with force in the POK's Neelam Valley and Sialkot. Very important. Multiple videos on social media suggest India successfully intercepts Pakistan's long-range missile over Indian airspace at Sirsa. District Information and PRO Sirsa advised residents to stay indoors. Superior air defense system consisting of S-400, Akash Tir, L-70, Zu-23 and Shilka continue their dominance over the border skies, help India thwart nefarious designs of Pakistan to intrude into Indian territory using drones. So this has been shared by the Ministry of Information and Broadcast with journalists, appears to be a summation of what we already know, but probably the first government word about those attacks we've been discussing, Vishnu, in Rafiqi Murid and Noor Khan air bases in Pakistan. But this also paints a very, very tense and escalatory picture of what we're dealing with and what we're reporting this morning here on NDTV and will be doing through the day today, because this is an evolving picture of the next level entirely. They're talking about a long-range missile strike attempt that was intercepted over Sirsa. There has been some chatter that this missile may have been headed to one of India's big cities. We don't want to speculate on that because it's important not to cause any panic. There's also talk of India striking in the Neelam Valley and in Sialkot. The Neelam Valley, of course, is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Sialkot is in Pakistan. The nature of those strikes is not known, whether it's with drones or missiles like the 3 air bases is also not known. But Vishnu, what the way you characterized what we're dealing with right now is, I think, precisely what we're dealing with. There is a big aerial battle that's on right now. Missiles, possibly fighter aircraft as well. In the air, we can safely presume support aircraft and intelligence gathering aircraft must be in the air right now, looking very, very closely at this entire battlefield picture that seems to be expanding and escalating before our eyes.
Is that Pakistan finally has entirely shut down their airspace. I think that is a clear indicator of the possibility of extensive attacks being carried out on Pakistan. The note that has been shared with journalists, and I have that as well, indicates air bases of Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, Murid, Chakwal and Rafiqi Shorkot, as we've been talking, have been breached. It does appear that there have been attacks on this. Pakistan has closed its airspace. There are certain Pakistan Airways flights which were inbound. They finally managed to land despite it made emergency landings because the airspace around them in their own country was shut down. But I think at this stage, it is important to reflect, albeit cautiously, on the air battles which are taking place, possibly in Jammu and Kashmir. These wouldn't necessarily last very long. But I think what Shiv reports about explosions all around him or a short distance away is what is taking place right now. Whether there are intercepts being carried out of Pakistani aircraft or of drones, that is something we do not know. In modern warfare, weapons are launched from standoff ranges, very often, in other words, from a far distance. And I can assure you that the Indian Air Force would be responding to all of this. The Indian Air Force would be responding through fighter aircraft, surface-to-air missile systems, jamming equipment, and a lot of other things. So that is an active situation, not just in Srinagar, but in Udhampur as well, other parts of Jammu and Kashmir right now. And as far as the rest of the frontier is concerned, we aren't entirely certain.
Right, Shiv, we can hear continuous explosions there behind as you're reporting from Srinagar. I think 13 and counting so far. But as far as the ground situation is concerned, take us through what information you're getting in from along the LOC as well.
So far, nothing this morning, Kitty. There were some late night ceasefire violations, as we reported in Kupwara, Uri, and in the Poonch sectors of the line of control. But those ceasefire violations, have kind of been dwarfed in the light of what we're seeing right now playing out. We've just heard probably the 13th or the 14th explosion here in Srinagar, suggesting that multiple drones are being engaged by Indian air defense from Pakistan. There are other aspects of what we're seeing in this developing picture that we wouldn't want to talk about until there are confirmations, because we need to report this as calmly as possible. But Srinagar, could be under attack at this point of time and is being defended. Let's make no mistake, this is not by any means a one-way battle. The Indian Air Force, the Indian Army, appear to have, drawn blood at 3 big air bases in Pakistan. The precise nature of those long-range offensive actions will be hopefully clear in the run-up to that press conference at 10 a.m. I sincerely hope that press briefing is not postponed any further than 10 a.m. 5:45 a.m. would have been ideal. We would have been able to give our viewers a real sense of what it was coming straight from the, the operators and the executors of this battle. But I think we need to be reasonable and understand that this is an extremely tense and escalatory picture that we're dealing with, and we need to get the latest information.
Right, Kitty, and largely this fight, or so far at least, the activity has been mostly airborne. We're also getting in some information and reports of explosions reportedly heard in Pathankot as well.
Well, yes, we'll try and get more information on that in just a bit. Our team of reporters is on the ground. Nazir will also be joining us in just a bit. My colleague Ghazali is also on the ground. He's also tracking all the latest information there. Now, what we are able to confirm at this point in time is that other than what Shiv also has been reporting, we've heard those explosions right behind him when he's been reporting from Srinagar. Multiple explosions have been heard in Srinagar. What's really happening? We are not going to give out information as to how the army is fighting this battle, but yes, powerful explosions have been reported across multiple Pakistani air bases. This includes, the Noor Khan Air Base, and what we are also learning is that there are some videos that are also circulating on Pakistani media and social media also, showing the Noor Khan Air Base on fire, that it's completely destroyed. However, we'll wait for a confirmation on that. We are not putting out those videos as of now, but there are 2 more air bases, what we are given to understand, that have also been hit by the Indian forces. But the Indian Army, as we understand, will be doing a press conference at 10 a.m. And all right, I'm being told that Shiv also has more information now coming in. Well, several explosions, of course, that have been heard in Srinagar. Shiv, any more information that's coming in?
There are multiple explosions. There have been about 14 explosions that I've counted, at least so far. I just wanted to add, a very, very important piece of detail to what you were just talking about right now about the airbase attacks in Pakistan. I've already told you about the Chaklala airbase in Rawalpindi, the Noor Khan airbase, which is a logistics, refueling, and VIP airfield. Now, very interesting, the other 2 airfields. We still don't know. We haven't told our viewers what kind of aircraft are operate from those 2 air bases. Let me tell you, the Rafiki base is a principal fighter base in Shorkot in Punjab. They've got JF-17 Chinese fighters based there, the very same kinds of fighters that fired missiles that were recovered from Hoshiarpur yesterday. They've also got French Mirage 5 fighters and Alouette 3 helicopters. So hugely important, Kitty and Arti, that we've got JF-17 fighter base that has been hit by India. Very, very symbolic, but also operational. Even more importantly, in the current context, the Murid base in Chakwal district of Punjab is basically a drone base. It's a UAV base, an unmanned aircraft base that operates Shahapar 1 UAVs for reconnaissance missions. They've got Nescom Burak UAVs that operate from there. They've got Turkish Bayraktar TB2 UCAVs for combat operations. These are the very same drones that we've seen used extensively by Ukraine against Russia. And they've also got Turkish Akinci Hail UAVs that operate for high altitude, long endurance missions. So the Murid base is a principal attack drone base from where many of these drone strikes perhaps may be coming from. We don't know that for sure, but considering that it is a principal base for drones, and drones are showering down on India, including here in Srinagar from Pakistan, it appears that India has tried to neutralize or take out Pakistan's drone launching capability and also a fighter base. So I just wanted to add that detail.
That's right, and we'll get more clarity on that when the press conference happens at 10 o'clock. But of course, we're getting in more information as well. G7 foreign ministers have issued a statement as well, Vishnu. Of course, again, calling for de-escalation like most of the international platforms have been doing.
That's right. G7 foreign ministers have issued an important statement. I'm just going through the statement as we speak right now. We, the G7 foreign ministers of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK and the US, and the High Representative of the European Union strongly condemn the egregious terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. So that's really important. And urge maximum restraint from both India and Pakistan. Further military escalation poses a serious threat to regional stability. We are deeply concerned for the safety of civilians on both sides. We call for immediate de-escalation and encourage both countries to engage in direct dialogue towards a peaceful outcome. We continue to monitor events closely and express our support for a swift and lasting diplomatic resolution. This, in the last couple of hours, would be the highest international response, Kitty, that has come in from the G7. Very significantly, they are condemning the egregious terrorist attack in Pahalgam. They're urging maximum restraint from both India and Pakistan. Expect many more international reactions to come in at this stage. It's been a day, the last couple of hours have been, in fact, the last many hours now have been incredibly tense. And we continue to report all of this very, very responsibly of attacks on Indian soil. What we do know is that 26 areas across India were targeted by Pakistani drones last night. Some of these were armed drones. This is information which has been confirmed by the government. There have been injuries as a result of armed drone strikes. This is an army statement which came in yesterday in the Firozpur area. Overnight, there have been explosions which have been sounded in Pakistani air bases. 3 Pakistani air bases are what the reports indicate. But the video that I have seen is from the Noor Khan Air Base, which is in Rawalpindi. That's less than 10 kilometers from Islamabad, just less than 10 kilometers from Islamabad, and is the military's headquarters. Which is in Islamabad is where the military's headquarters lies. It's also the administrative hub of Pakistan. The other airbase, Murid, which is about 100 kilometers south of Islamabad. All of these are very, very important. There's the third one is the Rafiki Airbase in Shorkot, 250 kilometers southwest of Lahore in central Pakistan. So all of this has been reported.
Yes.
Air defenses on both sides are very, very active at this juncture, I would suggest. And again, we're going to report this carefully. We do not know about the success of the hits or the details. But I think the big story right now is what Shiv has been reporting from Srinagar, what he is hearing himself, a number of explosions.
Well, absolutely. The Noor Khan facility, one of Pakistan's most sensitive military compounds that houses both Air Force operations and VIP transport units. Also, the Murid base in Chakwal city, as our colleague Shiv has been reporting. It's considered to be the UAV base of Pakistan and the principal attack drone base. But however, what we are now learning is that is yet to be confirmed. All right, Vishnu, you have a point to make, yes.
I think it's important to look at this from 3 standpoints: the military significance of what is taking place, the geopolitical messaging which is taking place, the operational impact which is taking place, and again reflecting cautiously on the risk of escalation, which is a factor. There's already been significant escalation, but in terms of military significance, these bases are critical in Pakistan for a host of Pakistan's offensive and defensive capabilities. Noor Khan Air Base ensures command and control. Murid supports tactical responses. Rafiki, sort of gives them operational depth. There is a very strong amount of geopolitical messaging. India is sending a signal that if you come and attack us on our soil, then we're going to hit you even harder. Now, again, the nature of the attacks in these places, it's been reported. We don't have very many details. Again, just for the benefit of our viewers, just again making the point that all that I have seen is very strong footage of a significant explosion at the Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi. The risk of escalation, finally, the point that I'd like to talk about, attacks on such high-value military targets increase the possibility of escalation, whether that means over the land or at sea. We have not gotten there to that stage right now, so we'll be very careful with what it is that we are reporting.
Right, and so far, Vishnu, Pakistan has shut its airspace as well, and India had earlier accused it of trying to use commercial flights as shields amid the intense air activity between both countries.
So that's an important point. Pakistan has belatedly shut down its airspace. What we do know at this stage is that yesterday, once again, they were using flights as shields. And this is something which was condemned by India earlier on in the day yesterday, saying that at a time when you are sending in drones into Indian airbase, you are operating civilian flights out of Lahore. That is entirely irresponsible. In a warlike situation, that's the last thing that you want to do. But now, in the last little while, Pakistan has finally shut down its airspace, not for military aircraft, obviously, but for civilian flights. That has come belatedly, but that perhaps indicates the significance of what's going down on Pakistani soil as well.
Absolutely. Well, we will try and get more details as to what has really transpired there. However, we are able to confirm this, that 3 Pakistani air bases have been hit. How much damage has been inflicted, that is yet to be known. And of course, we will be waiting for that important army briefing, the Indian army briefing that's going to take place at 10 a.m. How important is it, Vishnu, at this point in time to garner international support? Of course, countries of the world have clearly said that they support India. India has the right to defend itself. And it's only because of Pakistan's provocation that India has had to take this step. And what is happening here is a clear indication that, Pakistan isn't really in a mood to relent. And India is also not going to step back. But international, support is also needed at the same time.
I think that's a very important point that you raise, Kitty. And India's got immense international support at this stage. We've got several countries around the world who have responded. There is just a statement, I believe, at this juncture, which has come in. It is from the government of Saudi Arabia. I'm going to read it out upon the directives of the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubair, visited the Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan during the period of the 8th to 9th of May. We are now on the 10th of May, so yesterday and day before. The visit comes as part of the Kingdom's efforts towards de-escalation, ending ongoing military confrontations, and resolving all disputes through dialogue and diplomatic channels. So that's something which is important, because remember, Saudi Arabia has got a significant stake in terms of reaching out to Pakistan. We are also excellent partners with the Saudis. Thus far, India has always said that this is a bilateral issue that needs to be resolved between India and Pakistan. But with the situation getting out of hand, certainly there would be efforts, perhaps by other countries, to continue escalating or continue urging both India and Pakistan to de-escalate the situation.
Right, my colleague Nazir also joining us from the ground. Nazir, are we getting in some latest information on the escalations on ground?
Well, it is the worst escalation which is happening, and both civilian and the military establishments are being targeted. Srinagar, as she was mentioning, has heard multiple massive explosions. So is Baramulla, Udhampur, Jammu, Samba. And these are the areas which have experienced massive explosions since this morning. And both military and civilian areas have been targeted. In Jammu city also, Srinagar reverberated with massive explosions this morning. Line of control is witnessing really hell. There are reports of casualties, civilian casualties from Arspora sector. There was heavy shelling all across the line of control, international border, across Jammu and Kashmir, from Machal here to Karian, Tangdar, Uri, Poonch, Samba, all across Jammu. there has been massive shelling going on. India has responded in equal measure. Last night there were drone, attacks, drone intrusions. 26 sites were targeted, and India has equally responded, as we have been reporting. Pakistan's air bases, including Noor Khan base, has been targeted, and it has suffered damage in the attack. But here we hear loud explosions many places, and people are really scared. One senior official of the J&K government has also died in one of the incident, according to reports, and this is getting worse, both in the way things are playing out.
Yes.
It was initially small arm firing, then it started the artillery along the line of control. Now these are missile attacks all across in Jammu and Kashmir, and two capital cities, Srinagar and Jammu, appear to be the main target. Also, the Udhampur, which we know is the base of the Northern Command of Army.
Okay, let me go across to my colleague Ghazali also. He is in Rajouri tracking the developments there on the ground. Ghazali, what can you tell us? What kind of activity do you see around you? What more details do we have about the drones that were intercepted late last night? Also, Pakistan had tried to aim its attacks on multiple locations in Jammu-Kashmir. What more do we know?
See, loud explosions started happening at around, we started hearing it around 4:30 a.m. in the morning. It was a lull between 1:30, 12:30 to 3:30, 4 in the night. And after 4:30, there has been loud explosions across the city. And it is happening after every 5 to 7 minutes, and not just in Jammu, but in Udhampur, not in Rajouri, in Punch. Punch has been under heaviest shelling since yesterday, because this entire Pak's retaliation, or Pakistan's attack, basically started happening right around 7:30 or 8 yesterday, and it started happening from the Punch district, which is a neighboring district and falls near the line of control. The same, as soon as the shelling started happening in Punch, then we started seeing drones moving over here. That is stayed for another 3-4 hours in the evening, around from 8 to 12:30, 1:30. After that, yet again there was a lull, and everybody thought that perhaps Pakistan has decided to stop. But right in the morning, at around 3:30, 4:30, loud explosions were heard, and now every 5 to 10 minutes you can hear explosions. It's not just shelling, but also the aerial attacks from Pakistan. It also appears that perhaps the Indian Army is thwarting those attempts, is also responding back and giving befitting response to Pakistan's aerial attack.
Right.
But there are also reports of damages to the houses in certain localities in Rajouri as well as in Jammu and Punch. It was complete blackout since yesterday, and everybody woke up not due to blackout but with the sounds of explosions, which became very frequent and is still being heard in the backdrop, and we don't know as of now that what kind of damage it has inflicted on people, but everybody is staying indoors, because the administration has asked since yesterday, these advisories are in place, that any time if you hear any explosion, or if you fear that it appears as if there is a sound of explosion, shelling, or any such sounds, you have to stay indoors. So people are still inside. We don't see a very frequent movement on this road, which leads to the highway towards the Punch. So right now it's complete confusion, but we all know that perhaps the Indian Army or the defense forces, not just on the line of control here in Punch, in Rajouri or in Punch or in any of these border areas or districts, but also the aerial defense system is certainly giving a befitting response and thwarting and neutralizing all those threats.
That's right. Ghazali, you were mentioning there were a series of explosions that were being heard in Rajouri as well, and post which there was some damage to some houses and property that's been reported. We also have visuals of those as well. What about air sirens? Ghazali, let me come to you first and then to Nazir about air sirens and any sort of advisory that the local administration is putting out as well. Ghazali, if you can hear me. All right, we'll try and get my Ghazali back on the broadcast. But Nazir, if you could take us through air sirens that were possibly heard there in Srinagar. Just earlier, Shiv was talking about how some air sirens were heard last night. And this morning as well, ourselves, we've counted at least 13 and counting explosions that have been heard in Srinagar.
Well, there was explosion in most of the cities, and as Ghazali is reporting from Rajouri, I can tell you an officer, senior officer, has also been killed in J&K administration officer in Pakistani shelling in Rajouri itself. So that clearly shows the magnitude of these strikes, Pakistan strikes, missile strikes on India, and as we heard, massive explosions in Srinagar. In border areas, it is massive shelling going on. There was complete blackout here in Kupara and also Baramulla, Badgam, Srinagar, Rajouri, Poonch, Jammu, Samba. And in Samba, it was massive shelling, and there are reports of civilian casualties in multiple areas. No official is actually in a position to tell you the exact situation. That is the kind of chaos on the ground. Nobody knows exactly what is happening, except we can say we are hearing explosions somewhere. Smoke is blowing out from, because when some sites have been targeted, both civilians and the military sites. India, we all know, has hit back very hard. But the way Pakistan has been targeting here, both civilian and the military, sites, is clearly showing a massive escalation. It is no less than a war which is going on, where we see people really, really terrified, and these visuals can tell you the picture how even civilian, sites have been targeted in Jammu, in other places. Number of civilians are reportedly killed, and we know in earlier after Operation Sindoor, when Pakistan targeted civilian areas in Poonch, 13 civilians were killed, among them children and women who were killed in that. And religious places were also targeted in those attacks, among them a Gurdwara, a temple, and a madrasa. And the madrasa head priest also was killed in that Pakistani shell. So it is indiscriminate shelling. Bombs are falling, loud explosions are heard. But one thing we should be very clarifying: many of the explosions are believed to be those which may have been neutralized by India's air defense system. And it is robust. We have seen it since last 48 hours, how most of the attacks have been neutralized by India's robust integrated air defense system. But it is a chaotic situation.
Yes.
It is a situation nobody has a crystal ball to tell you what exactly is happening, what are the casualties. Just this information: there are explosions, there was blackout, and there's a really chaos. People are really scared what is happening and where will this next bomb will fall.
It's a
Nobody
big
knows.
escalation, Vishnu. Major escalation, between both sides, India and Pakistan, and very well it signals that things are going to further escalate from here on.
That's right. And Kitty, the situation will become clearer at around 10 o'clock when we hear what the army has to say. Vishnu, we're also learning that Rajnath Singh is going to be meeting the tri-service chiefs as well. So take us through a bit about what we can expect in shortly, right ahead of the press conference, or perhaps after that.
Expect per se, but I would suggest that these meetings and these, you don't necessarily need to meet face to face to get an idea of a warlike situation which is breaking out. The defense minister, the prime minister, the national security advisor, the chief of defense staff, and the service chiefs would be abreast of every development. They would be communicating through multiple means. So what is taking place would likely be conveyed to them, or they would be monitoring it on a real-time basis. But yes, there is a face-to-face meeting which may be taking place. The defense minister would be meeting perhaps all of them at some stage. I don't know exactly about his schedule. That schedule can change as well. But India would be taking stock of the situation. But I should mention that as we speak now at 6:51 a.m. in the morning, it is a very fluid situation with multiple explosions being reported in the Srinagar area, in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir, but also equally importantly, more and more information emerging of 3 Pakistani airbases which have been struck, including one of their primary airbases, the Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, with footage on social media being posted by credible, respectable people indicating or showing a lot of smoke, a lot of fire, and at least one big explosion as well. The 3 Pakistani airbases are central to their defenses. They host transport aircraft, fighter aircraft like the F-16, the Pakistani JF-17 Thunder. There has been an escalation overnight. Last night, remember, there have been 26 areas which were struck by where there were intrusions made by Pakistani drones. Pakistan also used attack drones. There was a family which was injured in Firozpur. Burn injuries. I'm unclear at this stage of what their condition is. Immediately, India responded, and I have reported these 3 airstrikes which may have taken place, but there have been explosions reportedly in 3 Pakistani air bases, which are the Noor Khan Air Base, the Murid Air Base, and the Rafiki Air Base. There is an extensive air battle which may also perhaps be taking place. Again, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but there are explosions which have been heard in Srinagar. Given the fact that there are explosions, if these are not intercepts being carried out of aircraft, there would potentially be intercepts of further incoming drones. The air forces, it's safe to say, on both sides, by which I mean fighter aircraft, would be very heavily deployed in the skies of both sides. This is, way up the escalation matrix, as it were. There was a press conference which was supposed to have taken place at what I think 5:30 or 5:45 in the morning. It's now been postponed till 10 a.m. in the morning. This is as real as it gets at this stage. Our own correspondent Shiv Arur, our own correspondent Nazir Masoodi, both in Srinagar, reporting multiple explosions around us, around them. That indicates the seriousness of the situation and first-person information.
Absolutely. Our team of reporters continues to be on the ground. Nazir, Ghazali, Shiv Arur, and my colleague Vishnu Shom also getting us all the latest updates from the national capital here. We will continue our big coverage here on the India-Pakistan conflict and try and get you more information about this attack by India on the Pakistani air bases in 3 locations. We will get you more on that in just a bit. Time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news.
Welcome back. As of now, we're reporting the latest developments that are taking place between India and Pakistan. A lot of air activity, Kitty, and especially since the information that had come in and we'd confirmed the attacks that India had done on the 3 air bases in Pakistan as well.
Well, yes, Indian Army is yet to confirm that. We are waiting for that press conference that's going to take place at 10 a.m. now. Earlier, it was scheduled for 5:45 a.m. And everybody was surprised, Aarti, actually, as to this has never happened before. This is unprecedented. Indian Army calling for a press conference in the early hours of the day, that is at 5:45 a.m. We understand this is a very sensitive situation and tension continues to prevail along the border areas. And after the activities of Pakistan that we've witnessed in the last 2 to 3 days, how Pakistan has been firing drones at us, tried to target our military establishments also. A day before, the attack, of course, was foiled by the Indian establishment. But looking at that, we understand this important briefing was called at 5:45 a.m. But now the latest information is that briefing now has been shifted for 10 a.m. But this is of course confirmed. Pakistani army also has admitted there was a soundbite that came in earlier also, in which the DGISPR also confirmed that their 3 air bases have been hit.
That's right. So we'll bring you more on this story for now. Short break.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel and with me is my colleague Aarti. We've been tracking all the developments relating to the India-Pakistan conflict. Well, Aarti, this news is now confirmed, as we've been reporting since about 1.5 hours now, that three air bases in Pakistan have been hit, and India has retaliated after Pakistan tried to attack our territory, our soil, our people here. For the last 3 days, we've been we've been seeing these nefarious activities from Pakistan continuing, and India has now given a befitting reply to that.
That's right, Kitty. We'll of course get more details on that. We have our colleagues on the ground reporting, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Blast reported at 3 Pakistan air bases confirmed now.
Pakistan has shut its airspace for all civilian and military flights.
Now, the government says that Pakistani drones were sighted at 26 locations last night. Threats are being intercepted and neutralized, is what the government confirmed.
Explosions were heard during NDTV live report in Srinagar.
We just heard 2 explosions here in Srinagar in the air. Two big explosions.
Right now, tensions between India and Pakistan escalating. There seems to be a lot of air activity at the moment, Kitty. We have in fact also heard explosions at Srinagar in several areas, in fact, in Rajouri, Poonch, Udhampur as well. And Akhnur, we have been hearing explosions, reports of explosions. And in fact, our colleague Shiv on the ground, while he was reporting, we had heard several explosions, at least 13 to 14. My colleague Shiv joins us at the moment. We're also being joined by Ghazali, joining us from Rajouri, and Vishnu as well. Shiv, let's bring you in first. Take us to the latest on the ground. We'd heard several explosions earlier, and there's been intense air activity since this morning.
As we wait for that press conference by the Indian Air Force and Indian Army at 10 a.m., I can tell you that Srinagar's airspace is completely lit up at this point of time. There have been at least 14 explosions that we've been able to count. 2 of them were very loud, not very far from us. There is chatter right now. I've just gotten off the phone with our contacts at the 15 Corps here in Srinagar, and they've told us that there is an air raid that is currently on in Srinagar. Srinagar. Confirmation of what that has resulted in is not clear right now. There's a huge amount of claims and counterclaims being made right now of of aircraft being shot down, etc. But on NDTV, we will wait for that official confirmation or a statement from the Air Force or the authorities here. But what I can tell you is that airspace here in Srinagar is thick with activity. It is clear that there is something going on. Those explosions were not a coincidence. They've been happening periodically for the last 20 minutes. Things have been quiet, but these were not just drones. That appears to be clear. I've been able to speak to my contacts in both the Army and the Air Force. I've just gotten a message from an intelligence source as well who corroborates what we're looking at right now. It seems that Pakistan Air Force fighters, not just drones, may be looking to try and attack Srinagar. Obviously, there's some kind of an aerial battle going on. We don't know if it's over Srinagar or elsewhere, but we will be keeping tabs of that very clearly. The audio evidence is there that there's something going on. Drones being intercepted, fighters in the air. We won't be commenting, obviously, on Indian military movements, but Srinagar is definitely under attack.
All right. Well, that is what we're learning at the moment. We'll try and get more details about the activity that's taking place at the moment here in Srinagar. Of course, my colleague Shiv Arur getting us all the latest minute-by-minute updates. Let me go across to Nazir. Nazir is in Kupwara in Jammu-Kashmir. Nazir, what is the sense of the situation at the moment? What can you tell us? What's happening there? You've been informing us there has been a loss of life also.
Yeah, there has been a report of loss of lives at several places, particularly in border areas. One senior government official of Jammu and Kashmir administration has been killed in Rajouri when a Pakistani shell hit him outside his official residence. There are reports of casualties in Arispura also. There were multiple attacks on Jammu as well, Udhampur also, as Shu has been reporting and witnessing it himself, what is happening in Srinagar. Since last more than 1 hour, there are massive explosions there. Line of control, it was really held during the night because of the massive artillery shelling. Number of people have again lost their homes. Some have, as I said, there are civilian casualties also. Even in Jammu city, civilian areas have been hit, and we have shown those visuals also. How civilian areas have been hit by Pakistan's, shells. It is clearly both missile and drone attacks which they have been carried out since yesterday. Most of them have reportedly been neutralized by India's integrated air defense system. But the way it is unfolding, it is nothing less than a war. It's going on at multiple places, whether it is in Baramulla, where massive explosions were heard, and Uri sector borne the brunt. So is Tangdar sector. And Srinagar, yesterday we saw there was drone attack at Srinagar airport, which was neutralized. But this time it is really, really horrible situation in Srinagar. Also, where multiple reports, which we could not put out what they are saying, because unless there's official information, proper information and confirmation from the officials, let us just talk about it is a really chaotic situation. Explosions everywhere, whichever place you talk about, whether it is Samba in Jammu or Jammu city, Poonch, Rajouri, Uri, Baramulla, or the line of control across Kupwara, whether it is from Machil to Tangdar to Hirir, all these areas, and large number of people have been affected, and there are civil casualties also, including one senior government official, Additional District Development Commissioner Rajouri, who has been killed in Pakistan.
Right, Nazir, you've also been reporting the damages that have been caused due to the shelling in Jammu. We've been getting visuals as well of these houses being damaged, civilian areas being targeted by Pakistani shelling.
Exactly, these visuals are from Jammu city, and clearly the city has come under the attack. It is first time since 1971 when Jammu city has come under the attack. There are religious places which we saw have been targeted since last 3-4 days, whether it was Poonch or in Jammu, that has also been targeted. And it is a very, very chaotic situation. Administration is only asking people to stay calm, be inside your home, be at safe places, don't move out without any emergency. So that is the situation everywhere. It was complete blackout across Jammu and Kashmir. Since yesterday evening, power supply has been restored this morning in many parts. But during the night, it was really nightmare for majority of the population in Jammu and Kashmir. And Srinagar woke up to massive explosions this morning. Yesterday evening was really chaotic when there was engagement. Drones were engaged and they were apparently neutralized or forced to flee back. So near the Srinagar airport and also Avantipura airfield, which have always been the target in this sense, whether it was militant targets in the past, or when there's Warlike situation between two countries and they are trying to target these two important airbases in Srinagar. And and we are still hearing that there are casualties. We are hearing, we will not put the number, but there are reports of casualties in multiple places, particularly in border areas.
Okay, Nazir, we'll just come back to you. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali also. He's in Rajouri. He's been reporting from the ground there. Ghazali, what can you tell us? What can you see around you? Is the situation all right? Vishnu also wants to come in. Let me take a response from Ghazali first. Ghazali, tell us what's happening there.
Explosions are being heard, and as Nazir was pointing out, it is utterly chaotic because are coming in of casualties as well, and there are injuries as well in Rajouri as well as in Punj. Just in the civil hospital, few people have been brought in who have been hit by shelling. It is still not clear that what is the figure of casualty, though we are not reporting on that, but there are certainly areas which have been hit by the Pakistan's aerial attack in this particular region. Though our defense system is neutralizing, we are still hearing the explosions over our head right now, and people are right now, and this is for the first time that these attacks are coming in the morning, because earlier yesterday evening it appeared as if Pakistan will stop after a few hours of sending drones, and those drones being neutralized by Indian defense system, and it appeared as if the explosions were such that while the Indian aerial defense system was neutralizing those drones over our head, we could hear the explosions, and we confirmed it that perhaps the explosion is coming out when it was getting neutralized. But since morning at around 4:30, loud across the Poonch and Jammu area, there are areas which have been hit, but most of a senior official has been killed in this attack in Rajouri district.
All right, Ghazali, we'll just come back to you and try and get more details. My colleague Vishnu also wants to come in. Vishnu, go ahead.
All right, well, there is now an official response from the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah on the loss of life of an official in Rajouri. Right. We've lost a dedicated officer of the Jammu and Kashmir Administration Services. Just yesterday, he was accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister around the district, attended an online meeting. Today, the residence of the officer was hit by park shelling as they targeted Rajouri town. The footage that we are seeing on our screens from Rajouri, from Jammu, indicates that there has been damage in the area. The latest international reaction which is coming in is from Singapore, which has said that it's gravely concerned about the ongoing military confrontation between India and Pakistan. Earlier on, we mentioned the visit of the Saudi foreign minister who was over here. And also in Pakistan, the Saudis have an important stake in both countries, urging urgent de-escalation as well. But I think we need to also reflect on the situation in Pakistan, where it does appear that there have been attacks or explosions, I should mention, at 3 air bases at this stage. One of them is the Rafiki Air Base in Shortcoat. The other one has been in the Rawalpindi area, the Noor Khan Air Base. It is from this Noor Khan Air Base where there is footage which has actually emerged of a significant explosion. And there is a third air base as well. The Rafiki, which is Shortcoat. The second one is Murid Air Base in Chakwal. So what we can safely report is that there has been intense drone activity which has taken place last night by Pakistan. It appears that India has responded extensively. We cannot attribute the blasts in the Pakistan Air Base directly to the Indian Air Force at this stage, unless that is confirmed to us. But let's use our common sense. At this stage as well, it does appear that that may be the case. Again, I'm couching my language very carefully. In the morning, Srinagar, an entirely active zone. Air defense is fully alive to the situation. Shiva Road and Nazir Masoodi both reporting categorically that there have been explosions all around them. I have been getting a great deal of information on the nature of the air battle in Srinagar. I am not revealing a great deal of that information, again, waiting for this to become official. It is fair to say that the situation is tense right now. Air defenses have been activated. There is fighter plane activity, most likely overhead. in large parts of Jammu and Kashmir. There would be attacks and counterattacks which could be taking place. There's a press conference at 10 o'clock. Right. I would also like to mention, and this is important, one second, I just finished this point, that there is an important G7 reaction which is coming in. We need to reflect on the international aspect of this as well, where G7 foreign ministers have strongly condemned the egregious terrorist attack in Pahalgam. They've urged maximum restraint from both India and Pakistan. Further military escalation, they say, poses a serious threat to regional stability.
That's right, Vishnu. And you've also mentioned Omar Abdullah's statement on the officer that we've lost. Nazir, you've been reporting on that as well. Take us to the latest details. We're learning the officer's residence was hit by shelling.
Exactly. He was in his official residence in Rajouri. Rajkumar Thapa has been killed. We have been, for last 1 hour, I have been reporting it in our broadcasts, but we didn't name it. It has come to the highest level of the government. Chief himself has tweeted it, and he has said they have lost the senior officer. And there have been, as we have reported earlier, reports of civilian casualties in different areas. We'll wait for some confirmation from the government. Only then we'll put out those details. But it is a tough time for the people living near the line of control, whether it's Rajouri, which is Poonch, it is Kupara. And here in Kupara, near Drugmala, there was a lot of engagement and the firing yesterday going on near a military base. So people were really, really scared. We are getting calls from what's happening. And the same is happening in Srinagar. People really scared because these blasts shook, multiple blasts shook Srinagar city. Same is true about every town and city in Jammu and Kashmir. And Jammu city, as we have shown in the visuals, civilian areas have been targeted. Very chaotic and tough situation, and nobody has an exact detail what exactly is happening, because it's happening at multiple places. Last night, there were drone intrusions at 26 locations, and all of them were engaged. And we are hearing that there was, attack on the Air Force station in Udhampur also, and reportedly there are no casualties there. That's what sources are telling us. No casualties there in the Udhampur Air Force station attack. That is a good news that we are hearing, but there was an attack on Udhampur Airbase also, and there was an attempt to target Srinagar Airbase and Avantipora. These are the important air bases. And remember, Jammu airfield, it was not first time there was a drone attack. In June 2021, they tried to target Jammu Airbase also with drones. There was some substantial damage that time, but it is really a warlike situation, rather a war going on in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly on its borders where innocent people bear the brunt.
Well, it's definitely a warlike situation at the moment. Tension continues to grip areas across the border. My colleague Shiv Arur also with us here from Srinagar. Shiv, you've been able to confirm to us you've heard at least about 14 explosions, and that also included 2 very loud explosions in the last 1 hour or so. What Vishnu has also been saying, there is a very much possibility of fighter plane activity in the skies as well taking place. However, we are not confirming that. But any information on that?
There is very clearly an aerial battle going on in the skies over Srinagar right now. There is no doubt about it. I've just gotten off the phone with my contacts in the 15 Corps, which is the Srinagar Corps of the Army here. And they've confirmed to me that there is damage has been inflicted on what appears to be a Pakistani attempt at an air raid on Srinagar. An air raid is basically armed fighter aircraft coming in groups and attempting to drop weapons to destroy targets in a city. There's been no air raid siren today. There was one last night. It's been a blackout situation all day today. We're told by authorities that the search is on for the debris of those two, of any damage that has been caused to the Pakistan Air Force at this time. But I want to repeat over and over again that we will only be reporting what is confirmed once it is confirmed by the authorities on record, not through sources, because right now there are various strands of information that are exploding simultaneously, not just from here in Srinagar where there appears to be an air battle but also in other places in Jammu, Akhnur, Pathankot and elsewhere. There are images of damage caused by drones, etc. But the explosions over the sky that you and I heard Kitty, when we were, reporting earlier today, when I was reporting to you earlier today, is making it very, very clear that there has been some kind of a dogfight, an aerial battle, certainly an air power confrontation over the city of Srinagar. Hopefully, we will get a confirmation on what we're hearing very, very soon.
An official statement, of course, is expected shortly on the developments that are now taking place, this aerial battle also that's taking place in Srinagar. Well, there is, of course, now a surety on that. All right, Vishnu also wants to come in. Vishnu.
This is an important point that Shiv is making, because I've also been able to just get off the phone right now, and I'm going to be cautious and careful in the language which I'm using. This is on the basis of individuals in the armed forces. India's air defenses are fully active in the Srinagar area, including fighter aircraft. We will leave it at that. What that basically means is that surface-to-air missile systems are active, jammers, if required, are active, but fighter aircraft are active as well. So the nature of this would suggest that there could be some sort of an air confrontation between the Pakistan Air Force and the Indian Air Force, which is taking place. We will try and bring more details of that. I think Shiv was very careful in the use of the words that he used when he said that there is an assessment presently going on the nature of damage inflicted to the Pakistan Air Force. It's something that is identical to the information which I have been picking up as well. And that's a strand that we're going to be careful about in reporting. But again, as importantly, as we report what is taking place over the skies of Srinagar, we should mention that there have been potential Indian strikes in 3 air bases, the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. There has been another strike potentially at the Murid Air Base in Chakwal, and a third one in a third Pakistan Air Base. This is important because it indicates a significant escalation of the conflict, as it were.
Right, stay on with us. We're also being joined by our colleague Aishwarya at this moment. Aishwarya, now there are top meetings that are set to take place. Defence Minister going to be meeting Tri-Services Chief as well. Take us to the latest that you're hearing.
Well, that's right. In fact, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be chairing that meeting with the Tri-Service Chiefs. It was constantly Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who was updated about the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. What we know so far is that later in a day there would be an official briefing by the Indian Armed Forces as well about the developments that are taken overnight in the intervening night. Apart from it, of course, the Tri-Service Chiefs would be reaching the South Block, where I'm reporting from. Currently, the Prime Minister yesterday, remember, last night chaired a crucial meeting with the Armed Forces Chiefs, the Tri-Service Chiefs, along with the NSA, CDS, all were present at the 7 Lok Kalyan mark, and the top leadership of the country is closely monitoring the situation as far as Pakistan is concerned, as they launched a coordinated drone attack on the Indian territory, and certainly the Indian government, Indian armed forces had given an extensive response to that, is what we know so far.
All right, this is the latest bit of information that's coming in at the moment. Important meetings, key meetings are expected in the day today, and well, this important briefing by the Indian Army at 10 a.m. all eyes will be on that. Of course, there will be an official confirmation as to what has transpired in the last few hours from the Indian Army, from the horse's mouth there. But well, yes, disturbing reports also coming in at the moment from Rajouri. We are learning, the Chief Minister also now has confirmed that a dedicated officer of the Jammu-Kashmir Administration Services has been lost. And what the information that has come in is that the residence of the Jammu-Kashmir officer was hit by Pakistani shelling as Pakistan targeted Rajouri town, killing Rajkumar Thapa. Well,
right, and this is quite a big escalation, Kitty, as well, like our colleagues Nazir and Ghazali have been reporting. Ghazali, if you could get us more details from the ground as to what you're hearing and what exactly happened in this area when this... All right, Ghazali, if you're able to hear me.
All right, we'll just go to Ghazali in just a bit. Let me go back to Nazir. Nazir, what more information do we have? There has been loss of life that has been reported from Rajouri. Very disturbing news now coming in after the residence of this officer was hit. We understand the Chief Minister also now has confirmed that there has been a loss of life. What more do we know?
Well, I personally knew Mr. Rajkumar Thapa for a long time. He was a 2001 J&K Administrative Service officer. One of the kind persons I know who has been killed. Personally, I knew him. He has functioned at different places. He was a senior officer of the J&K administration, presently posted as Additional District Development Commissioner of Rajouri district. And person was there. He didn't flee from his place when the town was under the attack. He wanted to be there with the people, help them. Because what administration is actually trying to this time do is to reaching out people, trying to take people to safety. That is what the role of administration has been. We saw yesterday he was accompanying additional Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary in Rajouri when he visited Rajouri as J&K government sent its ministers to all the affected areas to see what best possible can be done for those who have lost their homes or who had to flee from their homes for safety because of Pakistani shelling in the border areas. So same officer, and then he was a part of the meeting, video conference with the Chief Minister to finalize the arrangement for the people who have been displaced for the Pakistani shelling. And this morning, a Pakistani shell hit his residence in Rajouri town, and he was taken to hospital where he was declared brought dead. So a dedicated, competent officer has been killed. J&K Services, it was 2001 batch. Rajkumar Thapa has been killed in Pakistani shelling. As we have been reporting that there are reports of casualties, civilian casualties in the border areas, whether it's RS4 or other areas. It was massive shelling through the night in all the border areas as drone intrusions, army and the India's air defense system engaged them, neutralized most of the attacks. But the worst part is the civilians have been targeted. And remember, official is not any military personnel. He is not a combatant.
Right.
He was just a government functionary, senior official, was there attending his duty, part of that, to help people in this time of really warlike situation to save lives. But in the process, he lost his own life.
Right. And we've been reporting on the latest that's happening in the borders in Jammu and Kashmir, the air activity there as well. But there's more information coming in from Rajasthan. My colleague Harsha joining us from Jaisalmer as well. Harsha, we're hearing that Barmer and Pokhran, there was a lot of drone movement last night, and this morning as well, multiple drones have been seen. Take us to the latest.
Yes, well, absolutely. Last night, after about 9 o'clock, there was drone movement over Jaisalmer, Pokhran and Barmer. These were the three areas on the border that reported a lot of drone movement. And early this morning, in a village close to Jaisalmer, there has been a sort of some kind of explosive has come into a field. So something fell there, some remnants probably from a drone, and it also kind of caught fire and then turned white. So it'll be chemically analyzed, I'm sure, and later they'll be able to tell exactly what it was. Also in Barmer, very close to some fields in Balotra, our network of reporters have sent us visuals of what looks like a long sort of explosive, definitely a long explosive, and some kind of again, like I'm saying, I'm not qualified to give details on exactly what this is, but some kind of explosive material has been dropped in two fields, again remnants probably from the attack that's happened early this morning. So Barmer early this morning, Pokhran last evening, and also in some parts of Jaisalmer. So basically what we're reporting is that last night there was drone activity in these three cities, and even early this morning from about 5 a.m. onwards, there was drone activity. From about 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. there has been drone activity on the western border with Rajasthan.
All right, more information now coming in. Parts of projectile have also been found in a field in Amritsar in Punjab. We'll put out those visuals in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is what we're learning. So my colleague Shiv Arur also with us on the broadcast here. Shiv, so this is confirmed that... all right, I'll go to Shiv in just a bit. My colleague Ghazali also with us on the broadcast here. He's back with us. He's in Kupwara getting us all the latest updates from the ground there. Ghazali, what can you tell us? What is the activity around you?
Not Kupwara, yeah.
Right, Ghazali there in Rajouri. Take us to the latest
right now
from the ground.
Yeah, so what we are picking up that there are certain people who have been injured with this shelling since morning. Also with the aerial attacks, what has happened that it has damaged houses, not just in Rajouri, in Jammu. Jammu has faced the brunt of this aerial attack in the civilian areas early in the morning. It started damaging the residential houses there. People had to move out in the street to check what all has happened. Similar thing has happened here in Rajouri as well. We are not moving to those locations as of now because the administration has said it's not safe to travel to those places. Only sad news coming in is that the ADC of Jammu has been killed. He was on duty but was killed right near his residence. So that shows that this indiscriminate shelling, drone activity as well as aerial attack from Pakistan is deep inside Indian territory, deep inside the urban areas, be it Jammu, be it in Rajouri, in Punch, in Riyasi and other districts of this particular Jammu region. Same is happening in Kashmir region, and we are also picking up reports that the neighbouring districts which are located in Punjab, which shares the border with Jammu and Kashmir, like in Pathankot and Gurdaspur, loud explosions have been heard there as well. And it all started at around 3:30 to 4:30 am in the morning, and it appeared that perhaps it will subside or it will reduce as the day progresses, but it has only increased. The intensity has only increased. We can hear these loud explosions in every 15 to 10 minutes, the gap of 10 to 15 minutes while reporting, and we're still hearing the explosions. Now, what we believe right now, or what we are picking up from the sources, is that perhaps this is the Indian aerial defense system which is neutralizing it, and that is why we are hearing the explosions. But we are also picking and gathering reports that these aerial strikes from Pakistan has hit houses here in the urban areas which were never under the firing line in the last 4 or 5 days since 7th of May when India retaliated to the Pahalgam terror attack by striking deep inside Pakistan. We can see now people moving out from those locations, because on my left, my camera person will show you, this entire road leads towards Punch, and before leading towards Punch, it goes towards the line of control between India and Pakistan, where our army posts are located. So we are very close to that location, which is just like in a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers. So every time Pakistan resorts to shelling, we can hear that sound as well. And when Indian army starts retaliating to those shelling, then we can hear that explosion as well, or that sound as well. But the explosion of neutralizing the Pakistan's drone is quite different from the sounds of shelling. So we can at least distinguish that perhaps it is the drones which are getting neutralized over our heads, or whether it is the shelling from Pakistani side.
Right, Vishnu, come in. We're getting more details at the moment. Our sources are indicating a Pakistani post and a terrorist launch pad were destroyed by the Indian army near Jammu, is what we're learning. Take us to the latest.
On screens very soon. This is infrared footage. I'm looking at it right now of a Pakistan post and a terrorist launch pad from where tube-launched drones were also being launched against India. That has been destroyed by the Indian army near Jammu. In fact, the footage is of a massive blast at that Pakistan army post. I'm looking at that. It's infrared footage. We should have that up on our screens in a little while from now. So that is yet another example of how all sorts of efforts were being made by Pakistan to send in drones. Drones can be used or deployed in several ways. There are tube-launched drones, which are often smaller drones. They fulfill different purposes. Some may be armed, some may not be armed. But these were being launched. As we know, there were potentially hundreds of drones launched into India yesterday. There were at least 26 areas, this according to what the government has been telling us yesterday. But the Indian army has retaliated. And this is a particular post, I would presume a relatively small one, because it's being described to me as being a terrorist launch pad from where tube-launched drones were being, that has been targeted and destroyed by the Indian army.
All right, we'll be putting out those visuals in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is what we're learning at the moment. Pakistani post and terrorist launch pads from where this tube-launched drones were being launched by Pakistan. These have been destroyed by the Indian army. These are the pictures on your TV screens there. That video that we've put out for you, for our viewers here, this has now been destroyed by the Indian army near Jammu. And this is the video now that has come in through defense sources. We understand the Pakistani post. This is the terror launch pad from where drones have been targeted towards India. Remember, this activity by Pakistan has been continuing since the last 2 to 3 days. They've been firing drones towards the Indian soil at various locations in India. And this is among one of the terror launch pads from where drones were being launched. That is what we are given to understand. And this post now, in a successful attempt by the Indian Army, has been destroyed near Jammu. This is what we are given to understand, is that this is somewhere near Jammu. And however, we'll try and get more details about that in just a bit. But this definitely comes as a major success, big success for the Indian armed forces. Those visuals on your TV screens there, viewers, you can clearly see how the Indian Army, Indian forces have hit back at Pakistan. All right, my colleague Vishnu with us, back with more details. Vishnu, that's the video.
Well,
now
I
that
just
was
want to
put
make
out.
sure that the footage that we see on your screens right now, which you've got up on the top left-hand side of your screen, is a base of the Pakistanis. I should mention that this is a small strike which went in from the Indian Army and that was launched. And that was destroyed, this particular base. So what we are being told is that this was a park post and a terrorist launch pad from where tube-launched drones were also being launched. That was destroyed by the Indian Army near Jammu. So there is two bits of footage over here. One shows what could well be, some sort of those tube-launched drones coming into our side. And that footage now that you see on your screen is of the area from where it was coming, completely destroyed. So the Indian Army has destroyed that. That is, a significant step right now that, west of Jammu from where these drones were coming in, that has been taken out. So that is important. It's a small part of what we are seeing. Would be a relatively small center where Pakistan was launching these tube-launched drones at us. But I think the larger picture that we are looking at right now, potential air battles over the skies of Jammu and Kashmir. Shiv and Nazir would know better, but perhaps there is a bit of a lull at this particular stage. But air defenses have been fully activated over there. The situation entirely live. Fighter aircraft were also involved in this, multiple explosions. There are all sorts of reports coming in on losses to Pakistani assets. We are not in a position to confirm these because while we've got information, we don't want to share it until there is an official word on it. But that gives you an idea of what was happening in Srinagar as well. From an international standpoint, the G7 has come out with statements. There's the Saudi foreign minister who's come out with statements, among others. Yes. So we need to also reflect how this is being looked at internationally, with several countries calling for de-escalation to take place.
Absolutely. All right. Vishnu, we'll come back to you as more information comes in. Meanwhile, this is the latest bit that we're picking up. My colleague Shiva Arur also with us on the broadcast here. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiva Arur, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the junkie brothers.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back after the break. Latest developments now coming in. We are learning that this is through confirmed sources that 3 air bases in Pakistan have been hit. India has retaliated and hit back at Pakistan after Pakistan has been engaging in nefarious activities in the last 2 to 3 days that we've seen, Aarti.
That's right, and a lot of developments this morning as well, Kitty. We've gotten information of India destroying a Pakistani post, a major development, a terror launch pad being destroyed there as well. This launch pad was being used to launch drones, which we've been seeing 26 locations as well since last night that were being targeted by Pakistan. And an unfortunate incident where a Jammu-Kashmir official has been killed in Poonch in a Pakistani shelling that was targeting his residence. Jammu-Kashmir CM as well has condoled his death. We've also been reporting explosions being heard in Srinagar. We've seen, you were there when you were able to hear when Shiv was reporting on ground in Srinagar as well, explosions. But those have been heard in Poonch, Rajouri, Aknoor, Udhampur, in Chandigarh now as well. We're hearing that explosions have been heard. And in Barmer, we've seen that projectile remains have been spotted, drones have been spotted in the air in Rajasthan as well. And Pakistani shelling has continued to damage civilian areas in Jammu.
So situation continues to be tense at the moment, and this conflict between India and Pakistan is further widening. My colleague Vishnu Shom also with us. We also have Brahma Chilani, strategic affairs expert, also with us. Major General G.G. Dwivedi also joining us on the broadcast here. Mr. Chilani, if I could come to you first, how do you look at the situation at the moment?
The developments since last night clearly show that there has been an escalation, that the drone warfare has actually now escalated to attacks on each other's air bases. India struck Rawalpindi air base, which was quite a hit. It also hit a military installation in Islamabad, so both the Pakistani capital and the headquarters of the Pakistan military, Rawalpindi, both came under precise Indian strikes. And since then, the Pakistanis have been seeking to avenge through a series of attacks on Indian cities or bases. And I think that even though this marks a sharp escalation, the death toll on either side so far remains relatively low, despite the rival use of tactical missiles and drones, including kamikaze drones or suicide drones, which are usually equipped with a range of advanced sensors, guidance systems, and explosive warheads. It'll be interesting to see as to what comes next, because you would recall that in the briefing last evening, the MEA has said that India's response had been proportionate, adequate, and responsible.
Right.
Proportionate.
Yes.
So India is giving back in equal measure. In other words, India is not seeking to escalate. It's seeking to hit back in similar domain and in similar style, but in a responsible manner. In other words, India is conveying to Pakistan that further escalation very much depends on Pakistan's actions.
Right. Right, and Vishnu, we have been reporting since this morning as well, the international forums and other countries that have come forward and asked for de-escalation. G7 had issued a statement, Saudi as well, and now there's statements coming in from the United States where they're saying President Trump wants to see the situation de-escalate between India and Pakistan.
That's absolutely right. And these international reactions are so important because countries around the world are now saying de-escalate to both India and Pakistan. But I just wanted to go across to General Dwivedi. Sir, the attacks which have been taking place on our territory have been very significant. There has been intense air activity over Srinagar. These are facts that we can report to you. We are now getting information of significant missile intercepts being done by Indian forces over even places like Sirsa, the details of which, we are waiting to corroborate, but the footage seems quite clear. In your mind, where is this headed?
Well, Vishnu, if you take the total 3 days picture and try to interpolate it, they have been, each day, there have been a quantum escalation, and it follows a military pattern that drones are basically, you carry out reconnaissance, surveillance, identify targets, and then comes the missiles and the air assets which take on the targets. So this is exactly what has happened today, that, the Fateh missile was fired, which have been neutralized over Sirsa, and we are witnessing a heated aerial activity in around Srinagar and along the line of control. Now here 2-3 points are very important. First and foremost is that if you see the analysis, India is getting a better of Pakistan because we have been able to hit their bases right into the gut of Pakistan, whether you take it Noor Khan, Rafiki or Murid. I mean, these are not the border areas. So we have been able to hit deep, whereas Pakistan has not been able to do that. So therefore, India enjoys a distinct edge. The second point is this is going to fluctuate because the issue is that we'll see more of missile activity and we'll see also more of aerial activity by the fighter jets. So what we can see now is that it'll be more of the activity both by the missiles and by the air. And the third point is Pakistan, because it cannot hit our military targets, it'll be hitting more of the civilian areas, whereas we have been confining ourselves mostly onto the military targets. And my last point is that this situation, what is developing, is very much a pattern that actually takes place when the low intensity, it catches on, escalation takes place. So we are in the almost third and fourth level of escalation, but Pakistan actually has initiated it, and now it's India's time. I think that two phrases...
Absolutely, General Dwivedi, I take your point. It is India's time to respond to this. Brahmachalani, in fact, there are indicators that India has responded to this. The Noor Khan airbase in Rawalpindi, there is footage of explosions over there, reports of explosions also at the Murid airbase and Rafiki airbase. Now, we don't know directly if the Indian Air Force was responsible for those explosions or blasts. Presumably, that may have been the case. If it is, this would be the first air attacks by India on these Pakistani airbases since the 71 war. Again, your thoughts on that?
Yes, Vishnu. In fact, this is the first time India has used unmanned aerial vehicles in combat. This is the first time India has struck Pakistani air bases since the 1971 war. So for India, this is a turning point. India's patience has worn thin, or in fact, it has worn out, and what we are seeing is a dramatic shift in India's strategic posture toward Pakistan. For so many years now, for decades now, India has allowed Pakistan to wage its quote-unquote war of 1,000 cuts with impunity. And now Operation Sindoor marks a turning point, and the success of Operation Sindoor will hinge on India taking this campaign to its logical conclusion in order to end the Pakistani military's general strategy of proxy warfare. India must ensure that Pakistan no longer can target innocent Indian civilians with impunity and that Pakistan will be held accountable for terrorist groups that it nurtures in its asymmetric warfare. Now, if that is the end objective, it's clear that this military campaign will not end quickly. India will have to sustain pressure on Pakistan. The question is whether it will remain a low-intensity military campaign or will it become of higher intensity. That is the only question that is still hanging over the developments since last night.
All right, Dr. Chilani, thanks very much for making those points. Let me go back to General Dwivedi at this stage. General Dwivedi, I think let's also look at the Indian response which has taken place. There have been any number of missile interceptions which Indian forces have carried out. There have been anti-drone measures as well. And there is clear evidence at this stage to suggest that there has been fighter activity by Pakistan and India also. How do you see India as having held up in the face of this latest Pakistani onslaught?
Well, Vishnu, in warfare, there are two dimensions. One is defensive and one is offensive. So as far as defensive warfare is concerned, I think India has put up a very robust air defense. And we have not been able to let Pakistan actually do any tangible damage. So that means that our defense was very robust and very strong. Secondly, we also have, exhibited our offensive capability. If we have been able to hit areas around Rawalpindi, Murik or Rafiqe, that means that we have been able to penetrate the Pakistani air defense. So that once again shows that we have an upper hand. But I like to make 2 points. You see, the way where the war is going today is going to be somewhere in the mid-intensity war. It is well crossed the threshold of low intensity. So we will be witnessing more of mid-intensity. I don't think Pakistan has the capability to take it up to the high intensity, though they said that they have declared the war, but Pakistan army will not like to fight a very full intense war. So they will continue to be more into the aerial domain. I don't think the ground forces have yet made any move, because that gives a very strong indication that then it is heading toward a high intensity war. So Vishnu, I feel that this mid-intensity engagement will continue. India has the upper edge. We have more sustenance and stamina. And I quite agree that this war, why we started it? India doesn't want war. We want to end terrorism. We want to, put deterrence in place. I think this war, if we are able to deter Pakistan, if we are able to defeat their proxy war, I think we have achieved our aim. Well, these losses and gains will not be material, but our end intent is to Pakistan.
General Dwivedi, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. I just want to remind our viewers about what the overall situation right now is before I hand back to Aarti and to Kitty. Firstly, there were intense air intrusions by Pakistani drones last night, approximately 26 areas. Some of these were armed drones. There have been civilians who've been injured. Very sad news coming in this morning that there has been an official in the Jammu and Kashmir government who's been killed as a result of Pak strikes in the Jammu area. There has been damage on the ground in Jammu as well. There have been several explosions which have been heard in the Srinagar area. My sources confirming that there has been intense air defense activity which involves the use of fighter aircraft. And finally, there have been reports of blasts in 3 Pakistani air bases. Is this an Indian counter which has taken place? That possibility cannot be ruled out. We're waiting for some sort of official statement. The 3 Pakistani air bases are the primary Pakistani air bases. They have never been struck since the 1971 war. The Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, the Murid Airbase in Chakwal, and the Rafiqi Airbase in Shorkot. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves by providing more information than we have. This is what is being shared by credible people online. We are waiting for more details on this.
That's right, Vishnu. And like you mentioned, the drone attacks that took place in 26 locations last night, one of them Firozpur as well. This morning as well, we've seen some drone activity in the airspace in Rajasthan. We've seen some explosions being heard in Chandigarh as well. Kitty, and we're also getting in information of some projectile remains that have been found in not just in Barmer, but in Himachal Pradesh as well.
Well, absolutely. Well, we understand this is a big escalation by India at this point in time after Pakistan has been engaging in all sorts of activities that trying to target our military establishments, firing drones at locations, several locations here across India. Well, those drones, of course, were intercepted because we have a robust system, air defense system that is keeping us all safe, of course, and our forces on the ground, which are pretty much active at this point in time in as my colleague Vishnu and Shiv also have been informing us that there is a lot of air activity that is taking place between India and Pakistan at the moment. We'll try and get more on that. But yes, we have this report from Firozpur. My colleague Gurpreet has filed this report on the drone activity that has taken place, and also 3 people who were injured in the Pakistan drone attack. Take a look.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is Khai Femeke, from where we have seen one incident had taken place. A Pakistani drone which was carrying bomb that had been thrown at this location, and we have seen from the video also when the family member, they were trying to save this vehicle which is badly burned because of this attack which was being carried out from Pakistan. We have seen multiple drone movement had been seen in this area, and specifically in Firozpur area, and we can see these pictures that how badly this vehicle was damaged here. So the pictures which were showing at this point of time, this is from one of the villages from district Firozpur. 3 family members who were already sitting here when the moment they saw some thing which was being dropped from sky towards this house, immediately they were trying to save this vehicle, but what we have seen, they were also engulfed in that fire, and they have got a lot of burn injuries. Some family members, they are also been here, so we will also talk. तो यहाँ पे गिरा था वो जो
इधर से आया था, सामने से गिरा, इधर से ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद सब आग लग गई इधर सर।
अच्छा, तो जो फैमिली मेंबर थे वो अंदर थे उस टाइम पे?
ना इधर बैठे थे, उसको भी आग लगी सामने से।
उनको भी आग लग गई?
वो दाखिल है अभी बागी हॉस्पिटल में, उनकी काफ़ी हालत ख़राब है।
ठीक है, तो पहले गिरा यहाँ पे था?
नहीं, इधर से गिरा था पहले, इधर से आया।
इधर से आया?
हाँ।
और इधर गिरा? और पहले उनको आग लगी?
हाँ, ब्लास्ट हो गया ये गाड़ी का।
ब्लास्ट हो गया। तो हम देख रहे हैं कई यहाँ पे बोरीज यूज की गई हैं ताकि
वो तो सारी इधर नीचे पड़ी थी, आग लगी ना उसके बाद। हाँ, वो बैंक दी बाहर से।
तो डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स भी हैं यहाँ पे, गायें हैं, मज्जे हैं, उनको भी कहते हैं कहीं ना कहीं
आग लग गई।
हाँ
जी सर।
तो अभी वो सभी के सभी हॉस्पिटल है। तो ये कितने के बजे ये वाक़या हुआ?
ये 8:40 के करीब सर।
8:40। आप भी यहाँ ही रहते हैं?
नहीं सर, मेरे ब्रदर हैं बड़े, हम तो गांव में रहते हैं, साथ गांव है हमारा।
हाँ। कह रहे पूरा गांव आ गया था, ऊपर से कह रहे कोई आग लगी हुई थी।
हाँ, ऊपर से गिरा है सर, पता नहीं क्या चीज़ गिरी है।
लखविंदर रखा का घर है
इधर से। हाँ,
तो उनके पत्नी है, वो कह रहे काफ़ी उनको
काफ़ी होगी, उनका आग लगी काफ़ी शरीर में। हाँ जी।
So, well, we have come to that spot and we are showing all these pictures that how this incident had been carried here. So, we have seen this, there was a huge movement of drones in this district, Firozpur, and specifically in this border area. We can see that how these things are being burnt at this point of time. We are showing all these, even these domestic animals which are also here. The buffaloes are here, and we have seen they have also got a lot of burn injuries. We have come to ground zero to show all these pictures and images and reporting from the ground at this point of time, that how the multiple drone movement, and what we have learned from the doctors also, they say it seems the drone was carrying bomb, and that bomb had been thrown from the sky to this various areas of Firozpur, and we are reporting from one of the villages from Firozpur, where we are showing that how this damage was carried out because of drone attack which was carried out. So this was a vehicle we have seen in one of the videos. They were trying to even douse fire when this vehicle caught fire because of that attack which was being carried with the help of drone, and multiple drones had been seen in this area today. There was a huge moment of these drones, and we have seen swarm drone attack can be seen as one of the main attack which was being carried out in Firozpur, and we are reporting from ground zero, showing all these images and pictures that how this drone attack was carried out in one of the villages in Firozpur. So this is the main bone of contention. We can see this vehicle caught fire first, and after that we have seen the family members were also seen one of the videos when they were trying to douse fire. Finally they have also caught fire, and all the three people, family members, they got severe burn injuries and they have been admitted to the hospital. We have seen the police official, they have come here, they have taken that explosive into their possession so that further investigation could be carried out. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, District Group Singh China for NDTV, Firozpur, Punjab.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better. More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises, and I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Good morning, viewers. For all of you who are joining us at this hour, there has been a massive escalation, big escalation. In fact, drones were launched by Pakistanis and befitting response given by India. Very responsible one, though. Vishnu Shom continues to track the story very closely. We have Shivarur joining us from Ground Zero. Also, Ghazali reporting from Rajouri. The headlines we are tracking. Pakistan escalates, drones launched, incessant shelling seen across multiple districts along the LOC. Government says threats being neutralized effectively. India repels multiple attacks by Pakistan. Pakistan targets Jammu, Rajouri towns with shelling. A senior Jammu-Kashmir official is killed in this shelling. Explosions heard in Srinagar. NDTV reports from the ground. You can see those images of Shivarur. He was reporting live when he heard those explosions, and it was captured on our camera. Indian Army destroys Pakistan terror launch pads. Sources say that Pakistan post across Jammu used for drone launch.
blasts reported at 3 Pakistan air bases. Noor Khan Air Base, a crucial one, in fact, a facility which is seen as one of Pakistan's most sensitive military compounds, housing both Air Force operations and VIP transport units, hit. Pakistan now shuts down its airspace for all civilian flights. Powerful explosions were reported early Saturday across multiple Pakistan air bases, including a critical installation near the capital city of Islamabad, which has forced the Pakistan government now to shut down the country's airspace to civilian and commercial traffic movements. Multiple explosions were also heard in Srinagar this morning, hours after India repelled Pakistani drone attacks. What we can tell our viewers at this point is that there has been a casualty. Senior official of Jammu and Kashmir has been killed. That news was shared by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah some time back. Government has said that it is responding to Pakistani drones attack in equal measure. Drones have been deployed and threats neutralized swiftly is what the government of India, the defense ministry, is saying. Pakistan terror launch pads have been effectively destroyed. Army briefing is going to take place at 10 a.m. now. Vishnu Shom is joining us. Vishnu, it all begins early morning, and is it all calm now, or are the explosions still being heard?
I think that's a great question, Maria, and I think I would that as far as the air activity over Srinagar is concerned, there appears to be a lull. Otherwise, it stopped altogether. What we can share is that we are very much in a fog of war situation. This is the worst that we've seen since the 1971 war. There are multiple reports of airstrikes which may have been conducted on Pakistani air bases. There is footage being put out by respected and social media commentators of the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, a huge explosion over there, a lot of smoke over there. Is that an Indian counterattack which has gone in? Why a counterattack? Because yesterday there were approximately 26 areas in India which were targeted by Pakistani drones, or where there were drone intrusions. I use the word targeted because some of these drones, perhaps many of them, were armed drones as well, as a result of which yesterday there were injuries of people in the ground in certain areas. Today, we can confirm the death of one civilian in Jammu. We can also confirm that there has been damage on the ground in buildings in Jammu. We can also confirm, and I want to use my words carefully over here, that the entire air defense network of the Indian Air Force in Jammu and Kashmir, if not elsewhere, has been activated and that includes the use of fighter aircraft. All right. So were there dogfights? Were there long-range engagements? All of that we do not know. There are some reports of damage to Pakistani assets as well. We don't want to comment on more than that, even though we are being told at this stage there's a press conference coming in at 10 o'clock. I can also share one little piece with you on that Noor Khan Air Base. In terms of more evidence, using NASA sensors, OSINT experts, many of whom I interact with, have been able to detect a significant fire spot, which means that there has been an active fire in that area or at that airbase, which is important because it's very close to Islamabad. It's close to the general headquarters, which makes it a critical command, a hub for command of the Pakistani Air Force. And it has a huge role. You've got tankers over there. You've got transports over there. So, it is important what has taken place over there. Pakistan belatedly has finally shut down their airspace. Remember, they were not willing to do that. But they've done that now, which is an indicator of the seriousness of the situation.
Okay, so we are looking at 3 Air Force installations where blasts were heard in Pakistan: Noor Jahan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Murid Air Base in Chakwal, and Rafiki Air Base in Jang. That's what Pakistan's military is claiming, Shiv. But where you're reporting from, I can see Nazir Masoodi also joining us. We have Gurpreet Chinna. Good morning to all of you, but it's been early morning, drones, explosions and reports coming in of severe escalation which has happened. All right, Ghazali, I'm coming to you. Just in 30 seconds. But before that, let's bring in Shiv. Shiv, the question is all okay right now in Srinagar? It's been, of course, a morning of explosions and drone attacks, but what about now?
A little bit of a tense calm, to be honest, Maria, at this point of time, because we've just had a very, very sort of turbulent few hours since the morning. There have been at least 14 explosions, as Vishnu was explaining. We do know that there is air activity. Several different officials have come forward with pieces of information that we won't be commenting on until that 10 a.m. press conference, where we're hoping for clarity. We've also gotten reminders from the military about talking about specifics right now because it's difficult. But what we can be reasonably certain about and report, Maria, is that Srinagar was on target today and probably is on target as we bring you this broadcast. Whether it was drones, whether it was fighter aircraft, whether it was missiles, we can be certain about the drones because we heard those interceptions. There were two loud explosions that we heard when I was reporting earlier this morning. I am told that those were not drones. Those could be bigger aircraft, but again, we don't know that yet. We do know that state authorities and officials are apparently out in places like Pahalgam, Baramulla, and some areas north of Srinagar to look for debris of possible Pakistani air assets that may have fallen there. So the nature of this air battle is still shrouded in a fog of war, as Vishnu put it, but we are trying to get more information. Tellingly, Maria, a 5:45 a.m. press conference scheduled in an unprecedented short notice manner by the army has been postponed to 10 a.m. precisely for this reason, because of the absolute flood of developments that are taking place across sectors, whether it is from Srinagar, where I'm reporting from, whether it is the Jammu sector, where Ghazali is, whether it is the Punjab division, where Gurpreet is, where Vishnu is reporting from Delhi as well. Remember, there has been chatter online that there may have been a missile strike headed towards some of India's big cities, and it was intercepted over Sirsa. So all of these, rapidly escalating strands are taking place, and it all began at about 3:30 in the morning today with information about India striking 3 air bases in Pakistan, which you just shared with our viewers, including Murid, Noor Khan and Rafiqi. A fighter base, a UAV base, and the main base of the Pakistan military right there in Chaklala, Rawalpindi, Maria.
Yes, and that's the air base which is adjacent to Pakistan's military headquarters, and it is less than 10 kilometers from Islamabad. And what is seen now is that, and as Vishnu was reporting, Islamabad has immediately now shut down its airspace for all civilian and commercial traffic. Nazir is joining us. Nazir, it's been a turbulent few hours and quite a tensed calm, as Shiv was perhaps rightly putting it. What about where you are in Pahalgam? What are you seeing?
Well, it's fast-moving situation and a terrible situation, which is we are seeing since last night and particularly this morning. Last night was a horror for many places across Jammu and Kashmir, and there have been multiple attacks on military assets, particularly the air bases. Most of the attacks have been neutralized. Drones, we have seen pictures from different places where they have been neutralized, they have been shot down. There are projectiles which have hit even the civilian areas, be it in Jammu or in Srinagar. In Srinagar, in a place called Lasjan, which is right next to the 15 Corps headquarters, where a civilian structure has been hit by projectiles, or they have been shot down by our air defense system. Both ways, but it has fallen on some civilian structure. There's some damage also. 3 civilians, including a senior administration official, have been killed in Pakistani shelling. Night was really a nightmare for the people living near the border and also in the cities, because last evening we saw a lot of activity and firing and explosion in Srinagar near airport, where there was drones were engaged, and finally they were either forced to flee or back, or they were shot down. Or same situation was in Udhampur also, where airbase was targeted. Sources say there's no report of any casualty when the airbase was hit. And same is true about Jammu, where there has been, these civilian structures have been targeted in Arispora civilian population has been targeted. Also, same is true about Samba, Poch and Rajouri, as we talked about. Ghazali is there in Rajouri. The senior official, why I'm talking about him, because I personally knew Rajkumar Thapa, one of the wonderful JK government officials I knew, and humble officer, dedicated officer. He didn't leave the place despite knowing the fact that it is under shelling, it would be targeted. He was there, working there, trying to reach out to people, helping them. Yesterday, he was accompanying JNK's Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary, who was sent there to assess the damage and see how people can be evacuated and relief can is reached out to them. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is camping in Jammu after he saw for 2 days the air activities and Pakistan trying to target Jammu city. He is today also expected to go to meet these displaced people and in Jammu area and in adjacent areas. So it is really a chaotic situation. It was a night was a nightmare, and morning was literally a horror in many places, including 2 capital cities, Srinagar and Jammu.
It's been uncertain third consecutive night. Pakistan launched swarms of drones targeting, Indian cities. It came in from multiple sides. Multiple Indian cities were under target, but India has, of course, responded to it in equal measure. The defense system, as Vishnu was putting it out, has been activated. The entire defense system in Jammu and Kashmir is activated at the moment after this wave of attacks which came in from the Pakistani side. And India has responded in equal measure, is what we can tell our viewers. Of course, an assessment is being made by the Indian Army. That is the reason why the press conference, which was earlier scheduled at 5:45, will be now held at 10 a.m. Ghazali is joining us live from Rajouri. Ghazali, what is the situation right now?
See, right now the situation is calm and tense because the entire city is shut. Loud explosions are being heard after every short while in a gap of 15 to 20 minutes. We know that, as Nazir was reporting, that one senior official of the Jammu administration here in Rajouri, the additional deputy commissioner, has been killed due to the aerial strike near his residence. So, and many residential area has come under the aerial strike since last evening. First there was shelling here in Rajouri, then there was drone attack. The Indian Army kept neutralizing those drone attacks in the air. We could hear that explosion. And then since 4:30 a.m., 5:30, between 4:30 to 5:30 a.m. in the morning, we started hearing loud explosions. And later we found that there are many houses in the Rajouri district, in the city areas as well, those which have been hit by the Pakistan's attack. So a deep strike inside the urban areas from Pakistan. Right now, we are seeing people moving out of this location. A lot of people from this area has left it and they are moving towards Jammu, towards safer locations. The administration has asked everyone to stay indoors, to remain indoors. The entire city is shut, not just here in Rajouri, but also in the neighboring district of Poonch.
Vishnu, you had put out a video of the Indian Army which destroyed Pakistani posts and terrorist launch pads near Jammu, which were being used for launching tube-launched drones against India. What exactly are these tube-launched drones?
Let's play. In fact, we've got that video out on the top right-hand side of the screen. This is very important because yesterday, as you can see, there are tube-launched drones being launched in India's direction, and this video is of the Indian counterattack on that position of terrorists near Jammu, which has been destroyed by the Indian Army. So again, you can see what I think are tube-launched drones. I'll tell you what that is in a moment, but those are drones directed against Indian territory. You can see all of those drones coming inbound. But in the last couple of hours, India has destroyed the launch site of those drones, which was in the broader Jammu area. What are tube-launched drones? Drones come in all sizes, come in all shapes, all capabilities. Some are small, some are very large, some are armed, some are unarmed, some are for reconnaissance missions, some are tactical drones meant to take out soldiers. They can be launched in various ways. They can be launched off the back of trucks. They can be flown like aircraft off runways, or they can actually be fired off tubes. This is a tube-launched drone, not one, but several, which went up, which would indicate that these are likely short-range drones. We do not know if they had warheads, one way or the other. The area where these were being launched from has been destroyed by the Indian Army. The next video that you see on your screen there that shows that that site has been destroyed by the Indian Army in Pakistan.
Okay. Shiv Arur continues to be with us. Shiv, what we have been sensing certainly is that there is not going to be a sudden stop in this ongoing escalation between the two nations of war, which is happening now. Do you get a sense that, the step-by-step de-escalation that we have been talking about, that is not really anywhere near the site?
A very good question, Maria, and I think I'll answer it by saying that there are two things parallelly happening right now. Arab News has just reported that there is a senior Pakistan minister who's talking about de-escalation, but I think you and I both know that the rules of engagement have changed drastically. The paradigm has completely shifted last night, ever since Pakistan late last evening began to target Indian population centers. And for the first time in Operation Sindoor, the Indian government and the Indian military have struck directly at Pakistan military establishments. So far, remember, there was restraint, operating under the domain of what Pakistan is doing, giving Pakistan a window of opportunity to cool things down and de-escalate. But with population centers coming under attack yesterday and today, what India has basically signaled is we are taking the initiative to raise the bar, raise the intensity, and throw the earlier rules of engagement completely out of the window. This means that Pakistani population centers, Pakistani civilian centers, Pakistani military bases, as we just saw in Murid, Noor Khan and Rafiki, are fair game for India. 3 bases have been destroyed. We are expecting to hear at 10 a.m. that there may be even more offensive actions detailed by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. The nature of this warfare is changing rapidly. Like we saw here in Srinagar, Maria, things have gone from drones to possibly, manned fighter aircraft. We are chasing that strand of this story, which is developing very rapidly as well. But I think the window of opportunity for de-escalation, which always exists theoretically, is shrinking to a troubling degree, especially in the last 12 hours, given that Pakistan has signaled that not once, not twice, but thrice, it is willing to actually send, weapons of destruction at Indian civilian centers, not just at the line of control in small villages, but big cities as well, including here in Srinagar. That has flipped the switch as far as the Indian military is concerned, and that's why India has said, okay, one red line has been crossed, we are stepping across it and going after military bases in Pakistan.
Okay, and update also coming in now of the press briefing, which was earlier scheduled at 10, will now happen at 10:30. Aishwarya Jain is reporting on this. Aishwarya, a great degree of preparation is needed whenever press conferences have to be held during the times of war that we are in. It cannot be, sudden, and that is the reason why I want to know, will that be the same combination, same formulation of the Foreign Secretary and the 2 women officers who will be addressing the press conference?
Well, India is making sure that every information that the government is passing should be authentic and should be well reflected as well, and therefore the earlier press conference that was announced was delayed to garner more information from the operation sites and from the troops and officials deployed in the regions as well, and therefore the reason perhaps now the revised timings have come. It will be at 10:30 at Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan. The same combination, the same trio, Foreign Secretary, Wing Commander and the Colonel from the Army would be briefing, is something that we have been told about the details of the operation that is ongoing in the conflict zones across Jammu and Kashmir and the international border areas. What we've been also told as far as the top leadership, the top dispensation of the country is concerned, they are closely monitoring each and every situation. Yesterday night we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding meetings, sharing sharing that with the tri-service chiefs, the NSG, the CDS as well. And today at 10 a.m. we have been told that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would be again chairing an important meeting with the tri-service chiefs along with the CDS and the NSA Ajit Doval. There are these crucial high-level meetings, strategic in nature, as to how India is responding to Pakistan's coordinated attack on the Indian territories via drones and missiles, and how India is responding it in a very effective way. Certainly more details will come out as videos and proofs had also been showcased by the Indian Army time and again as to how India is neutralizing the Pakistani terror infrastructures and how India is retaliating to Pakistani military attack on the Indian soil as well.
A word now from Gurpreet, who's joining us from Firozpur. Loud explosions have been heard in Firozpur also this morning. Remember, all begins roughly around 5:30 a.m. and then, multiple Indian cities were also on the Pakistani radar. Drones were sent also to New Delhi is what sources are telling us. So certainly there is a sense of calm, but also a sense, mixed sense of some turbulent times that we saw early morning, but all appears to be lull at the moment. Gurpreet, you woke up to explosions, sounds of explosions. What are you seeing at the moment?
Well, Maria, we have seen at about 4:30 or 4:45 p.m. There was a siren which has been given by the local administration to give that there is some tension on this Firozpur border. We have seen within a last 15 minutes, multiple times siren had been used to just make the residents of this area familiar with the situation on the ground, what is happening. If we can talk about border area, not only here in border area Firozpur, we have seen some visuals which we got from the fields of Amritsar district, also in the border area from Gurdaspur also. They have already recovered drones from there, and some parachute jackets are also been recovered from that places. Somewhere down the lane, what we have learnt from the local administration, they are totally in touch. Multiple mock drills had already been conducted so that the people of these regions, specifically the border area, they should be familiar, and the moment they heard a siren, they should know what will be the next going to be happen in the coming time. If we can talk about this border area, we have seen earlier there was a huge moment which was reported in Firozpur last night also. We have seen multiple drone had been spotted on this place, and one drone attack which has been carried out in one of the villages in this Firozpur. We have seen the 3 family members, they have already got burn injuries, they are already under the treatment. After that, we have seen here in Firozpur and Bathinda also, they have already issued a red alert. But as of now, we have seen with the professional coordination with the defense forces also, very professionally, the message is going to be people, so that there should not be panic at all. But life is as normal. I'll request my Vijay to show the people, they are facing the challenges, but they are still carrying their life as it is, because if we can talk about the local administration, multiple siren had been given here so that the people should be familiar with the situation on the ground. And not only in Firozpur, what we have learned, the reports which is coming from Punjab, from Hoshiarpur, from Amritsar, from Patiala, from various locations we are getting, there are some moments. And in Sirsa, what we have learned, that missile or maybe something which was seen in the sky last night, that had been neutralized, and now all the officials are going on. Here we have seen in Punjab, when our defense forces, they were analyzing, we have seen various military stations, and the military area was under the target of Pakistan. Here in Firozpur, we have a very important depots for army depots, and since we have also got information a few minutes back in Bathinda, there was again attack attempt to target such places. So as of now, we have seen in Batinda, Deputy Commissioner has also given a red alert so that the people are being appealed by the local administration. They should not come out of their houses and stay safe inside their houses. So as of now, if we can talk about this border area, we have seen multiple steps had been taken by the Punjab government, and all the Punjab government ministers, they have been sent to the border area so that they will be able to take a stock of situation, and they are going to deal with the situation if there is any emergency and warlike situation if it is coming to this border area. So we have to wait and watch, because one side we have seen the multiple siren here in Firozpur, which was being used for the last 15 minutes continuously to give a very, very strong message to people of this Firozpur city that they should stay inside, and they should deal with this challenge which has come on this border in Firozpur. Back to studio.
Yes, so Indians are displaying resilience even as India launched retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani cities, including Islamabad, Rawalpindi and Lahore. This was in response to repeated ceasefire violations which has happened across the border as tensions escalate between the two countries. Nazir Masoodi continues to be with us. And Nazir, the killing which has happened of the additional district development commissioner, Rajkumar Thapa, you had met him. Of course, this is an extremely sad moment and devastating news which is coming in from Rajouri, a dedicated officer of the Jammu and Kashmir administration. He was accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister only yesterday, and there was a shelling which happened right outside his house, and he has lost his life.
Well, before I come to that point, which is shocking, not just it is a officer has been killed on his duty when he was on his duty, but I personally knew him, and that there's a personal relation also. But there's important piece of news. I checked with both police and the army senior officers. Number one, there was attempted to target Srinagar at the military installations or Air Force station. And that target has been filed. They suspect they may have shot down the, two aircraft, these jets, but unless they see the debris, this wreckage, nothing can be conclusively said. Both top officers of the police and the army are telling me this. Teams are out to see if actually they have been able to, shot down this Pakistani jets, which they suspect. There were certain projectiles which they used to try to target in Srinagar city, which they have been foiled. There's no report of any loss of life in Srinagar. And also, despite the fact that this airbase in Udhampur was targeted, there's no loss of life. This is what senior army officials in the Northern Command are saying. So it is important to know there was attempt to target Srinagar, Udhampur, Jammu and Avantipura also, but all of them appears to have been foiled. And in Udhampur, there's no loss of life according to top officials. And police are also saying they have sent teams in the city to see if there is any wreckage that can on the ground, which will actually prove if these two aircrafts, these fighter jets have been shot down. But they suspect they may be, because there was a lot of engagement. India's integrated air defense system is fully activated, and it has filed most of the attempts or the targets which Pakistan tried to make for the last 24 hours in Jammu and Kashmir. And now I'll come to that, this Rajouri thing. Rajkumar Thapa, I have seen him working at different places, different positions. One of the very dedicated and competent officer. This morning, he was at his home official residence in Rajouri, where a Pakistani shell fired by Pakistan, which often they have hit the civilian areas, and it hit that residential quarters of the government in Rajouri. Rajkumar Thapa was killed in that. He was immediately shifted to hospital where he was declared broad dead. There is a young, just 2-year-old baby, Arsha Noor. She was also killed in Pakistani shelling. 3 civilians have been killed since this morning. That is the confirmed report. So that is the kind of situation, innocent people they bear the brunt of shelling from across the border. As hostilities and confrontation clash have reached a different level, it is nothing less than a war. What is happening in Jammu and Kashmir and other parts of the country,
Nazir,
as India has hit
you're
back and hit
cautiously
very hard.
using the word it is nothing less than a war. Isn't it already a war?
Really declared. So we'll be a bit cautious whatever we say, whatever we report.
Sure.
So when we say talk about, we may be knowing, but we use very carefully. There was some projectiles which were fired, unless it is officially said whether it was a drone or a missile. So we are very careful whatever we report. And when we report about there has been a lot of the Pakistani jets have been shot down, maybe they may have been, and there is a search going on to see the wreckage. If they find that wreckage, we can confirm to you. I have checked with senior army officers, senior police officers of Jammu and Kashmir police. So they are saying they are searching the area. Teams have gone out. And also, if that is the case, then they have to look for also the pilots.
Yes.
They may ejected to capture them also.
Yes. So, Shiv, I'm coming to you in just a bit and to discuss the significance of these 3 air bases which India has attacked in Pakistan, inside Pakistan, I would say. But before that, I can see Harsha joining us as well. Harsha, there seems to be a temporary lull this morning right now after a very, very turbulent last few hours. Are the explosion sounds still being heard? And what are you picking up from Rajasthan overall scenario? How many cities targeted? How many drones were sent by the Pakistanis? Any assessment?
Well, yes, last evening and early this morning, there has been reports of drone attacks. So Jaisalmer city saw a little bit of attack, not that much. In fact, it was quite calm in Jaisalmer, though the sirens were going off for a long time. But since we were out, out in the open, we didn't see that many attacks happening, nor has there been much reported here. But a little away from Jaisalmer towards the rural areas in 2 villages, there definitely have been reports of, explosives or things which look like missiles, falling into fields. In one place where it fell, it also set off a little fire, and then it turned into a white powder-like substance. So the police, the administration is reaching there. Apart from that, Pokhran definitely saw a lot of activity last night, not early this morning, not reported from Pokhran. Barmer, again, remember, very important in terms of, various installations that the country has there. So Barmer has seen a lot of activity last night and early this morning at about 4:10, 5. That was the time that, there was a lot of activity. Again, in Barmer, in Balotra, 2 fields close by, they have, sent us visuals of what has fallen in those fields. One of them, again, like my colleague was saying, Nasir, it looks like some kind of a projectile. Of course, I'm not authorized to explain those. I'm sure you will analyze and detail those as we go on. But as of now, Maria, sense of calm definitely in the border areas. But the western border with Pakistan, over 1,000 kilometers in Rajasthan, is on high alert. There has been drone activity. It usually happens at night and early hours of the morning. And now, once the sun is high in the sky, no activity actually reported at all.
Okay. Let's talk about the 3 air bases which were targeted by India. Shiv, the Noor Khan Air Base serves primarily as a logistics and refueling hub. The Murid Air Base in Pakistan's is Pakistan's principal unmanned aerial vehicle installation, and then there is the 3rd air base as well. When you look at this, is essentially India's retaliation of what has been repeated attack on Indian civilian and military installations by Pakistanis for the last 72 hours.
That is correct, Maria. And let's go through each of those air bases one by one and tell our viewers what the significance is and what is also there at those air bases. Remember, the only thing we're going by are those videos. The government of Pakistan has acknowledged airstrikes on those 3 air bases. The Noor Khan Air Base is the biggest of the 3. It is in Chaklala, which is in Rawalpindi, just 10 kilometers from Islamabad. It contains a VIP squadron for Pakistan's military leadership, including General Asim Munir of the Pakistan Pakistan Army, all of their senior politicians fly from this airport. So very big. It has refueling aircraft. It has all the VIP aircraft. And like you said, it is a maintenance hub. The second biggest of the three bases that have been struck is Rafiqi Airbase in Shorkot in Punjab. This is a frontline fighter base, Maria. It houses a JF-17 fighter squadron. JF-17, as you know, is a Chinese fighter, which has also been used against India, including last evening. There's another squadron that has Mirage 5 fighters as well. So Mirage 5 and JF-17 fighter base has been bombed. And the third base is PAF base Murid, which is in Chakwal district of Punjab, also not very far from the border. This, as you rightly said, is an unmanned aircraft squadron base, presumably from where some attack drones may have been launched against India as part of the three waves that we've seen so far. It appears that most of the drones that operate from this base called Murid, Maria, are of Turkish origin. Remember, the Indian government in its press conference yesterday had said that that drone swarm that was sent at India were all of mostly of Turkish origin. So this, I'm looking at some open source information on the Murid base, the Bayraktar TB2 unmanned combat aerial vehicles, etc., which have been used to great effect in the Ukraine war, are also housed here. So Turkey clearly emerging as a very, very serious supporter and partner, funder, armor, really, of the terrorist state that we now know Pakistan to be. There has been information coming out through the interwebs and some summaries of information that has been released by some government ministries suggesting that certain other installations and bases may also have been struck. But the damage to these three bases appears to be, at least from the Pakistan side, acknowledged at this time, Maria.
Absolutely. Shiv, thank you so much for joining us. And now Pakistan has been prompted now to shut down its airspace completely for all civilian and commercial aircrafts, is what we can tell our viewers as well. Joining us now is Rubindra Sajdev, who is a foreign affairs expert. We will be joined by Ambassador Dogra as well. Rubindra Sajdev, how do you look at this morning? It has been a tough morning, a morning in which India has retaliated and has gone right inside. It has gone to Rawalpindi, to Islamabad, to send a message to the Pakistanis that when it is about retaliation, then India can respond. A response, though, has been extremely responsible in nature.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you and your audiences. With your permission, I'll step back and look at a slightly bigger picture over the past one day, which I think I've been trying to figure out. You know, these drones which Pakistan has been launching, and yesterday, Secretary Ministry said that most of them were intelligence drones of Songar, Turkish origin, right? To me, it seems that what's been happening, so most of them were surveillance, some of them were armed, and the ones which are armed, or the Songar drones, they either carry a LMG, like machine gun, or a grenade launcher with one grenade or two. So if these drones are meant to attack, let's say, an airport, I mean, how much can a grenade impact an airbase? For that, you need more, explosive power. So these drones, to my mind, which Pakistan has been launching the previous 2 nights, are actually a probing mission to figure out our air defenses. Okay, they are being shot down, sure, but they are capturing the electronic data, the footprint data, etc., feeding back. Now, each of these drones cost around $50,000 odd. Once they figured out, okay, where the gaps are, they will figure out perhaps there are some gaps, and then they launch their bigger drones, which are high explosive, like the Bayraktar. But the Bayraktar, one drone each is about 5 to 10 to 20 million. There's Anka also. So anywhere from $1 million to $20 million. So what I think, one strategy, it seems to me, I may be speculating, but it seems to be connecting the dots, is that as far as the drones are concerned, they are being used to collect, probe our air defense systems, and then a subsequent whatever action would come. And of course, our air defense would counter that again, right? And also one more thing regarding drones, very often in the early days, it was mentioned our S-400 systems are taking them down. No. For these low-flying and small objects, there are lower levels of air defense. So when it's a Bayraktar kind of a thing or a ballistic missile, then our S-400 gets activated, I think, and for some lower also. So that's the big picture. So now, today morning, it seems that Pakistan has launched an operation, right? They've given it a name also, I think Banya Marsu or something, which is fighting in the cause of Allah. Last night, we struck their air bases, right? So now it seems that the overall spiral has gone up. Okay, the overall spiral has gone up. Now it's more, heavy
Ravinder
duty.
Sachdev, since you just said and spoke about that name of this operation, how is it really fighting in the name of Allah? You're killing our civilians. I mean, even Allah would
any
not
army.
allow such
Sure.
dastardly killing.
Absolutely agree,
Completely unarmed civilians being killed on Indian soil.
Totally
I mean,
agreed, but
this
you
is
see,
not jihad. This is
no.
nothing but some kind of a man who has decided to take the entire country down a completely dangerous path.
No,
It
absolutely
is
agreed,
General
but
Munir who has to explain to Allah perhaps as to what he is doing.
oh, absolutely yes. But it's a fact of life. All armies around the world give the opium, give the motivation of a religion or some historic figure or something to motivate their soldiers to fight. Right. So, I mean, it's well understandable. But on the other hand, absolutely right. I mean, what is being done in the name of God is not godliness, to say the least. And especially given Munir's stance, he comes across clearly a black and white guy. He believes in a black and white. He thinks that Muslims and Hindus cannot coexist, and Muslims of Pakistan have maybe a holy duty, a bounden duty to go on a jihad or be Ghazis, and with respect to India. So that's absolutely there. But coming to today's thing, so now it seems that it's more heavy duty weapons being used. We've also struck now another point regarding air defenses. So Pakistan was using drones of $50,000 each to probe our, electronic footprints, but $50,000. We launched on the first night, remember the 9 locations that we struck with Harpo drones, which are probably over $1 million each. So that means we were more confident. We knew their air defenses and the gaps, etc. And that, so, we are hitting with a high value object because we are sure that we will reach our weaponry will not be intercepted and destroyed. So that means we had a better idea, or the Harpo is a better, drone with stealth features or whatsoever. And we were confident of that. So we invested more money, notionally speaking, more resource, to take out the targets in Pakistan vis-a-vis what Pakistan has been attempting the last 2 days. Now it seems that last night we struck air bases, right? And in the morning, Pakistan is now retaliating. Now we are hearing more about missiles, it seems, right? From what I can gather. Sure, drones all over. Okay, still maybe the Sago drones, intelligence gathering or carrying some, explosives, 5 kilo, 10 kilo. The total weight of the most of these drones, if it's Songar, is only 45 to 50 kilogram, which includes the airframe and all, etc. Right. So, but now what we are listening, and with your excellent team on the ground, I think perhaps you have one of the most extensive on-ground gathering teams. We are getting more details of missiles. There's a missile shot down over Sirsa, okay, which was apparently headed to Delhi. Now, I don't know, it's not confirmed, but I think I just saw it in fleeting headlines somewhere or the other. So now it seems that the escalation has certainly gone up.
Ravinder Sachdev, thank you so much for joining us. Shivarur continues to be with us. Shivarur, so what we can tell our viewers at the moment is that India launched retaliatory strikes at major 3 cities, including Islamabad, Rawalpindi and Lahore. And this was in response to what India has been saying, repeated ceasefire violations, which has happened for the last 72 hours across Indian cities, not just the LOC. Pakistan has repeatedly targeted Indian military installations, attempted to target, I would use that word, and has also targeted civilians. Shiv has spoken to, civilians who have lost their lives, their families who have lost their lives, and it's a very, heartbreaking picture to see that how Pakistan continues to operate with this kind of brazenness and then has the audacity to justify it on the international platforms, and then also manages $1 billion from the IMF.
Very true, Maria. And, not just villages on the line of control, but India's big population centers, including here in Srinagar, other big cities in that list that they've been trying to hit with drones. I just have a quick update for you and our viewers, Maria, right now. I've just gotten off the phone with my sources in the military establishment, and they say that the postponement of the press conference from 5:45 this morning to 10 o'clock, and now that joint government briefing of the MOD and the MEA at 10:30 a.m., which we will of course be having live here on NDTV, was principally because there was a huge amount happening just around that time, and therefore the government said, let's do it a little later when we have something even more to announce. So I don't want to conjecture on what that is, but it is likely to be fairly significant. Apart from the three cities that you just named in Pakistan and those three bases we were discussing earlier, I am hearing that it is bigger than that in terms of the number of targets that have apparently been engaged inside Pakistan. The nature of the targets, of course, are all military infrastructure, things like that. Three big air bases, of course. It doesn't get more military really than that. And striking in Rawalpindi is the heart of the Pakistan military, as you rightly pointed out a little earlier. So the kind of battlefield that is playing out right now and has been playing out actually since last night is very, very energized. It's completely lit up. It's very active. It's like a radar map where things are moving constantly, and so we've got multiple proverbial moving targets as news gatherers looking at all these strands come together. But here on NDTV, as we always say, we will be depending only on that authentic information. And what is also completely clear right now is that even as you and I give our viewers this broadcast right now, Maria, this morning, Indian cities are clearly under attack by a terrorist state that takes money from the IMF and diverts it towards sending munitions toward population centers housed by millions of civilians. We've already heard of injuries in a drone attack in Firozpur last evening. I'm sure as the day wears on, we will hear about more damage. I've received some videos from Jammu and elsewhere. So this is a very much a story, as we constantly say, that is evolving. It is in motion. And at 10:30 a.m., I think we will have something very solid to hear from the government.
Since we are speaking about IMF, a word now on why India abstained, and I'll ask the producers to put that graphics up because that's what government sources are telling us, that India abstained from the IMF voting on approval of that loan, not due to lack of opposition, but because IMF rules do not permit a formal no vote. And by abstaining, Shiv, India has conveyed its strong dissent within the constraints of the IMF's voting system. So it's perhaps that entire, the functioning of these international institutions which has to be questioned more than anything else, and how they are becoming irrelevant in current times. India, in fact, went on to strongly highlight Pakistan military's continued dominance in economic affairs, which undermines transparency, civilian oversight, and sustainable reforms. That's what Government of India sources are telling us. And India also questioned the effectiveness of ongoing IMF assistance, noting that Pakistan has received support in 28 of the past 35 years, including 4 programs in just the last 5 without meaningful or lasting reforms. So Pakistan does nothing but continues to get support from the IMF, Shiv, and it is largely driven, and the lobbying that happens is led by its all-weather friend, which is China.
I couldn't agree more with you, Maria, and I'm really glad you've put that out here because I think in the current context, the International Monetary Fund is basically a bankroller of terrorism. It has handed funds to a terrorist state. It has basically funded a country that is waging war against population centers in the country 2 weeks after sponsoring terrorists to murder Indian tourists in Pahalgam. The International Monetary Fund, is we can dismiss dismiss it as a bloodless, soulless organization that needs to do the things that it needs to do because of many geopolitical pressures, like you rightly pointed out, China, etc. But, China, we do know, has a track record and a history of siding with Pakistan and trying to block global efforts in proscribing terror within Pakistan. That is a known devil. But I think the point that you made is perhaps the most important one, which is what about the other countries? What about the United States? What about European countries that did not abstain in this particular vote, considering that they've got so many duplicitous things to say about terrorism? And at this point of time, at a time when India is attacking Pakistan, Pakistan is using terror against India, is attacking Indian population centers. They've handed them $1 billion. So I think everyone's sort of very decaying view of these global institutions stands proven today. And I think questions will also need to be asked about why, in this current circumstance, our own diplomatic machinery was not able to, stop the IMF from handing Pakistan another $1 billion. I'm sure there are reasons for that. These institutions don't tend to do anything but go with their own political and geopolitical compulsions. But the questions will be, of course, asked here on NDTV. It's very clear that the IMF is a sponsor of terror in this context.
Absolutely. Shiv, continue to be with us because more details have come in now from the Indian Army, and we are flashing that on our television screens as well. And Shiv, you'll add to this, Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continued along our western border is what the Indian Army says. In one such incident today at approximately 5 a.m., multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa Cant in Amritsar, and hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable. Indian Army will thwart enemy designs. So Indian Army also putting out a detailed tweet here, Shiv, and they are saying that at 5 a.m. is when drones were spotted flying over Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The significance of this Cant, Shiv, in Amritsar.
Maria, I've just seen the video that the army has tweeted out officially. This is a Turkish drone for sure. It's an armed Turkish drone. I can confirm that from the video that they've actually put out. The Indian Army emphasizing that Indian Air Defense instantly engaged and destroyed that drone by the Air Defense units. This is armed drones of Turkish origin supplied to Pakistan, Maria, that have attempted to cause damage over the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. This would make it the third attempt by Pakistan to create some kind of impact in Amritsar. Remember, the Indian government has already pointed out that Pakistan's duplicity and villainy as far as hitting cities that are considered part of the Sikh community's heartland in Punjab exposes their entire bloodlessness and soullessness as far as the Sikh community and Khalistanis are concerned. But that's, of course, a separate issue because this is an operational situation where the Indian Army has confirmed destroying a drone from Pakistan over Amritsar. This is, of course, a very small fraction of what Pakistan has been appearing to do in the western sector, Maria. As we've been reporting, Gurpreet Ghazali have also been reporting that multiple drone strikes since last night have been attempted in different sectors all along in the Jammu sector. Here in the morning, here in Srinagar as well, in the Kashmir sector, we saw some drone strike attempts as well. So it looks like Pakistan's modus operandi, Maria, of using both unarmed as well as combat aerial vehicles, like the one that's just been shot down over Amritsar, is something that they're constantly going to do. And it is at a technical level, this is understandable because these are relatively low cost, high impact munitions that Pakistan can use. These drones have cameras. They can be guided by, the terrorist military sitting in Pakistan to attack population centers here in Amritsar. And therefore, I think this is a kind of military warfare paradigm that India has gotten very, very used to in the last 72 hours.
All right, Shiv, continue to be with us. We are slipping into a short break now that the Indian Army has spoken about an attempt to target, in fact, release the video as well of that drone attack which happened in Amritsar. The air defense units of India have effectively destroyed all the drones that came in from Pakistan, and there were attempts to target multiple cities of India, but effectively destroyed by Indian defense system, which has been on alert for the last 72 hours. A quick break, and this remains our top four.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Good morning, viewers. India launched multiple retaliatory strikes at major Pakistani cities, which included Rawalpindi, Islamabad and Lahore. This was in response to what has been repeated ceasefire violations on military installations and repeated targeting and drone attacks on military installations and the civilian population here in India. Our reporters have been tracking this story very closely since 5 a.m. when it all began. You can see from power corridors of New Delhi to the front lines in Srinagar, Rajouri and in Jaisalmer. We'll go to them in just a bit. First, the headlines. Pakistan escalates, launches drones. Government says threats being neutralized effectively. India repels multiple attacks by Pakistan. Jammu-Kashmir Chief Minister says that a senior ADC of Jammu-Kashmir has lost his life in shelling in Rajouri. Pakistan targets Jammu, Rajouri town with shelling. India downs multiple Pakistani drones over Amritsar. Army says Pakistan's blatant attempt at violating India's sovereignty will be responded with. And during a live broadcast in Srinagar, explosions heard. We capture it on our cameras. Indian Army destroys a Pakistan terror launch pad. Sources say Pakistan post across Jammu used for drone launch. Blasts reported at 3 Pakistani air bases. These are crucial air bases in multiple cities inside Pakistan. Pakistan shuts airspace for all civilian and commercial flights. Who do we have? The Indian Army has now issued a statement, and I'm going to read that for our viewers. It says Pakistan's blatant escalation with drone strikes and other munitions continues along our western borders. In one such incident today at approximately 5 a.m., multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying over Khasa Cant in Amritsar. The hostile drones were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Pakistan's blatant attempt to violate India's sovereignty and endanger civilians is unacceptable, is what the Indian Army is saying, and the Indian Army will thwart enemy designs. And even as we speak, there is a news coming in from the power corridors of South Block, where a meeting with the Tri-Services Chief have just arrived at South Block. I'm going to go to Aishwarya Jain first. Aishwarya, give us the details of what you are seeing at the moment.
Well, 10 a.m. is the time when the meeting will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh along with the CDS, NSA, Ajit Doval and Tri-Services Chief from Air Force, Army and Navy. Let me quickly show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defense where this meeting will start. It is, of course, the Army Chief and Navy Chief and Air Force Chief who have arrived at the South Block over here where a crucial high-level meeting will take place. Remember, it's just Indian Army who had put out that statement that it was Khasa Kent, Amritsar, where multiple enemy armed drones were spotted flying, and it was the hostile drones that were instantly engaged and destroyed by our air defense units. Of course, India is clearly, only, defending its territory and its sovereignty. It's the Indian Armed Forces who is not on an aggressive mode. They are defending our territory, and it is the Pakistani coordinated drone attack or the missile attacks that are coming from there. Indian Armed Forces looking very, very closely as the situation escalates between India and Pakistan. And certainly this meeting is very, very crucial at the time when such a situation is arriving. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to chair this meeting at 10 a.m. with CDS, all three service chiefs and the NSA as well. I can confirm to our viewers at the South Block, all the tri-service chiefs have arrived.
Right. Ash, we'll come to you in just a bit as well, because at 10:30 a.m. is when we can expect that press conference, which will have Ministry of External Affairs official and also from the MOD, which is the Ministry of Defense. Shiv, coming to you now, and let's discuss the three air bases. The Noor Khan Air Base, which serves primarily as a logistics and refueling hub. Then there is an air base which was, targeted by India, which is the air base in Rafiki, situated in Shorkot in Punjab province, which functions as one of Pakistan's principal fighter air bases. In fact, Omar Abdullah has just now arrived at the home of the officer who lost his life. He was, remember, on duty. This is the house of Additional District Development Commissioner, ADC, of Mr. Rajkumar Thapa. Omar Abdullah had shared that news with all of us earlier today, that a dedicated officer of the Jammu-Kashmir Administration Services lost his life while he was on duty. Omar Abdullah arriving at his home in Rajouri, Nazir, it's certainly a terrible loss, but also the one which shows mindless activities and mindless drone being sent by Pakistan.
Well, it is number one, Umar Abdullah is in Jammu and not in Rajouri. The officer died in Rajouri, but he belongs to Jammu, Rajkumar Thapa. As I said, I personally knew him. Tragic loss and of an officer, a dedicated officer. But the way Pakistan has been, targeting civilian areas or the government officials, civilian officials, essentially, these are not military targets. What are these officials doing? They are right now, they are not combatants. They are helping people in the time of distress. They are helping people when they are being forced to flee from their homes. There are reports 5 civilians have been killed since last night, shelling from across the border. Again, many are injured. Among them, among the dead is just 2-year-old Arsha Noor also, and Rajkumar Thapa, who has been killed when he was on duty. Officials have been, all leaves of all officials have been cancelled, and every official of J&K government has asked to be on duty. Doctors, all their leaves have been cancelled. Those who were on leave have been asked to come back and join the duty. That's kind of exigency. And there's a lot of, besides, while Pakistan is targeting the civilians and also military installations, there's also a propaganda that they said India's this S-400 system has been, destroyed, which is a lie. A propaganda, fake news is being spread because they are very afraid of the way S-400 air defense system has neutralized most of the targets, because it is a system which can engage around track 300 targets and engage 36 simultaneously. And it is actually working. 3 squadrons of this S-400 are operational in India, and they are dealing with any threat from Pakistan. They were procured in 2018. 6 were supposed to, there are 5 squadrons which India has procured at the cost of 35,000 crore rupees. And 3 are operational, and 2 will be delivered next year in 2026. So this is propaganda going on. We have done this thing. Well, India has targeted Pakistan's, attacked Pakistan's air bases, including Noor Khan base, which has suffered a substantial damage. Since last night, particularly this morning, there were targets by targeted air bases, which is Srinagar or Udhampur. And I have checked with the army and the defense officials that there is no report of casualty of any soldier or the defense personnel at Udhampur Airbase, and no report of any casualty. And since morning there was massive air activity as air defense system was completely activated, and it foiled many attacks. The targets were neutralized, and there were reports that there have been some projectiles. In fact, one projectile has fallen at a place called Lasjan in the compound of a private residential house. So that's one. There's a lot of scare. Massive explosions were heard across Srinagar, at least 15 to 20. But most of them, it appeared that were our, air defense system, integrated air defense system, which is fully functional, activated, and this is neutralizing any attack on the target from Pakistan. And having said that, the border areas have been it has been very tense situation. In Jammu area, even the civilian areas have been targeted. Araspora, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri, Tangdar, Uri, and Keren and Machal here in Kupara, where I am. So it's a very tense situation. But authorities are telling people, be calm, don't panic, be in your homes, don't go out unnecessarily unless it's extreme emergency. For example, there's medical emergency, go then out. Yes. We see in most of the areas, shops are still closed in many areas. Even in Jammu, yesterday, Satwari area, which is near the Jammu airport. So their shops remained actually closed yesterday also because of the fear of something may happen. So fingers crossed, people are really worried what is going to happen next day. But this was nothing what happened since this morning and since yesterday evening. No less than a war, even as war has not been officially declared.
That's right. We are being careful, and that's the reason why people are turning to NDTV as we put out all the facts after lots of checks and balances. And Shiv continues to be with us. Shiv, the 3 air bases, Noor Khan Air Base serves primarily as a logistic and refueling hub. Then there is a Rafiki Air Base situated in Sharkot. It functions as one of Pakistan's principal fighter air bases, and it has an array of combat aircraft, which includes Chinese-made JF-17 fighter jets, 2 of which were brought down by India. And then you have Murid Air Base, which is Pakistan's principal unmanned aerial vehicle installation. These were targeted by India. This was retaliation by India. India has been maintaining that it really reserves that right to retaliate and protect its own citizens, because military installations are being targeted in India, attempts are being made to target, and also the civilian population here.
That's correct, Maria. This is by far, the attack on these 3 air bases would be by far the biggest action taken by India so far under Operation Sindoor. Remember, the first phase saw terrorist infrastructure, terrorist establishments, seminaries and things like that being attacked with missiles. The second phase saw drone attacks on air defense and radar installations in Lahore and elsewhere. But this time you've got large-scale missile attacks appearing to have taken place, or at least that's what the government of Pakistan is confirming, taking place in these 3 principal air bases. So India's policy of non-escalation and keeping things equitable as far as being in the domain of what Pakistan is doing is straight out the window, Maria. I think that is something that is in the rearview mirror right now as far as India's military planners are concerned. They've realized not realized, but they've accepted that Pakistan does not want to seize any de-escalation opportunity that has been provided by India, and therefore the very bases from where attacks against India are being launched are going to be either damaged or destroyed. We don't obviously have eyes on these locations right now, so the exact battle damage assessment of how much damage has been inflicted on these bases is not something we can speculate on. It seems to be reasonable to presume that at least some damage to aircraft and hangars and things might have happened, depending on what kind of missiles have been used. And I'm hearing all sorts of guesswork around the weaponry that India has used for this. But depending on the weapons, depending on the intensity of the attack, how many missiles hit each base, the videos that have come forward of the Noor Khan airbase, for instance, in a huge ball of flame early in the morning, all of these need to come together. And again, I think the rallying point for all these disparate strands of information will be hopefully that 10:30 a.m. press conference by the government, the Ministry of Defence and the External Affairs Ministry, and coming as it does just a couple of hours, Maria, by then, after this Amritsar attack attempt by drone from Pakistan has just been officially confirmed by the Indian Army. So you've got an epic drone and manned aircraft sort of aerial battle that is playing out right now over the northern part of the country and the western sectors as well. I just got a call from a friend in Kutch in Gujarat where drone debris has been found. So what the Indian Army and the Ministry of Defence said yesterday, Maria, is I think holding for the third day and steady right now, that all the way from Ladakh till Gujarat, the entire frontage between India and Pakistan has some kind of offensive activity or the other, and it's not one way.
And it certainly appears to be escalatory in nature, and at the same time, it's a prolonged period that we are looking at with India actually responding to each and every attempt by Pakistan in equal measure. I can see Ghazali is joining us. Ghazali is joining us from Rajouri. Ghazali, speak to the people around you. Give us a sense of what you're seeing.
See, Maria, right now you can see on this side, civil defense personnel are here, because on my left, my camera person will show you, this is the impact of what happened at around 5:30 in the morning. Now, whether it's a projectile impact or it's the impact of shelling is not yet known, but we can confirm that this is one area in Jammu, right in the heart of the city, and it's just close to like 100 meters or 200 meters away from the civil hospital of Rajouri, where the ADC, Mr. Thapa, was brought in while injured, and then he was declared, or he died over there. So this is the impact you can see here. It is right in the heart of the Jammu city. People woke up with a loud explosion, and this entire area, not just this building, but other adjoining buildings have also braced the impact of this. You see this SBI ATM in the frame right now. This also got damaged here, and the civil defense personnel are here. And right now we can also hear the sounds of shelling, because we are also close to the line of control here in Rajouri sector. So continuous shelling is happening. It has resumed after a lull of around 3 to 4 hours since morning. And right now we can see a lot of people are moving away from the city. They're all leaving the city. Migration is also happening due to continuous attack on the civilian infrastructure in the heart of the Rajouri city. And people we spoke to here confirmed that this had never happened even in the war of 1971 or even during 1999 when the Kargil war happened. But right now we can, and this is not just an isolated location in Rajouri. There are multiple locations, but this is in the heart of the city, a commercial center. All these shops are here, and at around 5:30 in the morning, this explosion occurred, after which people who were sleeping over there, they were left. They were not injured, or there was no casualty here, but certainly a big blow. And that is why since early morning, a lot of these people who stay here, I'll also ask my camera person to show you on the other side of the road, that Hill Max MRI Diagnostic Center, if you see in the frame, the glasses are shattered there. So this was the impact of continuous attack from Pakistan in the civilian areas in Rajouri, leaving many people stranded, and now most of them are leaving the city, moving towards safer location.
And amidst escalating tensions with India, Pakistan continues to target civilians. You can see that trail of destruction coming in. The visuals are coming in from Rajouri. Similar pictures are coming in from several districts which are along the LOC. Of course, this is a blatant violation of ceasefire. There's no ceasefire certainly because it's a warlike situation. And I can see Harsha now joining us. Harsha, mornings appear to be little calmer than what it was, say, a few hours ago. At 10:30 is when the army will be putting out a doing a detailed press conference of how it all played out. But India maintains that these are precision attacks, precision strikes, I would say, under Operation Sindoor, which is ongoing. What are you seeing at present in Jaisalmer?
Well, cities have returned to their normal routine here on the Western Front. In fact, early in the morning in Barmer, Jaisalmer, we heard, there was a sort of a movement of drones, and village people reported in that some had fallen in their fields. So in two places in Jaisalmer, what looks like drone debris with some kind of projectiles have been reported. We've also shown those visuals. In Barmer near Balotra, some distance off from Barmer city near Balotra, also two fields have reported that some kind of projectiles have landed there, definitely bigger than drones, or maybe they were sort of being carried on the drones. I'm not qualified to explain that, but visually describing them, they are large and objects. The army and the police have of course moved in, taken control of the area. In one field in Jaisalmer, the person there, the village person there reported that there was an explosion also, a small explosion, and then it turned to some kind of white powder. So all of this will be forensically examined. Of course, on the Western Front, the Rajasthan government is moving supplies, essential supplies like medicines, doctors, sending in more platoons of the Rajasthan Armed Constabulary here. The railway staff is on alert. The district collectors of these towns on the Western Front have asked everyone to shut down actually by 6 o'clock. So by 6 in the evening, Jaisalmer completely shuts down. There's a blackout right through the night. But the mornings are calm and people are going about their business as usual.
Okay, there's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. The Secretary of State of United States, Marco Rubio, has spoken to Pakistan Army Chief General Munir. General Asif Munir has been spoken to, and Secretary Rubio has asked him and urged both parties, which is essentially India and Pakistan, to find ways to de-escalate and offered US assistance in starting constructive talks in order to avoid future conflicts. So now the US coming in, and this is again a shift from what we heard from the Vice President yesterday. Now the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that he has spoken to Pakistan Army Chief Asif Munir. Remember, he is this general of Rawalpindi who is the hardliner here, who has taken this position against India. He had signaled it clearly when he made that statement with regards to Kashmir as being that point of conflict between India, when India sees that as something which is already settled. I am being joined by Ghazali now. Ghazali, how should this call be seen? And this is coming at a time when it appears that meeting between the Saudis and Pakistanis perhaps did not really go in the right direction, and we saw this escalation which happened this morning.
See, first Secretary Rubio's call with Pakistani Army Chief certainly suggests one thing, what India has been saying for years now, that this is a military establishment in Pakistan which is calling the shots. And in hours of crisis like this, when both sides are almost at war with each other, not even almost, they are at war with each other, and when Mr. Asim Munir is calling the shots, even US recognizes that, and after not even speaking to the Prime Minister or the President of Pakistan, he directly establishes communication with the Army Chief and urging him for de-escalation. A lot of these countries, be it Saudi Foreign Minister, he was in Delhi day before yesterday. Yesterday he was in Islamabad, and despite his presence in Delhi as well as in Islamabad, Pakistan continued with its attack on the civilian areas in India. So it certainly shows that one, these diplomatic pressures are not working, because India also raised the issue of IMF bailing out Pakistan time and again, and even during hours of this crisis, India urged IMF not to bail out Pakistan, yet they went ahead with it. Saudis themselves say that they are working towards de-escalation. They spoke to India's foreign minister. The foreign minister of Saudi went to Pakistan. He met the foreign minister of Pakistan as well as the prime minister of Pakistan. And minutes after the meeting, shelling and cross-border attack from Pakistan continued towards India. So it certainly shows that this entire diplomatic pressure on Pakistan is not working as of now. The US has time and again said that they are urging both the parties to de-escalate, but it certainly is not working in a way it should. Right now we can see here the civilian infrastructure. See, all these people have woken up with this kind of damage to their infrastructure. It is a commercial hub here in Rajouri district, right in the heart of the city. Nobody had expected that Pakistan will make such deep strikes inside the city, even during hours of crisis or even during ceasefire violations. Year after year, Pakistan has done it, but nobody has expected that they will start striking directly into the civilian areas. And right now, there is a lot of anger. We are very close to the location where the additional deputy commissioner was also killed. And you see a huge convoy. And the local MLA right now is visiting the residence of...
Moving away from you, Ghazali, because in terms of movements, let's try and hold on to that. Let me bring in Shiv now. Shivarur. Marco Rubio speaking to General Asim Munir. It's he who has actually taken that position against India. I think this is an acknowledgement of what India has been saying, that there is no point engaging with the civilian leadership there, which is completely not in sync, or I would say completely, which is driven by what the military thinks. And that is the reason why this call that has been made is also coming at a time when the Saudi minister is in Islamabad.
Maria, when the missiles and drones are flying, when the aircraft are trying to drop bombs, it's always better to save time and talk to the man in charge. So it's at least a good thing that Senator Rubio is not wasting time with Shehbaz Sharif and talking directly to the man who's calling the shots in Pakistan. General Asim Munir speaking with Senator Rubio, the Secretary of State of the United States, is only the latest in what have been a series of either calls or meetings or statements by world leaders and senators asking both India and Pakistan to cool things down. This comes, Maria, remember, a couple of days after J.D. Vance, after his earlier comment to Fox News saying, Pakistan should cooperate to the extent it's responsible, etc., to actually signal that the United States, while making the usual boilerplate comments about cooling things down between both sides, had actually signaled that the Trump administration was kind of going hands-off as far as India's right to retaliate against Pakistan was concerned. Qualitatively speaking, what Marco Rubio and Asim Munir may have spoken about is actually, frankly, kind of tantalizing right now, because the two countries are literally engaged in a frenzied cycle of combat right now. So I don't see where the wedge of diplomacy can actually fit right now. The war rooms on both countries are fully engaged. Readiness is extremely high. Cities are under attack. I'm given to understand that it was not 3 airbases in Pakistan that were attacked. It was actually 4. We'll be breaking that shortly. That information has just come in as well. So all of these different strands make one wonder, whether diplomacy of some kind can get a toehold, whether the Trump administration is going to shake Pakistan and, push their head towards some kind of a de-escalatory mode. That doesn't seem likely at this point of time, unless there is something going on in these conversations that we are not privy to or not seeing on the surface for the moment, Maria. But let's be clear that Operation Sindoor is on in full force. Pakistan has called their operation something which is kind of vague. I don't remember the name exactly, but they've got to sell this to their domestic audience as well. I think that's the reality of the politics of it. And General Asim Munir, being the army chief, is calling the shots. So we'll have to see what that conversation was about and whether it has had any impact as far as Pakistan is concerned. What I do know is it will not have a bearing on what India is currently doing in Pakistan.
Absolutely. I mean, ways to de-escalate, that has to come from the Pakistani side. The ball is firmly in their court. They have to not continue to target military and civilian population here in India. Ghazali continues to be with us. It's a trail of destruction this morning, Ghazali. You're putting out those visuals from Rajouri. It is very heartbreaking to see that in this war that we see, it is the civilian population which has lost lives and livelihoods.
Yeah, certainly. And these people were not even expecting that Pakistan's shelling at least is in the range of 1 to 2 kilometers from the LOC. I'll just try to show you. Right in your frame, you can see those hilltops, houses on hilltops. Right behind that, a few kilometers behind that is the LOC, from where Pakistan keeps firing mortar shells towards the residential areas. But even from that range, these people never expected that perhaps they will come into the firing line. The administration keeps advising these people that, okay, you have to move to safer locations based on the intensity of shelling. But this is something very big. You see, this is in the heart of the Rajouri district. This is a commercial area, and never in the past they have ever faced this kind of hostility from Pakistan, because it was limited to the area close to the LOC. But yesterday, since the shelling started happening, then we saw the movement of drones. They were all being neutralized by the Indian Air Force, the army here. But this came as a shock. Right early in the morning at around 5:30 a.m., they woke up with loud explosions, and earlier it felt as if it was the aerial defense system of India which was neutralizing the drones. But even now we can hear the explosions. It is the shelling has resumed here in Rajouri sector, and now the civil defense personnel here, they are trying to fix the power connectivity here, power supply here in Rajouri, because not just one shop but multiple shops here, and the buildings here have taken an impact of the direct hit here on this side of the road, on the other side of the road. We just showed you the visuals of this SBI ATM. This is the impact of the explosion, that it hit one building on one side of the road, but the impact of the explosion is such that it has impacted other commercial establishments as well.
All right, Ghazali, stay safe and continue to get us all the ground reports from Rajouri. I'd like to thank all the reporters who are joining us at this hour, and bring in Vice Admiral Anil Chawla and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, a word on Pakistan's new ISPR chief. He is the son of Osama bin Laden-linked scientist who said jinns can make electricity. So this is what we are dealing with. He's the father of the head of Pakistan's powerful military public relations organization. And how do you deal with people who are such hardliners?
Well, you don't deal with them, but you teach them. And that, in any case, was the message that Prime Minister had given from your state in Madhubani. That this time it is going to be different, and this time the root of terrorism would be wiped out in Pakistan. So the DGISPR, who's, as you said very rightly, a hardliner, he can say whatever he wants, and he's been talking, quite a lot of irresponsible things, as something which a professional soldier should not be doing. But that is their business as to how they discipline him. But India is certainly determined to discipline not just such persons, but also the army which harbors such persons and harbors terrorists. So let him say whatever he likes.
But Ambassador Dogra, you have General Asim Munir on one side, then DGISPR, whose father provided Osama bin Laden information about chemical, biological and nuclear weapons. So if you are dealing with such hardline forces on the other side, and that is the reason why perhaps Marco Rubio spoke to General Asim Munir, because he understands that it is the military which is driving Pakistan. The role of civilian leadership is that of a rubber stamp. Then when he says de-escalate, do they even understand what de-escalation means? Because they have taken that path which will be seen as only a downward spiral.
Maria, you have done research and you have correctly pointed out the psychology of persons that are responsible for running or ruining Pakistan. DGISPR, whose father, as you said, harbored Osama bin Laden, and Munir, General Munir, his background and his own psychology is that of a fundamentalist. His father also had, I don't want to go into lineage, but he was not a Democrat, let's put it that way. So as far as USA is concerned, or its current effort to de-escalate, I think let's assume that Mr. Rubio was acting as a well-wisher of India and perhaps also of Pakistan, because earlier it was USA was leaning towards Pakistan, but now it seems to have realized that it was a wrong decision. So if they are trying to de-escalate and if they hope that their efforts can lead to de-escalation, well and good. I mean, at least on the Indian side, it would save civilian population more deaths and more damages. But realistically speaking, what does de-escalate mean, even from the American standpoint? After all, Pakistan is not going to de-escalate its terror machine. So are we simply giving them pause to recuperate, to gather more arms and armaments from Turkey, Azerbaijan, and China? Or is it a permanent de-escalation, both for the military side of Pakistan and for the terror side of Pakistan? So I think America also has to ponder a little about what they are aiming for and whether that aim is practical and realizable, because Munir is not going to change.
Munir won't change and DGISPR won't change either. But powerful explosions, Vice Admiral Chawla was heard this morning in multiple cities. And these are air bases, critical military installations inside Pakistan, which has been hit by India. Near the capital city of Islamabad, which has prompted, of course, the Pakistani government to shut its airbase for both civilian and commercial flights. In terms of what we have seen in the past, there's nothing like this. It's completely unprecedented, something which happened in 1971. But the nature of drones, there are 300 to 400 drones, all Turkish-made drones being sent from the Pakistani side, which happened 24 hours ago. Of course, we'll know much about what happened this morning from the press conference, which will be chaired roughly around 10:30. It's only going up the kinetic ladder, one would say. It's not going down.
No, absolutely. I think the closest parallel that you can look back in India-Pakistan conflict history is the 1965 war, when there was a shadow war in Kutch and in Jammu and Kashmir for almost 5 months before the actual war started in September 1965. And a lot of incidents happened then. But as I mentioned before on the channel, this is actually a war in all but name. And this is what happens during a war. Of course, the land and the sea elements have not really been activated to that extent, except for the artillery shelling and the response with small arms on the line of control. The aerial war is akin to a full-scale aerial warfare. Now, as far as India's response is concerned, I think it has been very strong. And I think we have stuck to this very correct policy of only attacking military targets from where attacks are being launched. And today also, I'm sure in the briefing that happens, this will be re-emphasized by the government of India, that we are not engaged in attacking civilian targets. On the other hand, as you pointed out, the attacks by Pakistan have been on civilian targets, which is against all conventions of warfare. It is a war crime, actually. And also, actually, frankly, a waste of time, because most of the projectiles are falling on empty space. And this is what they've done in previous conflicts as well. So I think Pakistan itself is in a difficult spot on many fronts. The very fact, as you mentioned, that the Secretary of State of the United States has spoken to the army chief indicates the state of control of the government in Pakistan, which is well known to everybody. And it is also very clear that there are multiple things at play within Pakistan, apart from the damage they have suffered in TTP, as reported in the newspapers, the attacks that are going on against them in Balochistan, and I'm sure other parts of Pakistan also will start rebelling because economically they are in a very weak state. Yesterday they managed to get some tranche release from the IMF. When it comes, how it comes is a different matter. But the fact is that I think the solution lies in convincing Pakistan once and for all that it has to change its policy. It has to be satisfied in what it has. It is a revisionist power. It wants more territory from India. India is a status quo power. We are happy with what we have. And if they concentrate on what they have, they can prosper. Otherwise, I think the way they are going, they will go down the tubes very shortly. Their economic situation is dire. And in case the decision is taken to escalate further, their economic situation is going to deteriorate to an extent where I think they will have a problem in even feeding themselves. So I think it is wise for them to seek to take the wise counsel of whosoever they are consulting and stop this ruinous path, because it's certainly not the,
Who are
as
they
we can make
consulting?
out, certainly not the intention of the common
Vice Admiral
Pakistani
Chawla, you
people.
said whosoever they are consulting. Who are they really consulting?
No, for example, in case it is the United States which is counseling them, which I'm sure, as the ambassador mentioned, would be a wise counsel to step back from the brink. I think it is in the interest of their people. But then I think the interest of their people, as very often is stated, countries have armies, but the Pakistani army has a country. So it is their personal fiefdom, their entire reputation, their financial interests, their entire stranglehold over the country is at stake. And in any case, that is going to go. They can't really stay on for much longer if they continue down this path.
Okay, Ambassador Dogra, I want to make the distinction for our viewers that when India carried out Operation Sindoor, no military installation was targeted, no economic or civilian infrastructure was targeted. It was against known terror hotbeds, known terror warheads and also infrastructure. What happened this morning was India going ahead and targeting military bases in Pakistan because it understands that it was Pakistan which is provoking India after it has targeted Indian civilians along the LOC and has sent drones right inside multiple cities.
Well, exactly as Vice Admiral has very correctly mentioned, that we do not target civilians despite extreme provocation, even in previous wars, because not only because it's a war crime, but it goes against Indian ethos. That if you're fighting, even in a war situation or actual war, you're fighting with an enemy which is state-sponsored, either a terrorist or the armed forces. So hit them and hit them hard. That is India's policy. Now, the change from the first strike, which was aimed at the terrorist infrastructure, as you said very correctly, to now army installations or air force bases, is because Pakistan has not learnt the lesson, and Pakistan continues to engage not just our army installations and air bases, but also civilian infrastructure and civilians themselves. So somewhere we have to respond, and the response is to go after the source. In this case, the army and the air bases in Pakistan, which is exactly what India has done. I don't think India will change that policy to attacking the civilians or civilian infrastructure. And I think that would be appreciated by the world at large and even our own public, despite the suffering they have gone through over the last 2-3 nights.
A word again on this DGISPR that we are looking at, Ambassador Dogra. DGISPR of Pakistan is actually Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry. He is the son of a UN and US designated global terrorist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmood. His father provided Osama bin Laden information about chemical, biological and nuclear weapons. This is what India is dealing with. And then you have a general in Asim Munir who has been spoken to by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. How do you deal with such hardliners? I mean, they are known hardliners. They have that kind of a background, and you know, they are from banned, sanctioned, banned organizations of the United States. I mean, that is the kind of people that you're dealing with. Osama-linked scientist, son of Osama-linked scientist. Who do you speak to then in Pakistan?
Well, Maria, I'm glad you are focusing repeatedly on this issue because it is persons who make decisions.
Yes.
And in this case, as you said, that it is people like DGISPR, who's the Lieutenant General of the Army, and Munir himself, who are responsible for wrong or maybe sometimes right decisions for Pakistan. But they are taking Pakistan down the tube. The second thing is your implied question that where does it take Pakistan and where does it take India-Pakistan conflict. In fact, I had gamed all this in my book Wartime, where I have specifically pointed to the concern you have that new tactical weapons of Pakistan, the small nuclear devices, are in the hands of brigadier level officers at the front line, at the border area or LOC area. And if the heads are so temperamental and if the heads are so wrongly motivated, imagine a hot-headed brigadier who might just decide to lob a tactical weapon at Indian forces. The consequences would be hugely dangerous, as the Pakistani defense minister himself had said a couple of days back when he keeps on threatening India, that not just the region but the entire world would be affected. Because once nukes come into operation, whether tactical or otherwise, then it is an escalatory ladder which has no stoppages. So I do not think that these two characters, these two people, the Munir and the DGISPR Chaudhry, are going to change their stripes. They have got a chance. They think they can do better than India, and I don't think they are going to stop till they have been totally till they have totally destroyed Pakistan.
Certainly, it appears to be the case. It's doomsday scenario for Pakistan. Vice Admiral Chawla, a word again on DGISPR. I'm looking at what his father had said. These are very, very eccentric views on science, where he said that jinns could be used to generate electricity. These are men who do not have scientific temperament. They certainly do not believe in science or in principles of democracy. These are hardliners. Again, as we have been saying, I mean, Asim Munir and now a DGISPR who has this kind of background.
Yeah, while I would, not specifically comment on this individual, but in general, we have seen the fundamentalization, the Islamization of the Pakistan army since General Zia-ul-Haq's time. And this is a well-known and documented fact in various books and documents. And now it has reached the apex. Until now, the army chief was not known to be, the Pakistani army chief was not known to be a fundamentalist. But gradually it has crept up to the top and the consequences are evident. And I think it's a pity for Pakistan, for the country itself, that such people are at the top. This is, you ask what should be done. I think it's a very simple thing is we have to be strong in the face of these people. The country itself, their country itself is, Pakistan is suffering, as I mentioned. I mean, they are totally divided internally. They have insurgencies going on inside their own country now. They have bred these terrorists, and as per the news information, they had to attend the funeral because if they didn't attend it, they would be seen as being traitors. As per media reports, also the TTP attack that killed 20 soldiers of Pakistan was because the TTP said they have betrayed the locations to the Indian forces, and that's why they got killed, the terrorist targets. So I think it's a very confused situation inside their own country. They really don't have control over large parts of their own country. They are being, sort of antagonized. They've been sort of hounded on all fronts. So I think to open this front is absolutely senseless for them, and that's why I mentioned in the beginning that I think if they have some sense in their brains, they would listen to wise counsel wherever it is coming from, and stop this escalation and the escalatory ladder that they're going up against, because it's only they who are going to suffer. India is a much stronger country in all aspects. Our comprehensive national power is immense, and if we really bring all of it to bear on Pakistan, then I think this is going to be the day when they realize what's happening. So I think they should take wiser counsel and stop before it reaches that stage.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Vice Admiral Chawla, Ambassador Dogra. Always pleasure having you on my shows. A quick break, and this remains our top focus. 10:30 a.m. is when we are expecting the press conference by the MOD, which is the Ministry of Defence, and the Ministry of External Affairs. Lots more and details which is likely to emerge in that press conference, so stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, we have reached at ground zero, and this village is Khai Femeke, from where we have seen one incident had taken place. A Pakistani drone which was carrying bomb that had been thrown at this location, and we have seen from the video also when the family member, they were trying to save this vehicle which is badly burned because of this attack which was being carried out from Pakistan. We have seen multiple drone movement had been seen in this area, and specifically in Firozpur area, and we can see these pictures that how badly this vehicle was damaged here. So the pictures which we are showing at this point of time, this is from one of the villages from district Firozpur. 3 family members who were already sitting here when the moment they saw some thing which was being dropped from sky towards this house, immediately they were trying to save this vehicle. But what we have seen, they were also engulfed in that fire, and they have got a lot of burn injuries. Some family members, they are also been here, so we will also talk. तो यहाँ पे गिरा था वो जो
इधर से आया था सामने से, हाँ सामने से गिरा, इधर से ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद सब आग लग गई इधर सर।
अच्छा, तो जो फैमिली मेंबर थे वो अंदर थे उस टाइम पे?
ना इधर बैठे हुए थे, उसको भी आग लगी सामने से।
उनको भी आग लग गई?
वो दाखिल है अभी बागी हॉस्पिटल में, उनकी काफ़ी हालत ख़राब है।
ठीक है, तो पहले गिरा यहाँ पे था?
नहीं, इधर से गिरा था पहले, इधर से, हाँ इधर से आया,
इधर से आया,
हाँ,
और इधर गिरा,
और
पहले उनको आग लग गई,
हाँ ब्लास्ट हो गया ये गाड़ी का,
ब्लास्ट हो गया। तो हम देख रहे हैं कई यहाँ पे बोरीज यूज की गई हैं ताकि
वो तो सारी इधर नीचे पड़ी थी, आग लगी ना उसके बाद, हाँ वो बैंक दी बाहर से।
तो डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स भी हैं यहाँ पे, गायें हैं, मज्जे हैं, उनको भी कहते हैं कहीं ना कहीं
आग लग गई सर। हाँ जी सर।
तो अभी वो सभी के सभी हॉस्पिटल है। तो ये कितने के बजे ये वाक़या हुआ?
ये 8:40 के करीब सर।
8:40। आप भी यहाँ ही रहते हैं?
नहीं सर, मेरे ब्रदर हैं बड़े, हम तो गांव में रहते हैं, साथ गांव है हमारा।
कह रहे पूरा गांव आ गया था, ऊपर से कह रहे कोई आग लगी हुई थी।
हाँ ऊपर से गिरा है सर, पता नहीं क्या चीज़ गिरी है।
लखविंदर रखा का घर है
लखविंदर से, हाँ।
तो उनके पत्नी है, वो कह रहे काफ़ी उनको
काफ़ी होगी, उनका आग लगी काफ़ी शरीर में। हाँ जी।
So, well, we have come to that spot and we are showing all these pictures that how this incident had been carried here. So, we have seen this, there was a huge movement of drones in this district, Firozpur, and specifically in this border area. We can see that how these things are being burnt at this point of time. We are showing all these, even these domestic animals which are also here. The buffaloes are here, and we have seen they have also got a lot of burn injuries. We have come to ground zero to show all these pictures and images and reporting from the ground at this point of time, that how the multiple drone movement, and what we have learned from the doctors also, they say it seems the drone was carrying bomb, and that bomb had been thrown from the sky to this various areas of Firozpur, and we are reporting from one of the villages from Firozpur, where we are showing that how this damage was carried out because of drone attack which was carried out. So this was a vehicle, we have seen in one of the videos, they were trying to even douse fire when this vehicle caught fire because of that attack which was being carried with the help of drone, and multiple drones had been seen in this area today. There was a huge movement of these drones, and we have seen swarm drone attack can be seen as one of the main attack which was being carried out in Firozpur, and we are reporting from ground zero showing all these images and pictures that how this drone attack was carried out in one of the villages in Firozpur. So this is the main bone of contention. We can see this vehicle caught fire first, and after that we have seen the family members were also seen one of the videos when they were trying to douse fire. Finally they have also caught fire, and all the three people, family members, they got severe burn injuries, and they have been admitted to the hospital. We have seen the police official, they have come here, they have taken that explosive into their possession so that further investigation could be carried out. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, District Group Singh China for NDTV, Firozpur, Punjab.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Good morning, viewers. I'm Maria Shakil. I am being joined by Senior Managing Editor of NDTV, Nikunj Garg, at this hour as we build up to the press conference, which will be held at 10:30 a.m. There has been fresh round of escalation after India carried out military attacks inside 3 bases, air bases in Pakistan, one in Rawalpindi, one in close to Islamabad as well. We'll be joined by our team of reporters shortly. There has been an important call that has happened between Marco Rubio and the man in charge of Pakistan at the moment, General Asim Munir. Indian forces have downed multiple Pakistani drones and destroyed their military posts as Islamabad continued to target military installations and civilian air facilities across the northern and western borders of India. Air defense system, our air defense system, in fact, engaged and destroyed several drones over Amritsar, not far from the border with Pakistan. That's what the officials are saying. More details will emerge shortly, but first up, the headlines. Government says it has neutralized all threats coming in from Pakistan effectively as drones launched. Incessant shelling continues along the LOC. A senior official of Jammu and Kashmir administration is killed in shelling in Rajouri. Pakistan targets multiple civilian villages along the line of control in Jammu and Rajouri towns. Explosions are heard live while reporting in Srinagar. NDTV's Shivaru reports from Srinagar. Our cameras capture the explosion.
Two big explosions in the air in Srinagar, where I'm reporting from right now. Pakistan Air Force Base in Rafiki. Okay, we've just heard 2 explosions here in Srinagar in the air.
Indian Army continues to destroy Pakistani terror launch pads. Sources say that Pakistan post across Jammu used for drone launch. And blasts reported at 3 Pakistani air bases. Critical installations, military installations inside Pakistan. And Pakistan has now shut down its airspace for commercial and civilian flights. And under fire, Pakistan continues to send drones, which are effectively dismantled and destroyed by our air defense system. What does this new round of escalation mean? Nikunj, a quick analysis on that. Are we looking now at a scenario where it is likely to be a prolonged conflict?
And Maria, again, just as yesterday, it is difficult to answer in yes, a straight yes or no. But quite clearly, the Pakistanis have chosen a path which is fraught with extreme danger and is a slippery slope, I say, towards extremely high degree of escalation. Irrespective of howsoever much the restraint the Indian forces, Indian establishment and Indian government has displayed thus far, these situations are hair-trigger situations which on their own, because of the kinetic energy behind them, on their own have the potential to escalate into something much larger and bigger. And therefore, if the good sense prevails on Chinese and the Pakistanis, I am now Maria, after a week of this kind of escalation, I am now specifically moving my needle towards the Chinese, because they are the ones, much more than the Americans, who can convince Pakistanis to stand down. And therefore, their role becomes important. If they now convince the Pakistani establishment, Pakistani military establishment completely, that this is an extremely dangerous path that they are trying to traverse upon, and the result of it would be an extreme destruction of resources that Pakistani value extremely, and all of them are mostly military resources. If they are able to convince the Pakistanis, then we can see some amount of disengagement and from here on de-escalation. However, if that doesn't happen and Pakistanis continues to choose, remember the Indian establishment's patience with Pakistan generally, and in this case also, wears thin. The nation's patience wears thin, and consequently the armed forces and consequently the government's patience also wears thin. And if a situation comes to that, where all the safe exit routes being provided to the Pakistani military establishment are choked, then for sure we are looking at a much more, I will not call it a wider escalation, I will not even call it a full-blown conflict or something like that, but what I am saying at this point of time is then we are certainly looking at a much more prolonged conflict and not something that ends very, very quickly.
Okay, and I'll ask the producers to put those graphics on our television screens, because we have details of the background of Pakistan's new ISPR chief. He's the son of Osama bin Laden-linked scientist who had infamously said, jinns can make electricity. So there is no scientific temperament per se. How do you deal with men of this nature? How do you deal with General Asim Munir? How do you deal with Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry? Nikunj, these are generals in charge of Pakistan right now. There was a call that was made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The call went straight to General Asim Munir, because he understands that he is the one calling the shots right now, not the civilian establishment, not Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. But these are men who are hardline fundamentalists.
Well, Maria, the fact of the matter is that I've been discussing this with multiple guests of ours. These are jihadis, or these are generals. You wish to call them by jihadi generals, as some of the papers and some of the magazines have tried to put them. But remember, they are professional soldiers, and their capacity to follow through their actions or halt those actions that they see dangerous and moving into a dangerous trajectory is fully there. These men are hardline men, but remember, they are also trained professional soldiers. So it is not that they are devoid of common sense or devoid of military strategy or devoid of military common knowledge. They have that, and in abundance. They are hardliners, but then there is enough reason and enough knowledge and enough acumen with them to see the reason if they wish to see so. Now the point here is that is Pakistan doing all of this escalation on its own, or is it acting as someone's cat's paw at this point in time, after having engaged Indian forces for now almost close to a week? That is a question that obviously we will have to ask experts, and obviously the answers to that will come in some time. However, when we go to the chief of the ISI, who is also a General Asim's man, General Asim Munir's right-hand chosen man, you have to keep one thing in mind, Maria, that General Asim Munir also himself, of course a hardliner, but when Marco Rubio speaks to him, as you were mentioning, Marco Rubio and the Americans have now realized that the real lever of power in Pakistan when it comes to India-Pakistan military escalation is the army chief of Pakistan. And General Asim Munir also understands the importance of that call. You may have friends in China and you may have friends in Turkey, but the Americans have always been the principal pivot of the Pakistan's military establishment. They may have moved away from the Pakistani military establishment in the last few years, or you can say last one decade, but the Americans still wield a tremendous amount of influence when it comes to Pakistani military establishment. So General Asim Munir has the capacity to appreciate all of that. What he chooses to do next is obviously something that will become clearer with the passage of time.
All right, let me bring in Shivarur at this juncture. He's joining me from Srinagar. We also have other reporters joining us. Ghazali will be joining us from Rajouri. I can see Nazir Masoodi live with us and Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, the Tri-Services Chief are at South Block. Any moment that crucial press conference will begin. It will become important because it will give us details of the number of military bases which has been targeted by India. Remember, India, when it all began, let's make that distinction for our viewers. Operation Sindoor began with India targeting and dismantling only the terror bases, terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. This move by India this morning, roughly around 4:35 a.m., was India targeting military air bases inside Pakistan. It was retaliatory move because over the last 72 hours, there has been repeated ceasefire violations and targeting and shelling by Pakistanis along the LOC, and multiple villages have been destroyed. That is the reason why what happened this morning will be seen as a retaliatory move by India, not an act of aggression. A word now from Aishwarya, who continues to be with us. Aishwarya, what exactly are you seeing at the moment?
And also, Maria,
yes, please.
Also, Maria, stubbing out the bases or stubbing out the positions that the Pakistanis are repeatedly using to pummel our civilian population. That's the agenda and that's the objective of our retaliatory strike on these places.
All right. Ash?
Well, two things are very clear on the part of Government of India. One, the Indian Armed Forces providing every proof that is out in open. Operation Sindoor Phase 1, Phase 2 and yesterday's strike, the Border Security Force also giving us visual proofs as well. And that clearly shows that Pakistani military establishment is attacking Indian civilians. And on the other side, it is apart from the Indian military giving proofs of Pakistani establishments hitting our civilians, the Ministry of Home Affairs also conducting the same checks. The anti-India propaganda and the fake narrative being spread from the Pakistani soil. Every hour we are witnessing at several locations these claims by the Pakistani establishments or their citizens had been fact-checked by the Indian government, and this is a proof that India wants to show the world that we are not hitting any civilian, we are just retaliating on what Pakistan's aggressiveness and what Pakistan coordinated attacks by drones and missiles on the Indian soil. Of course, just in few minutes, the government of India will be briefing about what has happened overnight, and it will be a joint press conference by the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of External Affairs. Of course, same
and you
trio
can speak over the news that is just coming in.
The media as well.
The National Security Advisor has briefed Prime Minister Modi. This meeting is happening at 7 LKM, roughly around 6 to 7 kilometers from where Aishwarya is reporting. Go ahead, Ash.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is keeping a very, very close eye on every possible development. Yesterday night, we have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairing that meeting with all three service chiefs along with the NSA and CDS as well. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was there. This morning early, three service chiefs arrived at the South Block over here, and very soon Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be also arriving at the South Block. A crucial meeting will take place. Defence Minister will be chairing that and will be taking every update. Possibly later in a day, there would be another sort of meeting that Prime Minister could be briefed about every situation by the three service chiefs along with Defence Minister as well. But all eyes on South Block and also on that important government briefing that will give details of Pakistani's attack.
Loud explosions, bombing, shelling and missile strikes happened this morning, and that's where Ghazali is reporting from. In fact, I can see Nazir Masoodi reporting for NDTV from Kupwara. Nazir, an update, but particularly very, very heartbreaking news coming in. Okay, I can see Ghazali now. Ghazali, move around, show our viewers what exactly are you seeing?
See, this is a different locality just close to where I was reporting in the previous news wheel. These are the houses which have taken direct hit. This area is particularly this has the houses of all the senior government officials. The location where Mr. Thapa, the additional deputy commissioner, was also staying. On the left, just in the frame, you will see Mr. Thapa's residence, which was hit by mortar shells or some aerial strike, and the entire power supply in this area was snapped, and it is now getting restored. Technicians from the civil department are here, and this is the residence of Mr. Thapa. So you see the technicality here, because this particular residence is surrounded by some multi-story building, and yet this splinter, or we don't know the exact cause of the death, but the splinter, maybe the splinters from the mortar shell, maybe an aerial strike, something or the other is the reason that he was killed right here. Multiple shots here on his residence, multiple marks of the shots or the damage which this house has taken, and not just this house but surrounding houses as well. I'll ask my camera person to show you. This in the neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, these are the multi-story buildings which have taken the hit from Pakistani shelling as well. So this is in the center of the city, and yet these areas are not safe. This also has a government accommodation, and since morning, a lot of people we have seen who have started leaving the city, not just migrant laborers, but the residents of Rajouri district. They have started getting into safer zones to other districts in Jammu or even to Punjab and Delhi.
Ghazali, where you are, that place looks like Ghazali, where you are, that place obviously looks like completely heavily shelled. You know, pockmarked buildings, quite clearly bearing a testimony to the intensity of the fire that's coming from the Pakistani side. And one can notice that, as you were mentioning, despite being surrounded by, this is a low-lying, this is a the less raised structure, that, so to say, with much less height compared to the building surrounding it. But the directional fire that has come from the Pakistani side, quite clearly firing from a vantage position or a position where they have the advantage of height. Hold on to your thoughts. I want to go to Nazir Masoodi also. He's our man there in Jammu and Kashmir, and he is somebody who has for years braved all those bullets, all those shells coming from the Pakistani side and reported continuously. Nazir, I have a specific question to ask you, and that is that when is the last time you saw this level of intensity of fire coming from the Pakistani side? The spread of the fire, the intensity of the fire, when is the last time you noticed it like in this vein? And also, what makes this escalation from the Pakistani side stand apart from the previous instances?
Well, Nikunj, I remember in 1998, when I had to hide in a bunker in Titwal. It was massive shelling from Pakistan. Then again in 2001, and in between we know there was Kargil war, we all have covered. And it was held, but during the Kargil war, line of control was a bit hot, but it was not like this. Whole focus was on Kargil, and in Kargil war, we know it was actually the war. But since then, this is first time the line of control is witnessing this type of hell, where every night, every morning, every evening we see innocent people being targeted, religious places being targeted, people losing their lives and they losing their limbs, they're losing their property. Fortunately, it is a sunny day today, though cloudy yet, still in many parts. For 2 days it was heavily raining and people had become homeless here in this frontier district, Kupwara. And large number of people have been taken to the shelter place by the administration. As we talk about Kupwara, there is also a situation which is developing in Jammu. As we just saw Chief Minister Umar Abdullah visiting some of the affected places in Jammu city, which has been targeted first time since 1971 war. So clearly Pakistan is escalating the situation. 5 civilians have been killed since morning, including Raj Kumar Thapa, who I personally knew, a dedicated officer who lost his life while on duty trying to help people. What administration right now is doing, from Chief Minister downwards, all the ministers, all the secretaries, all the district commissioners, one thing, to help people. They are not combatants. They are trying to help people in this difficult situation, whether they are doctors, they are engineers, they are administrators. And this officer was a 2001 Kashmir Administrative Service officer who was killed while on duty. Yesterday we could see him. He was accompanying J&K's Deputy Chief Minister who was visiting Rajouri and also held meetings with the Chief Minister through video conferencing to help people. So it is a tough situation which I am seeing after 98 and 2001 massive shelling which was witnessed along the line of control. But it has gone beyond. This is the new era of conflict. It is almost war without the war being officially declared by Pakistan or India. The way we heard the massive explosions in Srinagar, along the line of control, in Jammu, in Udhampur, where an airbase was targeted. And while it may have suffered damage, but the fact is that army said there's no casualty there. In fact, yesterday there were 26 drone intrusions. Yesterday, there were 36. And in yesterday's briefing, government said there were some casualties and injuries of the army personnel.
So what you are essentially saying is that quarter of a century has passed since you last saw such intensity of and spread of shelling from the Pakistani cowards. Now let me go to our colleague Gurpreet, who has been reporting from another different frontier, Ghazali and Nazir, both in Jammu and Kashmir. Gurpreet in Punjab. Gurpreet, what do you see around you? I'm seeing a lot of activity in your rear. What is it going on? Is it some kind of government inspection of the buildings hit? Is it some other kind of movement? Or what is the general sense that you are getting when you are seeing the places that have been shelled? Gurpreet.
Well, we are in a very thickly crowded area of Firozpur, where we can see this the people who are being present here. Last night, they have seen one object which has been dropped from sky that had just hit this street, and after that, there is some damage which we are going to show. तो आप कल यहाँ पे थे जब
मैं अपने घर पे मौजूद था. रात को करीब 9:10 पे एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त ब्लास्ट हुआ, तो मैं ऊपर छत पे चढ़ा हुआ था. उसके बाद मैं जब नीचे उतरा तो मोहल्ले के लोग इकट्ठे हुए, फिर उसको डर के घर भागे.
क्या डैमेज हुआ, क्योंकि हम विजुअली दिखाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आप दिखा रहे थे यहाँ पे
गिरा टाइल में यहाँ नीचे. उसके बाद ये घरों में लगे हुए हैं. जो उसके बाद एक लड़का है हमारे कॉलोनी में, उसके यहाँ पेट में लगा है छर्रा. बाकी लोगों में बहुत ज़्यादा इस बात का पैनिक क्रिएट हो गया.
बिल्कुल, we have seen immediately there is a huge damage. I'll request my visit to show all these points where this damage has been taken place. Here we can see these pictures and this gate which was also ripped off with a lot of impact. The thing and the object which has been just hit this street, and after that we have seen there is a lot of things. So कहीं ना कहीं ये लग रहा है कि ये जो ये ट्रांसफार्मर था इसको टारगेट किया गया.
Actually, what we feel is there's a tower here. So I think the drone caught the light of the tower and it exploded here. And you won't believe that this is the place where we are standing here. This is the place where I'm standing. It landed here. And you can imagine there's around 50 meter away, there's a man standing on the balcony, Mr. Monu here, he is standing, and he got hit in this thing.
So, Mr. Monu, what did you sense the moment there was a hitting? आपको जब लगा तो क्या देखा आपने?
सर जब मुझे लगा, मैं दरअसल यहाँ पे देख रहा था वैसे नीचे, तो उस टाइम ये छोटी सी लाइट थी वाइट, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा जैसे कोई टॉर्च मार रहा है, लेकिन जैसे वो बड़ी उसी टाइम ब्लास्ट हो गया। जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो मुझे ऐसा लगा जैसे मेरे किसने गोली मार दी है, तो उसी टाइम ब्लडिंग शुरू हो गई है, तो ब्लड निकल रहा था बहुत ज़्यादा, कपड़े सारे भर गए और हाथ, उस टाइम ब्लड बंद नहीं हुआ 2 घंटे, तो आज मॉर्निंग फिर दिखाया तो फिर ब्लड निकलने लगा सर, होल है काफ़ी।
Well, we have seen last night there was a blackout which has been imposed by the administration. The moment they have seen, they have also some of the videos we are showing to our viewers at this point of time. This is the moment they saw something which was hitting this ground, and immediately this Mr. Monu, who stays in Firozpur, he got injured. And what we can sense, I'll request my Vijay to show that tower also. तो हीरा जी ये टावर है जो यहाँ पे
that is a tower. But it is a very sad situation that the civilians have started being targeted now. We did not expect this. I mean, army base, and, you know, with this last night was like, we say it was in the sky, it was jaise Diwali chal rahi hai, but it was very, very terrifying. And it is a shock that all the civilian areas have been this time targeted by the Pakistanis.
Last night we have seen that there was a blackout which was imposed at about 8 p.m. and then we have seen multi-drone movement which was observed and spotted in the sky also.
Yes, there were around 15, I think maybe 10 to 15 drones. Even in the morning, there was heavy shelling. We could only hear the noise. We couldn't see because it was broad daylight. But last night was very, very horrifying and terrifying. Today also, people are very subdued and they have all remaining to their homes and their houses. And the whole market is nearly shut.
We have seen even the whole market has been shut down. A lot of precautions are taken by the local administration. This area has been put on the red alert.
Yes, the total market is shut. There is a panic. There is a big panic in the amongst the masses here, amongst the citizens. But still, people are not scared in terms of this thing. They're ready to cooperate with the forces and with the civil administration. They're continuing to cooperate with them, and that is not an issue. But it is the market being shut. Civil supplies have been hit because people were not ready, mentally prepared. There are only few handful who had done, they were kept stocks. But now there is a little panic about the eatables and their food stuff to be stored now.
We have seen a lot of restriction have been imposed in this border area of Firozpur. We have seen all the market people and especially the market have been shut down. They have been making a regular announcement to the people that they should remain inside the way they are observing the things across the border, because this is only few kilometers away, this Firozpur city, from Hossainiwala border, from the one of the important border of this Punjab. So what we have seen that multiple precautions have already been taken by the local administration, and this is the report, ground report, which we are showing the object which hit this street first. Immediately that had ripped off some of these parts of this gate, and one guy who was also present here, he got injured into this thing. What we have learned and what we could sense that here is the electricity, the transformer. We can see that if it is going to hit here, there could be more loss. But as of now, what we have seen, multiple precautions are being taken by the local administration. Multiple measures has been taken by the local administration so that they will be able to control the situation on the ground, and they will be able to combat with the situation which is happening at this point of time. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thanks very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break at this stage. We're going to come back with the very latest. Remember, in just about 3 minutes from now or thereabouts, there will be a press conference being addressed by the Armed Forces and the External Affairs Ministry, where we will get first-hand, authentic, official briefings on what has been a dramatic series of hours overnight, with attacks from Pakistan, followed by an Indian repulse of those attacks, and India striking back very, very hard. This is a warlike situation. It's never been as tense as this since 1971. India responding to the Pahalgam terror attack very, very hard indeed. Possibly 3 Pakistani, if not 4 Pakistani airbases have been hit. Those are the images from the National Media Center, where the press briefing will be addressed. Perhaps the Foreign Secretary, as has been the case, in the last few days will be doing that press briefing. Along with him, we expect an officer of the Army and an officer of the Air Force to actually participate in that. There are all sorts of rumors flying right now. Don't believe everything. We'll try and give you accurate information. We'll take this break and I'll be right back.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. In just moments from now, we expect that press conference of the External Affairs Ministry along with representatives of the Air Force and Army to address the international community. We will get clarity and a formal statement coming in on what has taken place over the last, since approximately yesterday, 8 p.m. last night. That's when Pakistan got into Indian airspace. There were intrusions in 26 areas, hundreds of drones. Some of these drones were armed drones. Firozpur was one of the areas where these armed drones struck. There have been injuries on the ground over there. This morning, overnight, there's been damage which has taken place in Jammu and in Srinagar as well. There have been intense air activity which has taken place, fighter plane activity as well. Three, at least, Pakistani Air Force bases have likely been targeted. The Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, that's arguably their most important airbase. The Murid Airbase, also known as Chakwal, it is located in Chakwal, roughly 100 kilometers south of Islamabad. The Rafiki Airbase in Shorkot in Punjab, that's about 250 kilometers southwest of Lahore. Why is this all important? Because these are primary airbases of the Pakistan Air Force, and these are logistical hubs. The effort would be to ensure strategic disruption, which would hamper Pakistan's ability to maintain air operations across the entire region. We are now entering a period of which we've not seen since 1971. For several of our viewers tuning in, this is an almost unreal scenario, but India has to remain strong at this stage. We have to ensure that the information that we put out is accurate, and we have to ensure that we reflect on the role of our forces who are now fighting back and fighting back hard. As we speak right now, it is a fluid situation, it is an active situation. There could be areas which are under attack presently. In reaching out to armed forces personnel throughout the morning, I have been told that it is fluid, things are developing constantly, and there is no immediate response to an immediate piece of information that they seek, that I have sought clarity on. That's because the front where all of this is taking place is large. It goes all the way from Jammu and Kashmir in the north into Rajasthan in the south at the very least. There have been all sorts of weapon systems which have been used. There have been several missile systems which have been used. Surface-to-air missiles have flown off to intercept targets. Drones have been used by the Pakistanis. Whether India has also used drones or not at this juncture, we do not know. But there is video which is quite clear, which has come in several hours back now, of the primary airbase I was talking about in Pakistan, the Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi. A huge explosion over there and smoke billowing out. Noor Khan is approximately 10 kilometers from Islamabad, near the Pakistan military's general headquarters. It is therefore a central airbase. There are military transports, air-to-air refuelers, that sort of thing. There are all sorts of weapon systems, remnants and fragments of drones which have been intercepted, remnants of boosters which have been which separate from surface-to-air missiles, which are all over fields in Rajasthan, Punjab. So there's a lot of that which is coming in right now. The situation in Srinagar was particularly tense this morning when there were several explosions which were heard. As we wait for this press conference to start, I'm joined by Lieutenant General Arun Sani. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. How do you look at the present situation now, given the fact that it's entirely fluid, and as per some reports, some attacks may be continuing even as we speak?
Good morning, Vishnu. I think other than the armed forces, I think the news anchors are the ones who are fighting the war. I think they've been extremely busy with all the activity that has been happening. But may I just say that I think the events yesterday morning, there seemed to be that there may be a slowdown as far as, or a escalation downwards after what had happened on the previous night. But I think with the attacks that have happened again, they seem to have upped the ante and seem to be, especially more so when they've started hitting the civilian areas, both in Jammu and most of the border towns that we've seen. I mean, I have family in Jammu, and I was talking, and most of the people are extremely, I think, concerned and agitated. But I think, as you said correctly, the morale of the people is fantastic. And I think if the citizens hold on, I think it's the best thing for the armed forces. I think when I read this battle, I thought we had come to a stage where Pakistan may look at a drawdown, but the attacks of yesterday have indicated that seems that there is still more to come. And I think India has done the right thing by actually targeting only their military installations and airport bases, which will have an impact on the conduct of their future missions.
I think that's a key point, General Sani, because it is a fact, and we've got footage on our screen right now. I think that's from the Jammu area, just the previous shot of damage on the ground in Jammu, damage on the ground in Firozpur and in other areas. These are populated areas. Therefore, the point that you're making is essential, that Pakistan has, this is Jammu, Pakistan has struck populated areas. India has been hitting military targets.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing that is of concern, which has actually come out now with evidence, is the collusivity both of Turkey and of China. Yeah. I mean, China always knew was providing them the arsenal. However, I think if I had to look at it as a military man, I think some of the performance of their weapon systems have not been as good as what they have been claiming. So I think that was one aspect. Yes, the coming in of Turkey and providing them these drones, utilizing deception measures of just sending in these cheap drones along with the armed drones or the loiter munitions has actually created a little bit of a pressure on our air defense. But what has come out is that our air defense is extremely robust. They've been able to pick up. And I think most importantly, a CNR system, that is the control and reporting system of the air defense assets along the border, starting all from the S-400 moving down the Akash and other weapons of the Zu-23s and the L-17.
All right, General Sani, just hold that thought for a moment. I'll be interrupting you repeatedly. I do apologize, but there's a lot of stuff coming in. Shiv Arur joins us now from Srinagar. Shiv, it was striking when you were reporting earlier in the day. In the middle of your live reports, we saw, or you saw and heard, loud explosions. I think we picked that up on our cameras as well. What's the situation now? Is it a lull presently? Are the air attacks or assaults or whatever took place over? Any information you can share?
Vishnu, we've gotten a confirmation that there was air activity incoming into Srinagar this morning. Much of it was captured on our cameras in terms of the sound while we were reporting. I'm standing right now on the banks of the Dal Lake. I'm not going to show any activity around it because there are security officials and other agencies that are involved in what I'm going to talk about. But we've been given permission to say that there is a search on in the Dal Lake right now for debris of what may be either a missile or a drone or possibly even an aircraft. We've been speaking to people here. There were some eyewitnesses who saw something falling into the Dal Lake during the early morning hours. There was some kind of an engagement and those two loud explosions that we heard were possibly not very far from where I'm standing, the airspace I mean. So just a short while ago there were some police boats that were conducting a search here. We understand some debris has been recovered, but there's going to be another search for more. The agencies are tight-lipped and I don't think anybody should really conjecture or speculate just yet over what exactly that debris is, because remember, there are two strands here. Clearly was a drone strike because we did see, hear those sounds of anti-drone measures engaging over Srinagar. The state authorities have also talked about how there was an air raid attempt by Pakistan here in Srinagar earlier today. It's a little quieter now, but the search for what could possibly be larger assets than drones or aircraft even is currently unclear. We're hoping to get some clarity on that from the MEA-MOD joint press conference. It's about to begin in Delhi, but the latest I have for you from here is that a search is on for that debris. One here in the Dal Lake, the other in a place called Lasjan in Srinagar. It's a kind of a slightly rural outbound area of Srinagar where we've just returned from there. It's been completely cordoned off by the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, so we could get nowhere near, but we're told by our sources once again that there was drone debris over there that was recovered and has been sent now for analysis. Vishnu.
And I think, Shiv, as we wait for that press conference, the story is that the frontage where all of this has been taking place, Jammu and Kashmir to the north, right down through Punjab, parts of Rajasthan as well, and further in to the mainland India, possibly Ambala, certainly Pathankot, Sirsa as well, some reports suggest, indicates the depth in which these attacks are coming. And the bigger picture is, never since 1971 has anything happened at this scale.
Very, very correct, Vishnu. After what the Indian MOD characterized as about 300 to 400 drones being engaged by Indian counter-drone measures yesterday, today you've got the Ministry of Information and Broadcast say that at least 26 armed drones were sighted in different parts of this frontage from Amritsar to Bhatinda, Akhnur. The army put out an official comment earlier today on its social media, putting out a picture of a Turkish Bayraktar drone, armed drone, attempting to apparently attack the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. There are confirmed reports of drone activity having been intercepted over Kutch in Gujarat, Rajasthan as well, and in Jaisalmer. So you're right when you say the entire frontage between India and Pakistan, whether it is the line of control or the international border that spans so many states, there is drone activity, which suggests that Pakistan is increasingly trying to use these very, very low-cost, attritable assets that they have, most of them acquired from Turkey, but also from China. to use them to create a map of India's air defenses. They've been doing that for the last couple of days. But I'm told an increasing number of drones with warheads, whether it's loitering munitions or drones carrying munitions like the Bayraktar 2 that were shot down over Amritsar today. This is clearly something that Pakistan wants to continue to do. But the more tantalizing and interesting aspect that we're chasing, of course, is the idea that Pakistan Air Force jets were in airspace over Srinagar or near Srinagar and were engaged, according to some reports. Not confirmed, hoping for clarity on that.
And equally important, we appear to have struck Pakistan as well very, very hard. Again, we are waiting for information on that. But if the information is accurate, because the footage being shared by very, very responsible people is of a massive explosion at the Noor Khan Airbase in Rawalpindi, that's at the heart of Pakistan, 10 kilometers from the general headquarters of the Pakistani military, less than 10 kilometers, then that would send a huge signal. The success of operations in other airbases in Chakwal, which is the Murid airbase, then the Rafiki airbase in Shorkot. If these attacks have gone through and if they are successful, then it just gives you an idea of the extent of the Indian offensive which has gone through as well, right?
Very, very true, Vishnu. And I'm told that it isn't just the three air bases that you've just named.
There's a fourth
not
one,
just
right?
Noor Khan, Murid and Raf. There is a fourth one. I'll just name it for you in a moment because I've got that from our sources. It's the Rahimyar Khan Air Base in southern Punjab. We'll have details of that on our screen in a moment. But these four air bases have been struck. We can confirm that they've been struck because I got this from the government straight. Like you said, one of them is in Rawalpindi, the very heart of the Pakistan military headquarters, Vishnu. It's a VIP transport base. It's got refuelers, lots of logistics and support aircraft, and basically the symbolism of it being Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters of the Pakistan military, which controls all these terror groups as well. Murid is your unmanned aircraft hub in Punjab, and it's the place where many of those Turkish drones also currently operate from. They've got a whole bunch of drone squadrons that operate from there, many of which may presumably have been launched against India in these three drone waves that we've seen so far. And finally, Rafiki is a frontline fighter base, Vishnu, as you know, which operates squadrons of the JF-17 and Mirage 5 high performance interceptor aircraft. So therefore, hitting three different bases, one that's largely symbolic and ceremonial, but very, very important in terms of maintenance, logistics, and VIP transport and refueling and things like that for support. I understand even airborne early warning and control aircraft sometimes operate from the Noor Khan airport near Rawalpindi. And the other two air bases, unmanned aircraft, which have sort of defined the offensive actions by Pakistan over the last couple of days, and of course fighters, which is what we're focusing on today. So it's going to be interesting to see how this actually plays out. Clearly, Pakistan also trying to attack Indian military assets, including airfields.
Let's also talk a little bit about air defenses, which India has been using extensively. If there are incoming fighter planes or there are incoming missiles from Pakistan or drones, we have an integrated command and control system which the Air Force mans. It gets a real-time idea using multiple sensors along the entire front on what is incoming and the nature of the threat. We've also linked all of that to very sophisticated surface-to-air missiles, whether it's the Barak, the S-400, which can engage targets up to a range of 400 kilometers, including ballistic missiles of some classes, the Pechora, which is an older surface-to-air missile system since upgraded, the Akash, which is a made-in-India surface-to-air missile system, and the Israeli Spider. Significantly, and Shiv, come in on this, and I'm reporting this very, very cautiously, in having spoken to experts in, I believe, parts of Punjab in a field, or in Rajasthan, there was the booster of a BrahMos missile, which was found. And when I put it out there, I was told quite clearly by experts that, no, that is the booster. A booster is a part which separates from the missile once it's fired. If India is indeed BrahMos, using BrahMos missiles, it is upgauging our attack, right?
Very correct, and you're right. I saw the picture that you're referring to, Vishnu, and I did send it to a couple of experts as well. They came back with exactly the same thing that you're reporting. That was a booster of a BrahMos supersonic cruise missile. Reason to believe that the BrahMos has also been thrown into the weapons mix that India is deploying against Pakistan right now. We don't know whether these were land-launched or air-launched BrahMoses. That's something that we'll get to know probably later once the fog of war actually settles. Remember, India has air-launched BrahMos missiles, and the government of Pakistan early this morning said that these were air-launched weapons that were that struck their 3 air bases. But India's integrated air defense system has been performing singingly well for the last 2 days. It is still under test right now because those air strikes and attempts to penetrate airspace and population centers continues. But all of those systems, from the S-400 to the indigenous Akash to the LRSAM, MRSAM / Barak 8, which is an Indo-Israeli weapon that you're familiar with, Vishnu. The Spider is also an Israeli system, providing that kind of integrated shield over vital assets and population centers of India. Are really seeing a trial by fire. There's nothing classified, of course, about what we're talking about, because these are very well-known open source pieces of weaponry that India deploys for this very purpose. But it is quite clear that they are sort of returning their investment for the last 3 days.
And it's not just that. We've got, it stretches from low tech to high tech. So if the S-400 and the Barak are on the higher end of the tech spectrum, relatively low tech solutions are also there. There is a summer system where the Indian Air Force, through a solution, a Jugaad solution, if you will, has used missiles which, such as the R-73 and the R-27, which are ending their life, their shelf life. Those are being used and have been used to take out incoming drones. I'm going to take a short break, come back with a lot more. All right, wait just a moment. We aren't taking a break. We can see action over there. That press conference about to begin. That's the Foreign Secretary, a Colonel of the Army and a Wing Commander. Let's listen in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैव ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायुसेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन अम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपों को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर में आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Commander Singh.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the airbases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Bairangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
A very important press conference by the External Affairs, the Foreign Secretary and two spokespersons of the armed forces. I'll be joined by Shiv Arur as we go through all of the details, but I'm going to run through some of them. Pakistan has attacked India using unmanned aerial vehicles, armed drones, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've hit civilian areas and military areas. There is heavy artillery shelling which has also been conducted. Drone activity across the international border and the line of control from Srinagar in the north to Nalia in Gujarat at 26 locations. Many of these have been intercepted and neutralized. There has been damage to Indian bases in Udhampur, Adampur, Pathankot and in Bhuj. Some of these also have civilian flights. But let's listen in once again to this key. All right. There are high-speed missile attacks which have also attempted to hit bases in Punjab. Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur bases and areas, schools and medical centers have been struck. Civilians have been targeted, and this is a key theme which the government kept speaking about, how India's attacks have actually focused on military sites. Pakistan has been targeting civilians as well. Now, in terms of the strikes carried out by India, these are important. We've hit Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrur and Sialkot. These are major Pakistani bases. Some of the, essentially the heart and soul of the Pakistan Air Force has been struck by India. There has been no after-action report on the extent of the damage caused on the Pakistani side, but it could be fairly substantial if you go by a lot of the footage which is now gradually emerging. India has ensured that on the Pakistani side, as a result of our attacks, collateral damage has been managed. Civil aviation has been targeted, says India, by Pakistan because civilian aircraft were operating while they were taking in strikes on India. This happened yesterday. Very significantly, and I think this points to, and hopefully not, but it does indicate a move to further escalation, is that there is an increasing deployment of Pakistani forces. India would obviously be matching that as well. There has been artillery fire in Rajouri, Baramulla, Aknoor as well. Very heavy fire. Indian forces are responding. There has been, as I mentioned, this forward area deployment of Pakistani soldiers. India is matching that. I've gone through that point as well. Finally, Pakistan's activities are escalatory. India's activities, India is absolutely clear that we do not want to escalate this. However, it is up to Pakistan to decide. So that is the message which has been sent out by the government of India. It remains a fluid situation. This is the worst. These are the worst attacks since 1971. Let me go across to Shiv. Shiv, let me just start up by a point made towards the end of that press conference, that Pakistan is forward deploying its soldiers and India is doing the same. This points to a potential move to further escalations. Let's talk about this first and then we'll go through the other points. The forward deployment of Pakistan soldiers.
Vishnu, probably the last time we saw something like this actually happen was in Operation Parakram. You covered that as well. This was after the terror attack on Parliament. This kind of huge forward deployment. Now, with the Indian government acknowledging that there is a forward deployment of troops on the Pakistan side, and possibly on the Indian side as well, we will not be talking about Indian movements of any kind, confirms what we've been saying yesterday, which is that this is a warlike situation. On NDTV, we are going to be careful about using the word war because there is a technical definition as far as what war is, and Vishnu, you know that better than anyone else. But a warlike situation, this most certainly is. We've seen deployments from different parts of Pakistan towards the line of control and towards the international border since the very beginning of this entire cycle of tensions between India and Pakistan. And therefore, I think for the Indian government, which has so far carefully weighed its words as far as the situation, called it, characterized it as non-escalatory, as restrained, to now indicate very categorically that it is a warlike situation with forward deployments, indicates, and I agree with you, that a big escalation is coming.
All right, let's go through some of the other points. India has hit Pakistan at Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid airbases, Sukur, Pasrur and Sialkot as well. We've struck radar sites, technical areas and command and control facilities. We are only hitting military sites, but it is absolutely huge that these attacks have gone through, including on their biggest airbase, which is the Noor Khan airbase in Chaklala, right? That's in Rawalpindi, just 10 kilometers away from Pakistan's military headquarters. India has struck back and struck back hard. All right, we'll wait for Shiv to just come back in a moment, but I'll go through a couple of other important points. Fighter aircraft have been used extensively over here. There have been intercepts which have been carried out by surface-to-air missile units of the Indian Armed Forces against incoming missiles, incoming drones. Whether or not any Pakistani aircraft have been intercepted at this juncture is detail, which did not emerge at that press conference. But hopefully there will be some clarity on that one way or the other later on. Very significantly, Shiv, if you can hear me, let's go to the next point. There has been damage at Udhampur, Adampur, Pathankot and Bhuj air bases. These are dual use, many of them. And India, acknowledging that. Pakistan doesn't quite acknowledge things in the way that we do. But these attacks have gone through. It sort of gives you an idea, our viewers an idea of the seriousness of the strikes which have come in. All right, we'll get that line back with Shiv in a moment from now. Civilians have been targeted in areas as well, is what the government has said, whether in Srinagar, in Avantipur, in Udhampur, schools and medical centers have been hit. Sialkot has been targeted. Collateral damage, India has ensured, has been managed in our attacks, which have taken place in the areas I mentioned, Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrod, Sialkot. All of these were areas which became, the names, all of these names became familiar to citizens across this country way back in 1971 when the Indian Air Force carried out audacious attacks. This time as well, there have been attacks, different ones, possibly using long-range missiles. There is evidence to suggest that India has used the BrahMos missile as well. Pakistan has been using civil aviation as some sort of a shield. We've got something coming up. All right, we're going to listen in on the points I've made through the words of the wing commander at that press conference. Listen in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैब ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई. मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की. एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपो को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर मैं आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage
All right, we'll just restore that feed in a moment from now. That was Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force. Just in terms of the important points that she was talking about, she was describing the attacks which have taken place. Pakistan has used unmanned drones, UCAVs, which are armed drones, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've hit civilian and military targets. They've used high-speed missiles and attacks on Punjab bases. I'm not sure what high-speed missiles means, whether it's ballistic missiles or something else. Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur schools and medical centers have been targeted. All right, let's go across to Shiv Arur, Sunil Prabhu and Nazir Masoodi. Let me go across to Nazir first. Nazir, where are you? Could you give us an idea of the extent of the damage around you?
Well, I'm in Kupara here for last 3 days, and there's damage in the line of control, no doubt about that, massive damage. But as we reported, if you remember last night, when there was attack at Srinagar airport, and we reported that first, and what was happening there, drone attacks. Now in the briefing, government is saying that how they targeted this Srinagar airbase, and in the course it is the medical facility and the school which has been damaged there. And the other air bases, which includes Udhampur air base, which have already reported, Adampur, and they have been damaged, and also Avantipura. In Avantipura also a medical facility and the school has been damaged in Pakistan. While the fact is that we saw massive explosions this morning in Srinagar from this Hyderpura bypass up to Srinagar airport. Whole area was cordoned off, that was sealed by the security forces after this damage and after this violation by Pakistan. So it is not only there, but in the line of control what we have seen, it was in Uri, it was in Tangdar, it was in Keren and Machal sectors, where there was massive shelling throughout the night. And now what in our press briefing we say, the government has clearly said that there was some damage, acknowledging damage in the air bases, infrastructure and the men as well. But India has hit very hard on Pakistan's air bases and military facilities. Well, Pakistan appears to be on a denial mode as usual, but India this time has very made it clear that while Pakistan is trying to mobilize its forces near the border, India doesn't want further escalation, but provided Pakistan doesn't escalate the things further. So that is the condition. So on the other side, we see Pakistan's propaganda, which they had said, the S-14 station that being targeted, and all those things in the press briefing that was made very, very clear. This is a falsehood through visual proofs. The government clearly showed it to women officers and the foreign secretary, which they showed. But on the ground, it's a very, very tense situation. It was very tense. Not many people have been able to sleep here for last 3 days. Many people have lost their homes and they are living in shelter homes. And Jammu, 5 civilians have been killed along the border, including a senior official and including 2-year-old girl, yes. Arsha Noor. She too has been, baby has been killed in Pakistani shelling also.
All right,
today.
Just hold on for a second, Nazir. There's some breaking news coming in. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The Secretary Rubio has emphasized that both sides, India and Pakistan, need to find ways to try and de-escalate the conflict, as it were, re-establish direct communication. The US saying that there shouldn't be any miscalculations at this stage. America is offering productive discussion to facilitate productive discussions between India and Pakistan to avert future disputes. Now, whether India chooses to accept this is something that's unclear. Shiv, let me come across to you. We were going through many of the points. Let's once again please talk about the attacks that India has put in on Pakistan, Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrod and Sialkot. India has attacked these places hard. What can you tell us?
Very interesting details coming out from that press conference, Vishnu. Much more than we initially thought had been struck on the Pakistani side. The Indian government officially confirming that Rehmiar Khan, Noor Khan, which is the Chaklala base near Rawalpindi, Rafiki and Murid. In addition to that, the Sukur base and 2 radar facilities in Pasrur and Sialkot have also been destroyed, which makes it 7 military targets have been, struck using high-performance weapons of different kinds. They didn't obviously specify what weapons, but they did say high-speed weapons, and I did note that you were wondering about that, Vishnu. I think without naming the weapon and without talking about it, you referred to it in an earlier broadcast, and I think we both know what that weapon might actually be. We'll let the Indian Air Force come on record in a short while from now and talk about the weapon specifics. But when we talk about high-speed weapons and air-launched weapons, there's not very much that is left to the imagination. But this appears to have been, once again, an air-launched series of strikes or a package of strikes. We don't know what aircraft were involved, but presumably the 2 or 3 frontline fighter types would have been employed for this kind of a strike. These aircraft are very likely not to have left Indian airspace for the kind of reach and range that they managed to execute by targeting Rawalpindi and the other bases, which are, of course, in depth areas, but Sialkot and the others are in Punjab, which are not very far from the international border. So very much like Operation Sindoor Part 1, where you had air-launched weapons hitting terrorist sites, this time they've hit military establishments, which are no longer, in my view, indistinguishable from terrorist sites themselves, given that this same Pakistan military has been targeting civilian centers in India. That's what terrorists do. And so we'll have to look deeper and peel away the layers of what this airstrike really looked like.
Neil Prabhu, another key point which was mentioned is that India is not looking to escalate. We are looking for Pakistan to ensure that the path of escalation doesn't take place. This came up in the end of the press conference. That's what several countries around the world are telling us as well. Could you share this bit of critical information which emerged today?
Well, India's position has been that we are operationally in a state of readiness. That's the armed forces position. The Ministry of External Affairs has been working on the phone, speaking to various interlocutors, and they have made it clear that they are not escalating. It is Pakistan which is escalating. And they are responsible for the provocative steps that we've seen. You have seen our air bases being attacked. We had targeted terror infrastructure in retaliation to what was a horrific killing in Pahalgam, and that's what Operation Sindoor was. What the Pakistan military has attempted to do is attack our military aircrafts, our military bases. We have been told that there will be another briefing later this evening because it's an evolving situation. As you're well aware, there's been, and those photographs of Sirsa, the base being perfect, as well as other air bases have been shown. Yes, India did face some casualties, but we have also attacked Pakistan in equal measure. Having said that, I think everybody is hoping and praying that there will be good sense that prevails, but our armed forces remain in a state of preparedness. They will not take anything for granted in terms of the way Pakistan has continued to provocate, and the Ministry of External Affairs, as you rightly pointed out, just spoken to the US Secretary of State as well as others. There are various interlocutors who are trying to calm down tensions. Yep. We'll wait and see whether diplomacy does have an effect or whether India will retaliate with these provocative measures that Pakistan has undertaken.
Nazir, several dual-use air bases, airfields. We don't have them. We've got Shiv. Many of the air bases which have been struck are dual-use. So Udhampur, Radhampur, Pathankot, Bhuj, they've got civilian flights also operating into many of these airfields. The fact is that these Pakistani attacks did get through. We don't know the extent of the damage at this stage. But at the same time, the claims that they made about destroying Sirsa Air Base, destroying Adhampur Air Base, that's entirely false. In fact, they even showed footage showing that these air bases are intact. So, India has nothing to hide. Where the attacks have gone through, we've revealed. Where they've not gone through, we've called them fake.
Very correctly said, Vishnu. And you know, war is a serious business. We've seen it. It involves damage and destruction. It's very difficult to, fight a war without sustaining some form of damage. But I think the Indian government has made it very clear that Pakistan's misinformation machine is issuing the most elaborate sort of dream world scenarios that are probably only intended to sort of lull their domestic audiences into the false belief that the Pakistan military is really succeeding in their campaign against India. Whether it is attacks on airbases, whether it is the capture of an Indian pilot, whether it is the destruction of S-400, missile regiments, all of those have proven to be fake, and the Indian government is on record about it, which means, apart from those pictures that were shown at that press conference, these are testifiable and provable, confirmations and rebuttals that the government is actually issuing. The damage that we've seen, injuries in Firozpur, some damage in Jammu. There is word about possible drone damage, in peripheral areas of some of the bases. We won't name them, but this is to be expected. We have to be realistic, when there is such a sustained attempt to strike at different places, there is always going to be that chance, Vishnu, and you understand this better, of some of those munitions slipping through and, executing some form of damage. Now, we don't know precisely where these have happened as far as India's military establishments are concerned, but the fact that many of these airfields are dual use, like you rightly said, where civil aircraft actually operate from, whether it is Amritsar, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is Adhampur and many others, Pakistan has in its own way escalated once again. Talking about targeting military airfields, but knowing fully well that these are places where hundreds of thousands of civil passengers also pass through on each passing day. Of course, the context now is different because airports are shut in many places, but I think the idea that Pakistan does not care for civilians is writ large.
No, Pakistan doesn't care for civilians. They've hit schools and medical centers as well. I don't think we can expect them to care for civilians given the history of terrorism, Shiv. But I think for me, and I'll just go back to that one point and then perhaps look at some other things. The takeaway from that press conference was right at the end when, they said that there's been a forward deployment of Pakistani soldiers. That's very significant because, again, without getting into specifics, that could mean the forward deployment of armor to their launch pads. That presumably would be backed by what India does. We don't know if they're talking about armor, they're talking about the forward deployment of soldiers. So are we getting into a situation where a ground offensive is next? That's what the big worry is. This is a warlike situation. If there is a ground offensive, if it is larger, then it would be war. We need to think about that. We'll take a short break at this stage and come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with
All right, we'll try and bring in a couple of important reactions now to the points covered in that expansive press conference. General Sudhakarji and Colonel Rajiv Agarwal with us. Colonel Sudhakarji, let me come to you first. India has struck Pakistani bases in Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukhur, Pastur, Sialkot and Noor Khan, number one. Number two, we have only hit military facilities over here, which includes radar tech, command and control centers. Pakistan has been hitting civilian areas as well. But just in terms of the importance of India's attacks into these Pakistan air bases, how would you characterize them?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, thank you so much. Good morning for inviting me to your channel. And I am presently in Greece. Time difference is 2.5 hours. I have been in touch with a couple of think tanks and meeting people around here in Europe. It's a great move by our country and must compliment the leadership as also the Indian Armed Forces. First and foremost thing I wish to highlight is the press release which was released, which is making rounds in almost all the social media in the world, is after the operations were conducted on 7th of May, there was a very comprehensive and integrated press release, I would say, wherein you have the Ministry of External Affairs, you have the Defense Ministry, you have the economic
yeah, but sir, in terms of the significance,
everything was appearing as if it is.
The significance of the strikes, Lala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukhur, Pastur, what is the significance of that?
The significance is that India has made it amply clear that it is a considered, calibrated, non-escalatory response to Pahalgam carnage. That means, what does it mean? It means that we are targeting the terrorists, the terrorist infrastructure, the logistics, the supply chain. Leadership may or may not. It has not come to light so far, except for one or two. And so this is the paradigm on which the Indian strike is being actually targeted. So if the conceptual framework is based.
Okay, we've lost that line with General. Okay, so go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Basically to target. So we are not looking out for an all-out war. We have our exit policy inbuilt in that particular press release, and thereafter we'll continue to target. So how long are you going to target? So my recommendation is India must continue to follow the practice or the principle of mow the grass. With the Israelis, they have adopted very, very effectively. It has to be done. One Balakot, one such operation is not good enough. It must be continued for 10 to 15 days because by then the global pressure will be mounting against India. Give a break and collect your intelligence. Have very accurate surgical strikes and go for another one after 2 months or 3 months and repeat the cycle periodically so that the grass is mowed from time to time and they are made to play very well and are not able to sustain financially as also from the infrastructure point of view.
Yeah,
back to you, Vishnu.
They are an unpredictable state actor and they don't seem to have any aversion towards resorting to using their military. So how often can we keep hitting them? Because when they hit us back, it can end up being a zero-sum game.
Excellent. Fantastic question you have asked. So therefore, what I have been saying that India needs to have its matrix of response very, very crystallized in a calibrated manner. Contingencies have to be identified. It is must focus on the following things. First, command, control, communication, coordination, and intelligence and surveillance network. Apart from these, also India must focus on the financial verticals which are supporting. And overall, there is an ecosystem which is actually supporting and sustaining the extension of this terrorism across border against India. So that complete ecosystem, meaning the tap of terrorism, must be shut permanently. What is that tap? The tap is nothing but the deep state of Pakistan. Does it mean that the army headquarters has to be hit? No. In army headquarters, there are agencies who are responsible to coordinate. They coordinate with the terrorist organization. They facilitate. The army is facilitating the transit movement. They stage forward to the staging points, cross the line of control, come into India, and there is a communication network, mind you, Vishnu. It is all encrypted. Whether quantum computing systems are being applied or not, that is for the specialists and the domain experts to comment. But my take is, because they have switched over to a different method of communication, maybe the internet is being used extensively, maybe encrypted form of platforms are being used. We are unable to detect timely intelligence from the technical intelligence, that the signal in the network. So therefore, there is a requirement to actually address all these in a systematic manner, calibrated manner. Not only we decimate them, but also find out the roots of each of these. Who are the leaders? Who are guiding them? Who are directing them? We need to take care of them and should be able to collate all the data, take them to a status of accountability at the global stage. Nothing will happen, I know for sure. But India must continue to carry out this operation relentlessly, at least for 1 month time, at least. By then, the global pressure would be mounting. India has to pull back. So after a gap of maybe another
I'm
1 or 2
joined by
or
my
3
colleague
months,
Shiv Arun,
India
who is
must
in
actually...
Srinagar at this stage. Shiv, we've been going through all of these key points. I'd like to once again very carefully and very cautiously go back to that phrase, high-speed missiles have been used in attacks on Punjab bases. And I think since what are we talking about, I think it's important to tell our viewers, when one talks about high-speed missiles, it refers potentially to ballistic missiles, it refers potentially to hypersonic missiles. There have been claims of Pakistan having hypersonic missiles. We don't really have very much evidence to that effect. Ballistic missiles, in many cases, fly as fast, if not faster. If those were used, then it does mark an escalation within the matrix of what we are looking at. Shiv, any thoughts on that?
Absolutely correct. The matrix of escalation for Pakistan that the Indian government has now confirmed is using pretty much every, the descriptions used by the Indian government would cover virtually all non-nuclear projectile weapons that Pakistan currently has in their arsenal. Now remember, in the first wave of air attacks, there was reason to believe that some short-range ballistic missiles were also used, though it came to light a little later that it was mostly, slow-moving loitering munitions and attack drones. This time, with this, a significant escalation where military targets have are squarely in focus for the Indian Air Force. We've just listed 7 bases in Pakistan that have been hit, whether air bases or radar facilities. I think it would be reasonable to expect that high performance weapons like either ballistic missiles or possibly even cruise missiles will be used in either the current cycle of tensions or what's coming next, because this is after all a very volatile country that is cornered. It's been battered, not just as terrorist sites, but also now very, very key military bases in places including Chaklala, which is the very heart of the Pakistan military and the ISI. And therefore, to actually hit back, is it going to carry on using low performance attritable drones, which have been largely unsuccessful in achieving their military objectives, at least so far, and upgrading into higher performance weapons, which may be slightly more difficult to actually intercept, is the key question right now. But I agree with your assessment, Vishnu, that this escalatory ladder seems to dictate that is very much in the realm of possibility.
Shiv, you just sent back some startling footage which I was looking at, and I think it's important to reflect on the fact that debris from, whether it's missiles, drones or aircraft, we don't know, fell into Dal Lake. That's in the heart of Srinagar, right? That's how real things have been getting. That's how real it is.
Yeah. That is correct. In fact, the site where the debris actually fell is right behind me. We're not going to show people exactly where it was, or we've just got a rough idea, but I'm going to point our cameras in that direction so you get a rough sense of where the debris appears to have fallen. Eyewitnesses here say that there was a CRPF and police search party using 4 boats earlier in the morning at about 8 in the morning today, where they were looking for the debris. We've also got a piece of footage which suggests that much of the debris has actually been recovered, so they're analyzing that. Doesn't seem to be a manned aircraft. It's a small piece of debris. It's the second debris site that we've actually seen here in Srinagar since the morning. Vishnu, the first was in a place called Lasjan, which is about 8 kilometers from where I'm standing right now on the banks of the Dal Lake, and the one behind me in the lake itself where some equipment has been recovered. So those explosions we heard in the morning of drones being intercepted or loitering munitions being intercepted, I think this may be that. Nothing so far on manned aircraft, even though we did get a confirmation that an air raid was possibly underway here in Srinagar. Wreckages of manned aircraft not seen in Srinagar yet. We are hearing they may be outside.
I'm joined by Colonel Rajiv Agarwal as well. Colonel Agarwal, we've gone through various points in this press conference, but we are getting all sorts of reports at this stage, including how this situation remains fluid. For example, I'm told by people who are in the Pathankot area that just now there have been 3 massive explosions which have hit Pathankot. It is significant, and the reason I'm asking you this is that, it's not over. It's going on as we speak right now. Your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Vishnu, yesterday also we were talking about whether there's going to be a de-escalation or an escalation, but more like the way things are moved, it is moving sharply up the radar of escalation.
All right, Colonel, that audio with you is really bad. We'll come and fix that and come back to you in a little while. I need to take a short break. Come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Debunks Pakistani propaganda. Pakistan targets Jammu and Rajouri towns with shelling. A senior official has been killed in shelling in Rajouri. Explosions heard during an NDTV live report in Srinagar. There have been extensive air action in that Srinagar area and blast. The Indian Army has destroyed a Pakistani terror launch pad, several other areas, video of which has now emerged. Sources say that the Pakistani post across Jammu was used for launching drones. Pakistan has shut airspace for all civilian flights.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Well, the big breaking news coming in right now as we speak is that there is another explosion which has been heard in Srinagar, and there have been at least a couple of major explosions which have been heard in the last little while in Pathankot. We are waiting to get Shiv Arur back on the line, but this is, if it is the case, then the situation remains very volatile. The attacks haven't ended. There is no lull per se. If this is another round of air attacks, that's something that we would need to see. The Indian Air Force would be responding very heavily. Explosions can also be surface-to-air missiles being launched. They sound like explosions, just the takeoff itself, the blast off of the missiles, whether these are interceptions or whether these are strikes on targets in or places in Srinagar. That's something that we're going to have to wait for very, very closely. I'm also told by very reliable sources of a series of explosions that he heard in Pathankot right now. So it's again all over, some in Punjab and some over here in Jammu and Kashmir. We try to get some more details on this, but I'm just going to remind our viewers of what's been taking place. There have been several attacks which have been going on. Udhampur, Adhampur, Pathankot and Bhuj have seen Pakistani attacks. Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur have seen attacks which have hit schools and medical centers, civilians being targeted as well. I can tell you that there have been intense air defense activities in Srinagar. There have been surface-to-air missiles which have been launched as well in the day. Let's go across to Shiv. Shiv, go ahead. All right, again, just some audio problems. We'll try and come back to Shiv in a moment from now and get you the very latest on these explosions which have been heard over Srinagar just moments back. But as I was mentioning, there has been Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur, where schools and medical centers have been hit. Civilians have been targeted in these areas. Military bases in Udhampur, Adhampur, Pathankot and Bhuj have been hit by the Pakistanis. But as significantly, and I would like to reiterate this, India has hit 7 Pakistani airbases or radar facilities, tech facilities, command and control centers. The attacks which have been taking place since the morning have struck in 26 locations in India, between Srinagar to the north, Nalia and Gujarat to the southwest. There is also very heavy artillery shelling which has been taking place. The use of drones. Pakistan has been attacking India using unmanned aerial vehicles, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've been targeting both civilian and military areas. Let's go across to Shiv. Go ahead, Shiv.
Vishnu, while we were reporting just now, we just heard two, dull thuds once again in the distance. They were spaced by about 10 seconds apart. No information just yet, no official information certainly of what this was. We're going to go ahead and assume that this is a continuation of what we were hearing in the morning of interceptions of possible munitions or drones. Like I said, I've been reporting for the last hour from here near the Dal Lake in Srinagar, where at least one of those munitions debris had fallen after its interception very close from here. We're getting more information also that the possibility of interceptions are continuing either near the Srinagar airport, which is about a half-hour drive from where I'm standing, in addition to the outskirts of Srinagar, Pahalgam and other places. This seems to align with what we've been reporting since today, Vishnu, which is that there appears to be a concerted effort to strike some targets here in Srinagar with loitering munitions or drones, possibly even missiles. There was talk of manned aircraft also being part of the entire mix. We have no word on it. Importantly, there was no confirmation or verification on manned aircraft or otherwise at the press conference that's just gotten over by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. So we're still trying to get more information here. Like I said, the munition that fell in this patch of the Dal Lake behind me has gone for analysis, but those two explosions confirm that this wave, if I can call it that, isn't over yet.
No, it's not over. Even in Pathankot, there have been moments back, multiple blasts, very loud ones. We'll come back to all of these developing sort of scenarios now taking place across our India. We'll come back. India striking back hard, but there is a warlike scenario in the country.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable. I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing
Good afternoon to what is one of the most tense days that we've seen in India. It's a warlike situation in the country. India has hit several Pakistani bases. Several Indian bases have been hit. There has been some damage on the ground as well. Some casualties also may be reported. There is a sense that Pakistan may be forward deploying its troops. It is a warlike situation in our country. The situation is fluid. Just moments back, there have been explosions heard in Pathankot and also in Srinagar. We've got our journalists up on the field and we're going to go across to them as they bring us the latest situation on the ground. Shivarud in Srinagar. We've got Ghazali, Harsha Kumari Singh, Aishwarya tracking developments here in Delhi, and Gurpreet Chinna. Thank you all very much for being with us. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. A special briefing of the government on Op Sindoor. India says we've responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation and that we hit targets at multiple Pakistan airbases and also Pakistani posts. You can see those attacks on the posts in this video on your screen. The government calls Pakistan's actions provocative and escalatory. The government says Pakistan tried to hit multiple airbases. The government debunks claims of Pakistan's propaganda and says that Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases which have been undamaged because there have been fake Pakistani claims as well have also been shown. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Rubio says India and Pakistan must de-escalate. The US proposes to support discussions. The External Affairs Minister says India's approach has always been measured and responsible. Well, it was an hour and a half back that the government came out with a fairly detailed briefing on what's exactly been taking place in India. Let's listen in.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh Forward Ammunition Depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy at these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
All right, well, what we are showing you now, full screen, let's have these up full screen if we can, are of the attacks which those defense officials were speaking about. These are very sustained and attacks which India has carried out across the line of control. These are fire strikes which have taken place with the Indian Army neutralizing Pakistani terror hubs, launch pads as they are known. This is some of the most vivid footage that India has ever released. This shows rockets, shoulder-mounted rockets, shoulder-mounted missiles, mortars, grenades. That's a mortar over there. Grenade launchers being used to take out these posts in a near vicinity. That's an anti-tank missile going through. Can be used against semi-hardened targets as well. Those are missile strikes over there. That's another missile strike going ahead. You note how the missile tracks the target, maneuvers to it. That's mortar which is being used. I think that's medium mortar being used over there. This is across the line of control. Fire strikes being carried out by the Indian Army as well. In terms of a little bit of more information coming in, and we're going to try and play out some of that footage shortly. I'm going to read this out, and if we could just have the photographs up, the ones that which I've just put out. In the early hours this morning, at approximately 5 this morning, Pakistani forces, this is coming from official sources, Pakistani forces launched multiple Bikert Jihad-3 kamikaze drones across the international border towards Amritsar in a blatant attempt to strike densely populated residential areas. Because of the vigilance and rapid response of the Indian Army's air defense network, the hostile drones were detected, tracked and engaged within seconds of breaching Indian airspace using quick reaction air defense guns positioned in depth along the border belt. Anti-air defense gunners brought down, Army air defense gunners brought down the drones in midair, ensuring that no debris fell on civilian property and that no casualties were sustained. Initial analysis indicates that the drones carried high explosive payloads intended to inflict maximum damage on innocent civilians, a fresh low in Pakistan's ongoing escalation. This is what I'm referring to. These pictures match what I'm saying. These are some of the drones which were brought down. The prompt neutralization of this threat underscores the effectiveness of India's layered air defense grid, which integrates ground-based radars, electro-optical sensors, and automated command and control systems. Let's go back to Shiv Arur, keep these images on the screen. Shiv, we keep talking about fighter aircraft, we keep talking about missiles, we talk about the BrahMos all the time, but it's the for want of a better word, it's the lowly air defense gunner using an old L-70 system, which increasingly may be radar guided, who has played an incredible role in taking out drones. 400 drones, 300 drones, the numbers are huge. And now, unlike day one, when they weren't armed drones, they didn't have bomblets, these are armed drones. Without these, we would have suffered huge casualties.
And Vishnu, I'm so glad you talked about the humble L-70 gunner, because there are 3 ground-based, non-missile anti-drone systems, anti-air systems that have played an absolutely incredible and maybe unsung role. So I'm really glad you've brought it up, because the L-70, the Zu-23, the Shilka, which are slightly more sophisticated, are the weapons that have probably taken on the overwhelming number of those 400-odd drones that came into Indian airspace. You're right, this is literally the trenches. This is where military skill really comes into its own. These are weapons that never get the kind of limelight that more sophisticated weapons that you named actually do. Also, that the video that's just come out from the Indian Army, Vishnu, that you were referring to a short moment ago, those are the trenches. Those are the first images from the line of control trenches, depicting in vivid detail the Indian Army. First pictures in this wave of conflict between India and Pakistan. The first pictures of forward posts along the line of control, absolutely obliterating launch pads and Pakistan Army posts, which, as I've been saying in our coverage, have become very, very difficult to differentiate apart. Very often Pakistan Army posts and launch pads, are coterminous. They're right there with each other. And therefore, these pictures depicting mortars, I'm guessing also artillery, I didn't see the whole video, but also rocket-propelled grenades and possibly even anti-tank guided missiles being used at close range to absolutely decimate some of this infrastructure. Now, when I've been reporting from the line of control, the information that we got, especially in the Kupwara and Uri sector, is that as many as 40 to 45 major launch pads continue to exist. So I'm very curious after watching this video, how many of those launch pads, are still breathing free air, because this video is about a minute and 25 seconds long, and I counted as many as 7 or 8 launch pads being absolutely obliterated. So it's going to be interesting to see if that data will ever become available. But clearly,
Shiv, hold on for half a second. I'm just going to, I'm going to have that up full screen. Not this. Let's play that video. Yeah, Shiv, go ahead. Talk us through this video.
Yeah, so this is the video that the Indian Army has put out just a short while ago on its social media handles. Very, very vivid imagery, obviously filmed at forward posts along the line of control in an eyeball. When you say eyeball to eyeball situation, this is what it means. From where these Jawans and officers are standing, you can see the Pakistan Army posts and the launch pads right there. So it's a mix of real life camera, daylight camera, as well as thermal imaging or infrared camera, capturing the destruction and decimation of a series of launch pads and Pakistan Army posts, which are usually adjacent to each other in some sectors of the line of control. I counted at least 6 or 7 such terror launch pads being destroyed. You can see ammunition being cooked off in some of those videos as well, Vishnu. Also, look at the weapons being used. You've got everything from mortars to anti-tank guided missiles, rocket-propelled grenades, possibly some other weapons, machine guns as well, being used against those launch pads. So very interesting, and I always insist on marking these things in any cycle of conflict. These are the first images of this particular conflict on the front lines. These are the men fighting those forward posts from Pakistan.
And they'd be facing significant attacks themselves. So, I mean, let's not forget that for a moment. This is the front line. Yeah. These are the people who hit the hardest sometimes, but face the brunt of attacks. These are our Jawans defending and protecting us and hitting terrorist launch pads in just the last little while. I'm going to go across to our colleagues Nazir Masoodi and Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, let me come across to you first. There have been a series of meetings which have taken place already today. Aishwarya, can you give us an idea of what's happening today by way of top leaders meeting. Is there going to be a press conference again later this evening, Aishwarya?
Well, no announcement has been made yet, but yes, Vikram Misri has stated that it's an ongoing situation, it's an evolving situation, and the government will get back again to inform the country about how the developments are unfolding. As far as series of meetings are concerned, this morning we saw National Security Advisor Ajit Doval reaching to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where he briefed Prime Minister for almost an hour, and Prime Minister took a close watch as far as the entire situation is concerned. Apart from it, we've been also told that the CDS, Anil Chauhan, went to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, and it was Rajnath Singh who was also briefed by the CDS, the Tri-Services Chief Sarat South Block over here, where we are reporting from, and they are very, very closely monitoring and giving directions to the armed forces as to how India is retaliating, and India is taking actions against the Pakistani violation of the troops. But yes, once again, we have got confirmation from the Indian Army. Yesterday, there were visual proofs that were given by the Border Security Force as well, that in a continuous operation, there are terrorists which had been neutralized who were tried to infiltrate in the Indian territory. Today, there were several such posts which were also completely destroyed in an action by the Indian Army.
Nazir, give us a sense of the damage on the ground where you've been reporting from, or what you've heard about damage in other areas near you.
Well, there have been targets, attacks and targets on defense installations, Avantipura and Srinagar airport, or the Udhampur, which government has said it in its briefing clearly. There is damage to the infrastructure, soldiers also, and on the ground we can see there was heavy shelling through the night. Here in Kupara also, army clearly targeted Pakistani posts across the line of control here, but here on Pakistani side targeted both civilians as well as army installations. So this is something which is going on. The army has hit them hard. Pakistan has been trying to target innocent civilians. Many civilians have been killed. Many have lost their homes. I have been to some of those places where these people have lost their homes. They got injured, and all that has happened. This is something which nobody would want, that innocent people are targeted, but that is happening here in Jammu and Kashmir. We see people facing the brunt of Pakistani shelling here in Jammu and Kashmir in the border areas. But one thing important, while we have been covering this, we have never shown any troop movement or troop deployment. That we have been careful about to ensure that there is nothing when it comes to the operational secrecy of the forces, that is never compromised. And here on the ground, we saw in Srinagar, there were 3 loud explosions were heard. Nature of explosions is not known. What is the reason? What is the cause? But in the situation it has been happening, there was also sirens were sounded in parts of Srinagar. So fingers crossed what has happened. But the way we have been seeing situation unfolding in Srinagar, where we saw in Avantipura Airbase that they tried to target
Nazir,
it,
and
there were 2 medical
to
facilities and schools in both the places.
Yeah, Nazir, hold on a second. Let's quickly go across to Gurpreet Chinna as well. Gurpreet needs to move from that location, which is why I'm interrupting you, Nazir. Gurpreet, go ahead where you are. Tell us what's happening.
Well, we are reporting from one of the villages from district Firozpur. This is the Burj Makhan Singh village. Last night we are showing that how our forces, they are neutralizing missiles or drones in the air, and we have seen the one portion of some object has been seen here. तो क्या देखा आपने यहाँ पे? हम देख रहे हैं ट्रांसफार्मर के पास. आप हमारे साथ भी चलो अगर वहाँ पे.
ਇਹ ਨਾ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਰਾਤ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ 1:30 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਜੀ, ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ. ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੀ, ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ, ਤੇ ਜੋ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਖਿੜਕੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਕੰਬਣੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤਾਰ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਲਾਈਟ ਆਫ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੇ ਤਾਰ टूटी हुई थी तो जब देखा आने तो पैरों में अड़ा थे ठुड्डा आया तो देखा नीचे इतना सारा पंखे की तरह था जो यहाँ पर पड़ा था।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था, हम देख सकते हैं। ये मैं अपने कैमरामैन साथी को कहूँगा तस्वीर दिखाई जाए तो क्या था वो, मतलब कोई यहाँ पे डैमेज हुआ, कुछ हुआ ऐसा कुछ?
नहीं इतने डैमेज हवा च ही डैमेज हो गया, इतने खाली खोखला आन के डिग्गा जी
क्योंकि साथ में ट्रांसफार्मर था। कल हमने देखा कि 8 बजे के बाद पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट किया गया था। कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि अगर यहाँ पे टारगेट किया जाता तो शायद ज़्यादा नुकसान होता गांव का।
बिल्कुल जी बिल्कुल, ये अगर ये लाइट होती तो फिर क्योंकि तार 3-4 घरों में जाती है, ये टूट के नीचे गिरी, अगर ये लाइट होती तो ये ब्लास्ट करती बहुत ज़्यादा।
एक नौजवान है हमारे साथ, आपने वीडियो भी बनाई, आप दिखा रहे थे कैसे ऊपर से आया, क्या हुआ क्या?
एक्चुअली क्या है कि जैसे ही ड्रोन आया तो हवा में ही वो डिफ्यूज़ हो गया होगा और जो उसका लास्ट पार्ट था छोटा सा, वैसे केजी में तो आई थिंक 15 से 20 केजी का होगा वो, और सीधा यहाँ पे आगे गिरा। तो थैंक गॉड ये कि ये सीधा ट्रांसफार्मर के ऊपर आगे नहीं गिरा, तो यहाँ पे नीचे ही गिरा।
कोई गांव में कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ, कहीं किसी जगह पे कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ? अगर यहाँ गिरा कोई शीशे टूटे हो, कोई नुकसान हुआ है?
नहीं, हमारे इस गांव में तो कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ। एक्चुअली हमारे गांव से एक 10-15 किलोमीटर और गांव है खाई फेमे की, वैसे वहाँ पे ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, हमारे इस गांव में नहीं हुआ।
तो वेल वी कैन सी दैट दिस इज द एग्जांपल हाउ आवर डिफेंस सिस्टम, इंटीग्रेटेड डिफेंस सिस्टम इज वर्किंग एंड we are able to even neutralize all the missiles and drones which are being targeted from Pakistan side. We are reporting from this border area where we have seen the people have seen some part of some object here, but there was no damage at all. Back to studio.
All right, we leave it over there. Gurpreet, keep coming back to all of you in a moment. India striking back hard, but there has been damage in India as well. There is a lot more information coming in what is clearly a very, very fluid situation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pakistan continues to provoke India through aggressive actions along our western border. Pakistan has used unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter jets to target civilian areas, and military infrastructure, hitting back hard after Pakistan's drone attacks across the western sector. India has carried out precision airstrikes on 6 Pakistan Air Force bases, which includes Murid Rahim Yar Khan and Pakistani military installations at Shukur and Chunia. A radar site at Pasroor and Saikot have also been targeted. Pakistan has been carrying out, remember, heavy shelling along the line of control and targeting civilian areas. Indian Army has effectively and proportionately responded. India's response has been swift and calibrated, is what the government is reiterating. Joining me on this broadcast is Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor. Also in the studio is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. Vice Admiral Anil Chawla is joining us, and also Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh.
General Kulkarni, we were having a discussion prior to the broadcast. Let me take that forward for our viewers' understanding also. Today, for the first time in that official briefing, the participants led by the Foreign Secretary mentioned that Pakistani army is mobilizing and mobilizing to the forward area.
Absolutely.
What does that mean, sir? How would you put it in context for our viewers' understanding? So, mostly speak for the viewers.
Yeah. See, even from the point of view of the Pakistan army also, in view of they wanting to raise the morale of their own troops, because right now they seem to be on the back foot with 6 of their air bases virtually, put out of, I wouldn't say totally out of order, because they can get them back in another 24 to 48 hours. So that's not a major. But a lot of these 6 air bases have been destroyed, resulting in the air supremacy part and the air superiority. We have the air superiority. To get the air supremacy, we have to suppress the air defense. Once the suppression of the air defense, destruction of the air bases would lead to the aircrafts being totally there. Now the Pakistanis are worried that should that happen anytime, say next 24 hours or whatever that be so, then the defenses all along the LOC are going to get compromised. So might as well move in and occupy the defenses, because mobilization also takes for them 2 to 3 days, 4 days. So it might as well get into the defenses. Firing along from the LOC has been heavy. Pakistanis have been firing heavy. They were, for the first 10 days, they were with small arms, graduated to mortars and graduated to heavy artillery fire. We are also correspondingly increased our RT and mortar. Therefore, now is the thing to occupy the bases and look for an opportunity. Because at this point of time, Pakistan wants to raise the morale of their troops, that they're not on the back foot. Don't worry, we are at it.
So A, this is a morale raising exercise for their troops.
Yeah.
But B, as you are saying that they are covering their flanks, and C, but then it obviously raises the temperatures, because then it becomes a position where they are mobilized and we have not yet mobilized.
No. Even if we have not mobilized the troops all along the LOC, should they find weaknesses and just march in, the Pakistanis will be caught on the back foot. They wouldn't know what has happened to them, because rear areas are being destroyed. There is nothing along the LOC. So if the defenses have to be occupied, even if the rear areas get them, so they don't want their area to be compromised, and hence the mobilization to at least hold the front. If the front is also gone and the rear is also gone, then Pakistan collapses. So that is where they are aware that is may collapse, because the way we are getting on to their airfields being destroyed. Similar, more installations will go. If Pak raises the thing by hitting more, first day there were 16 odd targets they took on ours. Second day they took 36. The third day 26. Almost 500 and about 600 of these, you can say, drones and missiles they used on the first 2 days. Yesterday another 200-300 of them. So about 1,000 of them. All this is they are also wanting to find out how do we react, how are we reacting, and in that reaction, because they've got Turkish drones now, if they've got Turkish drones also coming in, Chinese drones also coming in, none of them are working, and the suppression by us of destroying their air defense equipment is so large that the Pakis are now on the back foot. And what I understand, logistically also, the shortage of fuel is started off in Pakistan. So there is fuel shortage, there will be ammunition shortage. In this heavy firing, you'll find they will lose a lot of their communication bases. So plus cyber, they will be also now a victim of a cyber warfare. So if cyber, the air defense being destroyed, the air bases being destroyed, there's a lot that is now happening in Pakistan, and Munir now would want to hit back. And therefore, the troops might be also questioning, if you're losing, what about the front? Okay. The Indians might just go through the front. It will just happen like Bangladesh, just move in and occupy Dhaka. So that shouldn't be happening with the Karachi that they're looking at. Rahim Yar Khan has been destroyed today. So Rahim Yar Khan is not very far. So they know that the Indians can do it, and therefore they're worried.
Vice Admiral Chawla, what's your assessment of the situation of today? Particularly, we seem to be certainly going up the kinetic ladder. It is only escalating from both the sides.
Absolutely right. That's what the Foreign Secretary also mentioned, that it's Pakistan which is escalating. India has been very careful right from the beginning of this entire operation Sindoor to clarify that first we are only attacking terrorist infrastructure, not even military infrastructure inside Pakistan, certainly not civilian infrastructure. It's then Pakistan that has further escalated it by attempting to attack military installations. And of course, in the process, because of their inaccuracy, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure in the beginning. Now, after we responded with targeted strikes on their military infrastructure, they're deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure, which we have seen the image that you're showing right now on the television. So, the fact is that they are the ones who are escalating, and they are the ones who need to de-escalate. And I think, as I mentioned earlier in your program, they need to come to their senses, because the Indian state has only used a fraction of its force against Pakistan right now. There's much more that is left. And a prudent person will step back from the brink, and I think that's what Pakistan needs to do.
Step back from the brink. But are the Pakistanis listening? Is the Pakistan military brass getting that sense is the big question.
Historically, it has taken at least a couple of weeks for it to sink into their brains. If you see any past conflict. And already, I think as General Kulkarni mentioned, fuel shortages are starting to emerge in Pakistan. They don't really have much capacity for ammunition and fuel storage. And so this bluster and the bluff that they are trying to perpetuate by sending UAVs and drones and random missiles, which have mostly been shot down, will come to an end soon. So I think the sum of the matter is that, as we are doing today, as the leadership is doing, we need to be resolute, and we need to ensure that we don't cede ground here, and that Pakistan realizes in a few days what its standing is. It's already surviving on a loan. I mean, yesterday it got a $1 billion loan, though of course that was not meant for defense purposes, but they've always misused whatever loans they had to either repay old loans from China or diverting them for quasi or military use. So I think in case they don't listen to reason and the rest of their lines of communication get blocked, principally from sea, because the aerial route has already been blocked by the Indian Air Force, then I think they will be in between a rock and a hard place. So that's why I'm saying that they need to step back now.
And Wing Commander Gitanjali, because of course it's an evolving situation, we have been constantly saying so, but the fact that India's civilian population is now being impacted, and how the homes being destroyed, we have lost administrative officer also of Jammu and Kashmir today. He has been martyred. It is not these are what is the collateral of a war. I mean, Pakistan has also targeted a school and a hospital. That's what the press briefing said. So India is emphasizing on those aspects while continuing to say that you are dealing with someone who doesn't really understand what's an exit route. The manner in which this war is playing out, it's only a dangerous path.
Yeah, I'll say you rightly pointed out. That is how our adversary has always been. That is how Pakistan has been. So to a response of India for a cowardly attack like Pahalgam, they have acted and reacted in targeting our civilian populations. And they continue to do so, whether it was escalation post-midnight. It kept on targeting our civilian, densely populated civilian areas, as well as when they've targeted military stations, they've targeted the Medicare centers and schools at both the places. A lot of collateral happens when a conflict is on, and that is what the results and on TV screen, the visuals that we are seeing. So yes, that's bound to happen, as well as when there's a lot of interception of aerial targets, like the UAVs, UCAVs last night. So it's bound to happen when it disintegrates, it falls. And yes, there are damages when it impacts any installation on the ground. So that is what has been happening. But yes, psychologically, when you see things falling apart from the sky and falling in this manner and making an impact on the ground, of course, for the population on ground, it is scary. But yes, we need to be together and take the actions as per the authorities are guiding us.
General
However,
Kulkarni, yes, General Kulkarni, your thought on the two men that India is being forced to deal with, not really deal with, but we do not see. Just look at those images. We'll be putting that detail out. You have Pakistan's new ISPR chief, who's the son of Osama-linked scientist, who had famously said, or should I say infamously said, jinns can make electricity. You're dealing with this man, and then you have General Munir. Both these men have taken their country down a very, very dangerous path, a point of no return, one would say. But the call that has been made by Marco Rubio to General Munir certainly emphasizes on the point that he is the man in charge, man in control of Pakistan right now, and the civilian leadership is completely inconsequential.
You're absolutely right. America, though a democracy, always believes in one-point contact. And they know in Pakistan, the only one-point contact is the chief of the army staff, Munir. Nobody else. However jihadi he may be, whatever he may be, he might take Pakistan down the lane, whatever it is. America knows one-point contact in Pakistan is Munir. Nobody else. We can say democracy, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point that many are emphasizing, and I've been trying to discuss this point while we discuss the credentials or the backgrounds of these men.
Yeah.
Of course, the ISI chief is General Munir's close aide. He is his man. He has put him in that chair. Look, General Asim Munir is a professional soldier. At the end of the day, you can call him a jihadi, you can call him whatever you wish to, you can call him a hardliner, a radical, but he's a professional soldier with obviously over 3 decades plus of soldiering experience, right?
Definitely.
So at the end of the day, he knows the consequences of his actions. He also knows the strength and the weaknesses of the establishment that he leads, which is the Pakistani military.
Absolutely.
He would also be acutely aware of the morale of his men and the wherewithal that he can actually bring to counter India's offense, if there were to be one. Now, under such a situation, what our co-panelist was rightly pointing out at this point in time, that it would take some time for the reality to sink in, but it would sink in. He's a professional soldier. At the end of the day, he knows the difference between a defeat and a win. And he also knows at what cost a victory and at what cost a defeat. So, do you think that this is, till now, this is buccaneering, brinkmanship that he has started some time back with his rather infamous speech about Balochistan? And he will go thus far and not any further from there on. Do you think that, or do you think, that he will continue this dangerous escalatory game come what may? What is your sense as a professional soldier? Make an assessment of General Munir.
See, Munir has sent his family abroad. So he is now all alone, knowing fully well what Pakistan can do and what Pakistan can't. He is addressing his, and they get impressed, influenced, their morale get raised by their religious indoctrination, be whatsoever. That's their way of doing things. Munir knows it, how far can he go? And all this brinkmanship that is attempting to do He also at this point of time knows that his reserves are very low. Bajwa, when he handed over the command to him, told him very clearly he doesn't have fuel for the tanks. So he knows exactly where it is. Ever since Bajwa has left, the economic conditions of Pakistan have further gone down south. So they haven't gone up. Much that they may have got the IMF loan, $1 billion yesterday.
Yeah, but they will not come to their account tomorrow, right?
Even the $390 million given by Trump to upgrade, maintain F-16s will also take 2 to 3 years. So it's not easy. The aircraft that he has are of the older block. The JF-17s are older block. The JF-10s are the new ones, but he doesn't have that much. The maintenance, the number of aircrafts that he has, which he can actually fly, are not even 50%. So he knows all his this thing, but he cannot now come up and say he's put his country into a real problem. Now,
like General Musharraf in Kargil?
See, General Musharraf in Kargil was another, he used that commando brinkmanship, ki I can do it, not realizing that he did achieve surprise. I will accept that Musharraf did achieve surprise, but he couldn't sustain the momentum, neither could he carry forward, and therefore the defeat. So just maintain, to begin with a surprise, thereafter you have to maintain that momentum. That he couldn't. And that is why Nawaz Sharif had to go to Clinton on the 4th of July and seek, almost surrender, please help. Similarly here, Rubio has already rung up Munir to tell him, partner, this is what we assess about you. Choice is yours. You break, don't come back to us.
Are you of the opinion then the Chinese have no role here?
See, 65 war, 71 war, Kargil war, the Americans' equipment is what the Pakistanis are using, and they were quite effective. Even in 65 war, the Sabre jets, the tanks, the pattern tanks that came, the man behind the machine mattered. The equipment came, brand new, the state of the art, but the men couldn't adjust. Similarly now, the drones are coming, the missiles are coming from China and Turkey, but it takes a long time for troops to get adjusted to that. So they aren't as yet adapting to it. But he thought that yes, the Pak army is fully trained, not knowing that the Pak army has taken a back seat in Balochistan. Every day losing even 10 men is a huge thing in war, almost at war. When that Fazlur Rahman is saying again and again that there are 5 to 6 provinces in Balochistan, they don't fly the Pakistani flag. He's saying that in National Assembly. So there's a lot that is happening, back foot in Balochistan, back foot with Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Here along, a lot of their own resentment within, a lot of officers, men not wanting to come back. So he knows his weakness, but he's showing that.
Bluster.
Yeah,
let me take that question that Maria actually raised to Vice Admiral Kumar. Vice Admiral, Maria raises a very important point. What role do the Chinese have here? Many would say, many neutral observers would say that today the Chinese influence on Pakistan is far greater, far more significant than Americans on the present day and age. Would you agree with that assessment, and would you agree that if Chinese were to be a willing party, a truce can come faster?
Firstly, I don't think India wants China to be any sort of a mediator. I don't think that is setting the cat amongst the pigeons. So that's the point number one. Secondly, as far as China is concerned, as far as the Pakistani armed forces are concerned, 83% of their arms were imported from China over the last 5 years. This is as per the SIPRI, the Stockholm Institute, which is a fact, including major armed systems, and many of them are on the way. One might ask, and I've done a paper on this, as to where does the money to pay all this comes from? And the answer really is the fact that the China-Pakistan economic corridor, in which China has invested over $60 billion, is one of the conduits in which the Pakistani state, read the Pakistani military, is giving several concessions to China. For example, running the Gwadar port is one of them, and many others, in order to finance their war machinery and get this investment from China. So as far as China is concerned, the role that China is today playing is principally, it is a principal supplier of arms and ammunition to Pakistan. Pakistan's reliance or dependence on the West has decreased considerably, as is evident from the current conflict as well. But China is very careful even in previous conflicts, China has never interfered or intervened directly on behalf of Pakistan. It's quite possible that they might be sharing intelligence or satellite imagery or things like that.
My question,
But,
Admiral, was slightly
and would
different.
supply.
My question, Admiral, was slightly different, but let me take that question to Wing Commander Gitanjali. My question is not about mediation, or my question is not about China's overt participation. What I'm trying to say is that China probably today wields far more or greater influence than it ever wielded in the past on the Pakistani military establishment. Because if you go by the Times of India of today, they have seen how the Pakistanis have been completely rearmed to teeth by the Chinese. And therefore, my question is that if the Chinese were to wish peace between India and Pakistan, as they have expressed, an hour back, there was a statement from the Chinese establishment which said that, we request both parties to disengage. Do you think a peace would be possible faster? And particularly with the joint effort of the Americans and the Chinese, Pakistan could be made to see the reason? Of course, the might of the Indian armed forces would make them see the reason in some time to come for sure, as pointed out by Vice Admiral. But do you think that collaborative process can probably make them see the reason quicker?
Yeah, Nikunj, you've correctly pointed out that the Chinese influence has been increasing and has been more on Pakistan. And the exit route to all the escalation and all the ongoing scenario is actually diplomacy and continued effort and a common ground, which has to be offered by a third party, of course, whether it be US or China. But as you're saying, yes, the Chinese influence has been there. Providing a common dialogue or persuading for a common dialogue, of course, can be said that they can work out, because as Sir also pointed out, the ongoing inventory as well as the joint programs that Pakistan has been continuing with China is actually making it more confident into these conflicts, to enter into these conflicts, and thinking about that backing they might have. So a common ground, of course, and the dialogue, if pressurized and routed through China, could maybe work out. But however, I would say that the prudence still lies on the man leading the missions. So in Pakistan, the scenario is not seeming to be dealt in a very prudent manner and a very thoughtful manner. They're already sitting on brink of their reserves and on the lookout of their inventories. So that needs to be reconciled and rethought about. The leadership there needs to
Wing Commander, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni here and Vice Admiral Chawla. Shifting focus to all the international reactions. Remember, in the last couple of hours, there have been series of phone calls that have happened. US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Marco Rubio has said that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. In fact, Dr. S. Jaishankar has put out a tweet as well regarding that phone call, and he has said that India's approach is always measured. And there is another meeting, or in fact a phone call again, which has happened between the Pakistanis and the Saudi foreign minister. What does all of these mean? Will it actually mean some kind of diplomatic outreach for de-escalation? We have Vishal joining us from the newsroom, and Global Times, Vishal, is also reporting of what the Chinese are saying. So in terms of calls, what are you picking up? What has been the larger essence of those calls?
Well, while both the countries' military, repeatedly engage almost every day, and that is mostly prompted by attacks from the other side of the border from Pakistan, there have been a lot of backdoor diplomacy talks going on, a lot of direct phone calls between leaders of these nations involved, especially between US and both the parties. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to both S. Jaishankar and the Pak Army Chief Asif Munir in the last 24 hours. The latest one was with S. Jaishankar, and as you rightly mentioned, India has clearly stated that India's response has always been measured and quite responsible. It all depends on how Pakistan retaliates, whether it wants to escalate or not. India has never been someone to escalate. India has made it quite clear. And as you also mentioned that there have been other nations who are trying to allay some kind of reprieve in these desperate times, that Saudi foreign minister has spoken to the deputy prime minister of Pakistan and tried to de-escalate this tension, and also the fact that there was a visit by the Ministry of the Foreign Ministry of Saudi Arabia's top official was on a visit to both Pakistan and India in the last 48 hours. So that shows that countries across the world, Middle East, they are trying to address this situation and trying to de-escalate the tensions. But it all boils down to Pakistan right now, how it responds, because the escalation has clearly been from that side.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the de-escalation has to happen and it has to begin from the Pakistani side. They are the aggressors in this warlike situation that India and Pakistan are at present. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us. We are slipping into a short break and we'll be back in just a few seconds with all the news and updates. In fact, there's a piece of news that is also coming in from Pokhran. We'll get details of that in just a bit. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
Government's special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases is what the government has said. Government of India reiterates that Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory. Pakistan is trying hard to hit multiple air bases in India. India successfully debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Government says that Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases show zero damage. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate External Affairs Minister responds by saying India's approach has always been measured and responsible. In fact, news just coming in that Pakistan appears to be firing drones in the range of Jaisalmer, Falodi and Pokhran. Explosions have been reported from Pokhran. These appear to be some activity. In fact, there is appearing to be some activity now near Jaisalmer and Pokhran. Red alert has been sounded in this entire range. People have been asked to stay indoors. So escalation certainly happening now in Rajasthan. Remember, there were explosions which were heard this morning, but now it is in the range of Pokhran. Pokhran, the significance of that place, Nikunj?
Can't be lost. That is India's nuclear testing site, and that's where the India has successfully tested its last nuclear device under the charge of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And therefore, Pakistan knows that. And that's why these drones are near to Pokhran and in the larger area of Jaisalmer. Quite clearly, if this activity is happening now, Maria, this means that the daytime ingress of the Pakistani aerial devices has increased, because previously what we have been seeing is that towards the early evening or latter part of the evening, the ingress from the Pakistani side was more or majorly done. Now, if you are seeing daytime activity of the drones, either they are probing drones which are probing our defenses and our reactions, or Pakistan is upping the ante and making it a 24-hour cycle of aggression.
Okay, let's bring in Harsha, who's joining us from Ground Zero. Harsha, give us the details. I mean, it did not, daytime activities, as Nikunj was pointing out, there has been lull largely during the day, and only post the sunset that aggression began and violation along the LOC. But this provocation is continuing even during the day now.
Well, yes, absolutely, because, very unusual for Jaisalmer that they were all asked to go home and shut shop, literally. So you can see behind me, all shops are actually shut, and the city is actually practically empty except for a few media teams which are out reporting. There is announcements also coming in from, the administration which is patrolling the area, asking everyone to go home. And just before this, we heard, that there were people called us from Pokhran and told us there were definitely some explosions which were heard there. So the activity is around in this belt, very close to Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi, Mohangarh, this area. Sitting here, I could also hear explosions in the distance, which is, though we of course couldn't see anything. So yes, like you're saying, sort of some kind of activity has started in the daytime. There was definitely some kind of alert that was sounded. That's why suddenly, in the day, we were told that Jaisalmer has to shut down, so all shops have shut down. Barmer has to shut down, so there's a red alert for Jaisalmer and Barmer. In fact, I was talking to a senior police official also who said that you will be stopped before you enter Jaisalmer. But as of now, I was allowed to come back into the city. So yes, there is a sense of high alert here, and definitely explosions and sounds being heard in this range. There is some kind of an activity that's going on here.
Harsha, explain to our viewers how far are you from the international border, because the state that you are in has complete international border. There is no line of control or working boundary or whatever, anything like that. That's clear, quite well demarcated international border with a fence. India completed that fence in the late 90s, and that fence exists. And therefore, explain to our viewers how far as crow flies, the distance between you and the international border is, and how far in your rear from the international border all of this activity is taking place. 20 kilometers in your rear, 30 kilometers in your rear, or in what kind of a geographical spread you are talking about in the border areas of Rajasthan between Jaisalmer, Barmer and Pokhran. Please explain in detail.
Well, yes, the Jaisalmer, Pokhran and Barmer are the three border towns on this 1,000+ kilometer long border that Rajasthan shares with Pakistan. And it is completely fenced. In fact, like you said, it's a fenced border where there's a constant vigil by the BSF. Now, these border towns are definitely in the line of, should I say, aggression, because they are the last outposts. I am in Jaisalmer, which is about 150 kilometers from the border. As as the crow flies. So definitely a sense of alertness here. And the border towns of Barmer, Jaisalmer and Pokhran have also been known for their importance to India and to India's military. Everybody knows that. So obviously these are very, very sensitive towns in that sense. Now, there has been, like we were discussing, there has been activity in Jaisalmer, in these areas. I just came back from a field in Jaisalmer where last night at about 4 o'clock in the morning, a drone came in with a projectile which actually caused a crater in the field, and there was a loud explosion and the lights could be seen all around. Now this was about, again, a little more towards the border, a little away from me. So I would say about 70-80 kilometers from the border is where this happened. And, that projectile is now lying in a field. The army is, of course, retrieving it, but it was designed to cause harm. And even now, as I'm standing here, there is behind me, if you can hear the sounds, there is a police vehicle that is going around the city and asking people to go indoors. So the sense of alertness is quite high. The sense of, preparedness is also quite high. The administration is taking no chances because, remember, like I was saying, we are about 150 odd kilometers from the border with Pakistan as the crow flies.
Let's shift focus now from Jaisalmer to the power corridors in New Delhi, where a series of meetings are continuing. Aishwarya is now reporting that there is a high-level meeting which is currently taking place at 7 LKM. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence. 3 service chiefs, or the tri-services chiefs, are in attendance there, and the CDS and also the National Security Advisor is present. This, of course, comes an hour and a half after that crucial press conference, which was chaired by the MOD and Ministry of External Affairs, where details of what happened in the early hours of today was shared. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya.
Well, multiple meetings are going since morning, and these are strategic in nature. What we have been told this morning was a National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, briefed Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at his residence for almost 1 hour. Post that, we have seen the 3 service chiefs in a huddle at the South Block at Ministry of Defence. And now it is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reached, along with the CDS, NSA and 3 service chiefs as well. A high-level meeting is underway. A press conference was done, and brief details of how India is retaliating to the attack on India's air bases by Pakistani, and the proofs had been given as well. The Border Security Force also giving the visual evidences and proofs that clearly states that how there is, in all likelihood, possibility of infiltration bid as well. All the armed forces have been kept on alert, and certainly a high-level meeting currently underway at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where NSA Ajit Doval, it is CDS Anil Chauhan, and all 3 service chiefs are also present. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the NSA this morning, and now all are briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi about current situation and how India is going to take further actions against the Pakistani establishment.
Aishwarya, I know it's a tough situation to report on and from. I also know that these meetings are highly secretive in nature, but after each meeting, are you getting some sense of what are the discussions inside? What is the government planning to do? Are these meetings more in nature of protecting the Indian civilians from the Pakistani assault, or are they now veering towards an assault position also that Government of India wishes to take? Because today, for the first time in the official press briefing also, there was a mention of the Pakistani mobilization towards the forward areas. Military experts have tried to decode it and put it in some context, but obviously that context may not be the context or the prism that the Government of India may be seeing it from. So, is there some sense that you are getting from these meetings, the meetings chaired by Raksha Mantri or the Defence Minister on one side, meetings chaired by the Prime Minister, and then meetings chaired by the Home Minister? Is there some dribble of information that you are able to collect and that you can share with our viewers, or it will all remain in the realm of speculation?
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature, of course, strategic as well. But one thing is very clear that we have got from our sources within the Prime Minister's office as well, that Prime Minister has given free hand to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister has reiterated that he believes in full professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces, and whatever decision our forces will take in retaliation to Pakistan's aggression, it will depend on them, and completely the government, the dispensation have left to them. Of course, it is because the leadership plays a very important role at such situations. We are witnessing on a daily basis, and now this is a regular, this is happening regularly, that first the armed forces holds their own review meetings, their own directions are being set by the armed forces. A separate meetings takes place early morning at the South Block, where all the three service chiefs comes. They decide on what direction the armed forces want to go, and later it is briefed to the defense minister. Also, the final note comes from the Prime Minister, as he is being regularly monitoring the situation. Yesterday, I have been speaking to some very senior officials from the government. They have categorically stated that the Home Minister, Defense Minister and Prime Minister is very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night. And after the nod being given from the top leadership, it is the action that is being taken on the part. But India is very clear on their side that India will not be on an aggression mode. They are completely defending our territory, the sovereignty of the country, and for that, whatever they wanted to do, Indian Armed Forces have given free hand, and therefore the reason perhaps early up in the morning at the South Block when the meeting concluded, now we are witnessing this high-level meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence.
All right, Ash, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir. That's where Shivarur and Nazir Masoodi are joining us from. Shiv, just minutes ago, we heard you were reporting that there were explosions heard in Srinagar. You were reporting from right near the Dal Lake. Has the situation changed in the last 45 minutes? Just hold on to your thoughts. Let me introduce other
Maria, it
reporters as
actually
well.
hasn't changed.
Shiv,
Because,
I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us, also Ghazali at this juncture. Please go ahead, Shiv.
The situation hasn't changed, Maria. We heard a couple of explosions just about 45 minutes ago. We've learned from our contacts in the security agencies that this was, like we'd heard in the morning, another air defense engagement of what could be some kind of a projectile. We don't really know, a loitering munition or a drone of some kind, possibly over Pahalgam airspace or beyond, or near the Srinagar airport. This would make it the 16th or the 17th such engagement just today in Srinagar. Remember, there was no mention at all of the nature of the air raid, as it were, in Srinagar from the press conference that happened a short while ago. But one of those drones that was intercepted right in the middle of one of the most populated parts of Srinagar, around the Dal Lake, is right here. And I've just sent a report that will be on air very, very shortly. It crashed right into the Dal Lake. It's been taken for forensic analysis. I am told it was a loitering munition, but to think that it came so close into Srinagar and it was intercepted just maybe a kilometer or a kilometer and a half from here, only to crash into the Dal Lake, just shows you the extent to which Pakistan is probably going to send offensive lethal weapons into highly populated areas of India's cities. Remember, Srinagar was #1 in that list of 15 cities where that initial drone wave was sent. But clearly, if we're hearing explosions just 45 minutes ago, that modus operandi hasn't changed at all. So the answer to your question is no, it doesn't look like the aerial assault in either direction is stopping anytime soon.
Shiv, I asked this question to an expert, to a former Air Force official. Now I'm asking this question to you. In the past few days, what we had noticed is that after the dark, the principal bulk of the Pakistani aerial activity, any kind of aerial ingress, was beginning. Now, it's also happening during the day. You are reporting, and so is the same fact being reported by Harsha from the Rajasthan sector. So quite clearly, This is now becoming a 24-hour assault kind of a situation. And it looks like that there is no holds barred, when it comes to the timings at least. And this seems certainly to be then escalatory in nature, only climbing up. Would you agree with that?
I'm so glad you said that, Nikunj, because last evening when we reported that the first daylight and daytime ceasefire violations using artillery had taken place in Kupwara, Poonch and Uri, that's exactly what struck me. You know, something has changed after 16 days to see what has otherwise only been confined to either the pre-dawn hours or the late night hours. Even India's initial retaliation, Operation Sindoor, happened, just after 1 in the morning. This time, like you're rightly saying, today's wave of drone strikes, unlike the two previous ones, are again happening during the day. The damage we've seen in some places like Jammu and Samba, etc., what we're seeing over Srinagar today clearly shows that these are, air assault operations that have been launched, after sunrise. I think the reason for that may not be that something has qualitatively changed in terms of weapon usage or that the surprise element is over, even though that is one very, very important aspect of it. The surprise element has evaporated. India knows that those drones are coming, so the advantages provided by darkness and night are no longer there. But beyond that, I had a very interesting expert view from someone I asked this exact question to earlier today, and they said the window of engagement, there's a metric called window of engagement that the Pakistan army and any military really uses when it is trying to execute offensive action on the other side, and that has actually shrunk. So Pakistan no longer has the luxury, Nikunj, for waiting for a 24-hour cycle for darkness in order to effect that next attack, because India has heightened the intensity and frequency of its retaliations. So Pakistan has to act now, and if that has to happen in daylight, then so be it. So that answers that question.
Okay, so it's like this, that make good while the sun shines, literally, because you know that the defenses are up, and offensive from the Pakistan will also offensive from India, I beg your pardon, will also be continuing. Let me also go to our other colleagues now. Nazir, I was asking you last time, when did you see such an intensity and scale of offensive from Pakistan in terms of bombardment? You said it was quarter of a century back. What has qualitatively changed from that time to this time? Are you seeing more civilian areas being targeted, larger populations being impacted, or are you seeing a more robust response from Indian side?
And on the screens are also the visuals of people abandoning their homes and moving to safer areas. Very, very, disturbing images coming in. People forced to leave their homes as this shelling continues. Please go ahead, Nazir. I was just speaking on the visuals.
Well, Nikunj, as we report, I was talking earlier that it was in 98 or 2001 when I saw this type of magnitude of this artillery shelling along the line of control. But this is essentially a war without it being declared as a war. When you have the main military installation or the air bases being targeted here in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, you have 3 attempts on Srinagar Airbase or the Avantipora Airbase. Just as Nikunj was mentioning a while back, there were at least 2 to 3 explosions. Nature of explosion is not known. We'll wait for the official information and the confirmation. But there were loud explosions, and if we see the two earlier instances, they were targeted at the Srinagar Airbase. And what government has said in its briefing, there was a damage not only just to the airbase but also school there for children. Healthcare facility at both Avantipora Airbase and Srinagar Airbase, they have been targeted, they have suffered damages. And then we talk about, Udhampur, there was a damage and also the government has admitted there's some damage to it. It comes life, soldiers also, number of soldiers who may have sacrificed their life is not known. But Pakistan clearly has suffered a great deal of damage. It airbases, its military infrastructure, it is posts across the line of control, which army has, actually released videos showing how their bunkers how their positions, how terror, launch pads have been targeted by the army, by the forward posts, and all they have been captured on camera to show what extent of damage. But also it has to be seen what would be the response of Pakistan if the attacks would again start from those bases. That would show the extent of the damage which they have suffered in Indian, retaliatory, action. But over the last 3 days, we have been seeing it is only escalating. India has today clearly said that they don't want any further escalation, but it would, provided Pakistan doesn't escalate things, they want things to settle. So first thing India had said, the first escalation was attack on innocent tourists on April 22nd, when 26 innocent people were killed. What followed was a retaliation against a person on terror sites, and then on military installations when Pakistan tried to target our military installations. But the way things are unfolding, whether it is Jammu, where civilian areas are being targeted, where it is Poonch, Rajouri, where innocent people, including an officer who was on duty, he died in the line of duty, sacrificed his life. Or the people living in Tangdar, Uri, Machil, Keren, all have become the victim or the target of Pakistani shelling. So it is just going on. People living here in these areas are hoping things calm down. But the way things are going, I'll tell you, yesterday I spoke to the person who lost his home to a Pakistani shelling. But he was saying he's more pained when innocent people were killed in Pahalgam. And he said house may again be built. So that is the sentiment on the ground which we have seen from April 22nd by the people in Kashmir here. But the fact is, the way things are going today, it has never been seen before. It is in many ways worse than 1971, because in 1971, Srinagar airport, they could not target it like this. But the way India's integrated air defense system has worked, it has neutralized most of the target attempts by Pakistan. That is something they must have understood what it means. And then there's a lot of propaganda, what they have done this thing. And if you see what Pakistani media is spreading and how they want to create communal discord in India, that is most horrible thing to see. That's why when they actually targeted Gurdwara, they targeted Madrasa, they targeted a temple in Poonch, yet they have all to say, India has itself targeted this Gurdwara. So, but will they answer who killed Maulana Muhammad Iqbal and who targeted Madrasa when their shells hit in Gurdwara, in Poonch, therefore yesterday. So it is something, and today 5 innocent people, among them just 2-year-old baby, Arsha Noor, was killed in Pakistani shelling in Poonch. So that is the kind of, barbarism and the shelling which is actually killing innocent people in Jammu and Kashmir. They continue to bear the brunt, but this time there's escalation, and the military targets, particularly the air bases from Pathankot right up to Srinagar, Avantipora, even in Leh, they have been targeted in the last 24 hours.
Yes, and lots of details now coming in of the detail of terrorists that have been killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. Remember, 7th of May is when Operation Sindoor began, and we have been saying that this is an ongoing operation. We'll be breaking those details in just a bit, but a word from Ghazali, who's joining us from Poonch. Ghazali, the district administration has issued advisories. What all does it include?
See, both in Poonch, in Kathua, in Rajouri, from where I'm reporting, the district administration has issued advisories to people, generally because these 3 districts are in the firing line from shelling by the Pakistani side. So people have been advised to stay indoors. They have been advised, the lowest story buildings have been advised to put sandbags in front of on their windows, on their top of the rooftop, because most of these houses are taking the hit from the Pakistani side. And you see behind me all these vehicles moving. These are the people who are leaving the city area from Rajouri district and are moving to safer places in Jammu or even towards Punjab, the districts which are located far away from the either line of control or the international border. So right now, all the hospitals, all the other commercial establishments are closed across these 3 districts and other districts which are located near the LOC or near the international border, and people are migrating from here expecting that perhaps Pakistan will, or both sides will de-escalate, or the situation returns to normal.
All All right, Ghazali, since you're moving from one district to another and you're saying that schools are also shut, education institutions shut, shops shut, advisory is issued for the residents to move to safer places. Is there a sense that as we have been asking other reporters also that daytime ingress is continuing, that is only going up? What you saw 24 hours ago to now. Earlier it was during the night or post sunset. Now it has started even during the daytime.
See, Maria, the pattern keeps changing since 7th of May. When we visited Poonch, they were saying the people over there said that perhaps heavy shelling happens after sunset in the dark hours. But what happened today in the morning here in Rajouri, which also unfortunately killed one of the senior officials of the district administration, this happened at around 5:30 to 6 in the morning, which is rarely expected as far as shelling is concerned. So every day the intensity is increasing, and that is what has kept the people in fix here, that whether to stay in the district or move to other location, because Pakistan is indiscriminately shelling the civilian establishments here, the residences, and the range of those, most of the location here in Rajouri and Poonch district comes under the firing line in that entire area. So a lot of people have moved from here, and after a couple of casualty in the district, people are now thinking hard that they have to leave, else if the situation escalates from here onwards.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, government sources have now released a list of some of the terrorists who were killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. We can put out their names now. These are top 5 terrorists who have been killed, and their affiliation with the Pakistani military cannot be missed. Mudassar Hadian Khas, associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, was in charge of Markaz Taiba Muridke. Remember, one of the shellings which, in fact, one of the strikes which happened by India was in Muridke, and he received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistani army. A serving Lieutenant General of the Pak Army and the IG of Punjab Police, in fact, attended the prayer ceremony. So you
cannot go higher than that. The Inspector General is the head of the civil police there, and the Lieutenant General obviously is the boss of the entire Pakistani army formation in the Punjab area. So that's the highest military and civil engagement with the funeral of a terrorist that the government sources are now indicating, clearly put out. In fact, on that, Indian Foreign Secretary actually had put out a picture showing the engagement of the Pakistani military and the police with such funerals. Now they have also given out details that we are now putting out for our viewers. These are very important details just to point out the fact that how closely Pakistani civil and military establishment is intertwined with organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember, a globally proscribed UN-sanctioned terror organization, and some of the terror masterminds carry huge bounties in a special program that Government of United States of America, Federal Bureau of Investigation runs, called the US Rewards Program. Some of them have bounties stretching up from $5 million to up to $25 million. So, and with such terrorists, the engagement of the Pakistani civil and military leadership is crystal clear, as is now being put out by the government sources, which we are now breaking out for our viewers. Pictures of this were shown to the larger world, International Committee of Nations, and our own population by none less than the Foreign Secretary of India in the briefing that he did some time back. So quite clearly, you can see that how closely the Pakistani establishment and these terror groups are intertwined. In fact, for a long, long time, I have actually called them the extensions of the Pakistani establishment, Maria.
In fact, Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, he was the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then there is another name, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, associated again with Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled all the weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was wanted in the IC-814 hijacking case. IC-814 hijacking, a word on that, and the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed in that hijacking episode.
I mean, that's probably the last time that our civilian airliners face that kind of threat. and Pakistan was actively engaged in it. It was completely clear to the world that Pakistani establishment was completely backing those terrorists. Jaish-e-Mohammed's boss, who actually formed Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maulana Masood Azhar, after coming out of Indian prison, was released during that hijacking, that infamous exchange of terrorists, for which the government of India was also panned by certain quarters. But remember, at stake was also lives of nearly 200 innocent civilians, passengers of that ill-fated aircraft or flight IC-814. Jaish-e-Mohammed and remember, Maria, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba are two pincers of the extensions of Pakistani establishment. Whenever there is heat that builds up on Jaish-e-Mohammed, Pakistan starts to prop up Lashkar-e-Taiba in the eyes of the global fraternity, in the sense of as a terror group. When the heat builds on Lashkar, then the Jaish is given that frontline role. So Pakistani establishment has very conveniently used these two terror groups for training, attacking, and blackmailing, siphoning off of legitimate funds and manpower from all kinds of legitimate sources. This is not only our complaint, this is the complaint of the Pakistan's eastern neighbors also, like Iran, that these are the terror establishments being backed by Pakistan actively.
And since we have highlighted that aspect, that how, intertwined the equations between the terror groups and the Pakistani establishment has been, another name here is Khalid.
We should actually put out that picture on our screen for our viewers that Foreign Secretary himself displayed in the briefing day before. So if our desk can do that, put out that picture that the Foreign Secretary was holding in his hand. That picture, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Alongside this information will make it absolutely clear to our world, the world that is watching the broadcast of NDTV, and our population, that how closely intertwined these two are. Actually, according to me, extensions of the Pakistani military establishment, these terror groups are.
So Khalid Abu Akasa was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, he was involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. His funeral was held in Faisalabad, and it was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. Moving on to Muhammad Hassan Khan, he was associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, played a key role in coordinating terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He was son of Mufti Asghar Khan, operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POK, which is Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. This is coming in by way of government sources, but important aspect, as was pointed out by the Foreign Secretary, that these funerals were post the strikes carried out by India on Murid Ke and in Bahawalpur, which were the headquarters of these terror groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. When the funerals happened, it was attended by top officials of the Pakistan Army and also the IG of these range. This happened in Punjab, so it was IG of Punjab Police who attended the prayer ceremony.
So essentially, the civil and the military leadership both were present, as if honoring some sort of, as if that's the picture. That's the picture. Foreign Secretary holding in his hand, showing how the final prayers of those killed in the Indian assault are being led by a full contingent. I mean, there's not a small detachment, Maria. There's a full contingent of military men wearing military uniforms. They're not hiding away. They're not hiding any which way from the public glare. There's a Pakistani military component, and then there is Pakistani police component. And I am quite sure that this is only one such picture that the Indian state has displayed, which Foreign Secretary himself displayed to the entire world. And I'm quite sure that many such pictures, since you are putting out those details of Faisalabad and other places also, I'm quite sure that many such pictures would be in the custody of the Indian state, where this close proximity of Pakistani terror groups and Pakistani establishment, both military and civil, would be on full display, as is there, as the Foreign Secretary very dramatically pulled out that picture that day during his briefing and put it out for the entire world to see. And these are terrorists who, as I said, have been globally proscribed, have been globally banned by multiple countries, and they carry large bounties on their heads under a special US rewards program run by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, called the US Special Rewards Program, bounties stretching up from 5 million to up to 25 million. So quite clearly a very clear nexus of Pakistani establishment and terrorist groups running and having headquarters in Pakistan out on display.
Air Marshal Ahluwalia, former Chief of Western Air Command, is joining us. Air Marshal Ahluwalia, details coming in, and what is becoming increasingly clear, as Nikunj was saying, that these terror groups were essentially an extension of Pakistani military, and the fact that during their funeral, senior officials of generals and IGs are in attendance means a lot. I mean, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We are looking at those visuals as well.
Yes, certainly. It is only a reaffirmation of what goes on in Pakistan. We all know, and it's an open secret, that the Pakistan deep state is actually running these terrorist organizations like JEM and LET. So therefore, this is once again reiterating and confirming what I think the world needs to know. And then what is happening now is they've led us into a situation where the two sides are an absolute, they're facing each other, ready to go into battle subsequently. We are at a very critical stage now, especially after the Pakistanis have hit, all our places, civilian organizations, civilian establishments, civilian residential areas, with these UAVs right across the LOC, and even places like Amritsar and places like Jammu, which have been very hardly hit. They've also tried to hit our bases. In some places, I don't think they have achieved any success, because the air defense setup that we've got has been very, very efficient in shooting down, I would say, these drones. These drones are not easy to shoot because they're very, very small. They hardly contain, they cannot cause very much damage, but they can be a nuisance value, like you see, in the Palestine conflict. But notwithstanding that, what do we do now? We have reached a stage where we are firing missiles at them. Missiles in the sense that we're firing missiles from the air, airborne platforms, and missiles from the ground, like BrahMos. Now, these are deadly weapons. So we've got into a situation as to who is going to blink first. And this is only going to go to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. And I only see the future here where we have to make sure that the Pakis bend their knees. Otherwise, the objective of teaching them a lesson as far as terrorism is concerned is going to be way off, because they're going to repeat it again and again and again. The Pakistani army.
Marshal Ahluwalia, let me ask you a question, which many people with non-military background, people like us and general population of the country, would be thinking about. We've seen a swarm of aerial ingress from Pakistan in the form of drones, sometimes in the form of fighter jets, sometimes in the form of other aerial objects. You can probably better classify each one of them. What is the objective? You are saying that they're not carrying too much of explosives. Are these swarms of aerial objects trying to test our defenses? Are they trying to unnerve the defenders of Indian borders? Are they preparing for something bigger? If you can explain for my viewer, if you can explain for our viewer, NDTV's viewers, as to what is the objective of this entire exercise. Is it to carry large-scale damage? Is it to demotivate the local populations? What is the principal objective? And if you can elaborate on that, sir.
All this is basically a retaliation of what we did after 22nd April at Pahalgam. When we struck them, the 5 terrorist launch pads across the POK excuse me, and 4 in the heartland of Pakistan. Now that was the starting point. Firstly, of course, the starting point was 22nd April, Pahalgam. But over here, we were able to use the kamikaze drones like the Heron and the Herpes, which actually delivered devastating damage to the infrastructure, the training areas, the habitats of all these terrorist organizations like the JEM and the LAT. Now they have to react to that because much of it is political. The very existence of the deep state of Pakistan, vis-a-vis the Pakistan ISI and the Pakistan Army, is based on anti-India stance. Now, if they do not react, then they're finished politically. They're not going to let this happen. So all this is nibbling at the moment. The question is, how far are they going to nibble and irritate? I think this is mostly more than anything else, irritation, notwithstanding, unfortunately, a few people on our side losing their lives. And what's more, they are actually breaking the rules of engagement by hitting civilian areas. Very unfortunate, especially those people who are living on the borders, on the line of or close to the LOC. They are suffering tremendously in terms of their infrastructure, their buildings, their habitats, but very importantly, their lives as well. So therefore, this has been a retaliation, which they had to do some sort of retaliation. Now the big question is, are they going to leave it at this? Are we going to leave it at this? Are we going to use our platforms, aircraft, to fire missiles with devastating effect? Or are we going to use our UAVs with devastating effect? And if this continues, if the Pakistani army gets into it, I don't think they'll do anything in the LOC because the terrain is terrible. The terrain is no good for offensive action. But down the plains of Punjab, onto the desert areas, it can be tricky. And if they get into that, then it will become an all-out war. And slowly, I think we have to be very careful. These guys, now they're putting out that they're ready to use the nukes if required. Or they're still contemplating how to position their nukes. They had that meeting, or they announced that the meeting of their command center, the command committee that is in charge of pressing the trigger, they are meeting and they're going to decide. So notwithstanding all that, it's going to be murky as we go into the future. How far we go is, I think, nobody's guess. It's neither Pakistan nor India that will be able to dictate how far and what to do. So let's see what goes on now. And let's see if the Pakistani army ventures out, because they're going to suffer a very bloody nose. And I think...
Air Marshal Ahluwalia, I really appreciate your time here on NDTV. We're slipping into a short break. We'll get you more aspects of this developing story in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Government does a special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says it responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases. Government says Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory in nature. It reiterates that several multiple air bases were being targeted by Pakistan. Government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases undamaged. United States Secretary of State speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Marco Rubio says that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. External Affairs Minister responds by saying that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. And our teams of reporters are on ground getting you all the highlights, all the details from ground zero in Jammu-Kashmir to Punjab and also in Rajasthan. Here's a report by Shivarur from Dal Lake.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon. Most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places. We are told about 26 different places is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra, on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV. We're on Srinagar's famous...
All right, some visuals now coming in of that crucial meeting that was chaired by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri and other heads of three forces were in attendance as well. We'll try and play those visuals right on your television screens. And Aishwarya will be joining us. The significance of these meetings, Nikunj, which are taking place in Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing an overall assessment. Then you have Raksha Mantri meeting Tri-Services Chief, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting paramilitary forces.
Well, Maria, now this is a very crucial stage of this entire conflict. Part of the meetings, of course, would be now to safeguard the civilian population in the border areas. That becomes the big management task for the Ministry of Home Affairs. Remember, it's their area of responsibility. It's the principal border guarding force that they are masters of, and they will have to coordinate with the civil administration to evacuate a large chunk of civilian population living alongside these areas, which are now being shelled actively by Pakistan. But what further steps we have to take now to bolster our defenses, be the offensive action against Pakistan from deterring them for any kind of mischief that they have been carrying out for last couple of days now, or in fact more. That is also now a very important part of the entire strategizing, and that is why Prime Minister himself at the superstructure of the political structure of the country, at the apex of the political structure of the country, meeting not only the service chiefs but also the civilian leadership, including the National Security Advisor and his top ministers, just to fine-tune and strategize each component of that strategy. Each minister will do the responsibility of his executive line ministry, the home, the defense, etc. And then at the level of the Prime Minister, the overarching strategy to deal with Pakistan, including the defensive action to safeguard the populations from the Pakistani action, would be decided.
So, but it's a regular monitoring, regular assessment, because it's a dynamic situation and the Prime Minister at the helm of the political structure of the country is very hands-on, is what is also becoming very clear. He has displayed that political will when Operation Sindoor was carried out. India has sent a message of a new security doctrine, which will be very different from what it was in pre-Modi era.
Well, absolutely, that's fine, Maria, but this, as the chief executive of the government, cannot settle at any other level. This has to settle at the Prime Minister's level, because it's the Prime Minister who will have to congregate each one of them, various stakeholders, his top apex ministers of defense and home, and National Security Advisor, and the military brass. The least to say, who are all present here, at least in this meeting. So all of this, the entire whole of strategy here can only be solidified at the level of the Prime Minister, and his directions, like in any other case, would be final. As I said, multiple components now to it. The first and principal component is deterring Pakistan from carrying out further aggression, responding to Pakistani aggression, and then the third, equally important component, I would say, of safeguarding the interest of the civilian population, safeguarding the civilian populations actually now physically very much. So all these components of various line ministries' executive responsibility has to be fine-tuned at the level of the Prime Minister and final direction issued to the people on the ground.
All right, we are shifting from the story now to the call that has happened. In fact, multiple calls are taking place between India and US and Pakistan, certainly United States playing the role of the interlocutor now. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to Dr. S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, and he has said that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. In fact, there was a proposal that came in from the US that they will support in discussions if India and Pakistan were to agree to it. In fact, India's approach has always been measured, is a message that came in from External Affairs Minister, and Pakistan has also spoken to Saudi Foreign Minister. Rubio has dialed Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and US has offered support in discussions, and all this happening at a time when Global Times, which is the mouthpiece of Beijing, has actually said that they believe that India and Pakistan must de-escalate as well. Vishal is joining us live. So Rubio has spoken to Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar as well, after having spoken to General Munir.
Yeah, after having spoken to General Munir, and then he spoke to S. Jaishankar, and he actually spoke to S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar almost at the same time, because both the releases from the US administration came in at the same time. And the wordings are almost the same in both the releases. They ask for de-escalation and ask both the countries to start communication lines which had been severed in the last 48 to 72 hours. The US administration wants both the countries to start speaking again so that there could be de-escalation. And as we've been reporting, there have been several nations in the Middle East, rest of the world, that have been trying really hard to de-escalate the situation. The Iranian foreign minister was visited both the countries in the last 3 days. Saudi Arabia's top official from the foreign ministry was also here and also visited Pakistan. That was almost like an unannounced visit. So there have been a lot of these meetings, these backdoor diplomacy meetings that are trying to allay tensions. But the ball is quite frankly in Pakistan's court, as we've been reporting that the escalation has always been from that side. India has proven that it has only targeted military installations, and that has also been only because of provocations from across the border. So that has been the gist of the story so far, but it also remains to be seen what Trump says now.
All right, Vishal, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. News and updates will continue on the other side with Vishnu and Aarti.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface.
Government sources share details on terrorists killed by Indian forces. Sources say top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized.
There's been a high-level meeting underway at the residence of the Prime Minister. The 3 service chiefs have met Prime Minister Modi. They've reviewed the situation with the 3 chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff.
The government in a press briefing said Pakistan's actions were provocative and escalatory. The government also said that Pakistan had tried to hit multiple airbases in India.
The government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. They say that the government says that Pakistan did attack 26 locations. They provided time-stamped images of Indian airbases where damage is missing despite claims made by Pakistan.
US Secretary of State speaks to Jaishankar and the Pakistani FM as well. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate the situation. US proposes to support in discussions. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India's approach has always been measured and responsible.
Good afternoon. We continue to bring you our non-stop coverage of what is a warlike situation between India and Pakistan with multiple attacks which have been underway now for the last couple of days. That situation remains particularly difficult now, but as a result of all of what is happening, the Prime Minister is meeting the three service chiefs, the Air Force, Army and Navy chief, also the Chief of Defence Staff, and they are reviewing the situation on the ground. Joined now by my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking this particular meeting. Aishwarya, this is one of several meetings which have been going on since the morning, right?
Well, that's right. Multiple meetings have taken place since morning. We have reported that it was a long-hour meeting that went on at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, first in which he was briefed by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. It was CDS who also went on to meet Defence Minister, a separate meeting in a huddle of the three service chiefs at South Block that went on for almost 2 hours. And after those briefings, it was all who have now arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence. Let me quickly show you these visuals of Prime Minister's residence over here, where a high-level meeting is still underway as far as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS Ajit Doval, CDS Anil Chauhan, NSA Ajit Doval, and all the three service chiefs all are present inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and there we can see the visuals as well of the meeting. Prime Minister is currently chairing on the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan. Of course, there are certain actions that the Indian armed forces are regularly doing, and they have been updating on a regular basis as far as the visual proofs or how there has been attempt of infiltration bid and how Pakistani forces are indulged in hitting Indian civilians. And it is India's stand that is very clear that India is just retaliating to what Pakistan is doing. They are hitting our civilians, and we are defending our territory. And standing instructions from the Prime Minister. Of course, the sources earlier stated that Prime Minister has stated that it is Indian armed forces which are being given complete free hand. Prime Minister believes in the professional capabilities of the Indian armed forces, and certainly the final nod comes from the top dispensation, the top leadership of the country. But of course, after those briefings, Prime Minister currently chairing this high-level meeting, which has started almost half an hour ago.
That's right, Aishwarya, and this meeting also comes at a crucial time because we've seen that in the past couple of days there's been a lot of escalation, especially this morning, and we've also had an unprecedented briefing from the government in the morning as well, talking about how India's action in Pakistan.
Well, Pakistan launched coordinated attacks from drones and missiles on the Indian territory. It was interjected by the air defense systems, and the most important thing to note is on a daily basis, as we are witnessing these ceasefire violations, the artillery gunfires across the line of control and international border, and how Pakistani army is up to attack the Indian civilians as well. And because of these ceasefire violations, there have been several casualties that have been reported since the engagements had begun between India and Pakistan. There has been visual proofs that had come out, and on a daily basis, it is, of course, the Indian army which is releasing these visual evidences of how Pakistani troops are indulged in hitting the Indian territory. So, it is, of course, the top leadership in the government, which has also stated that, the Indian armed forces are taking every action possible, but the top leadership, Prime Minister, Home Minister and Defence Minister, very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night.
All right, half a second, Aishwarya. We're going to move on now to the other big story that we are tracking today. The government has released details of terrorists killed in Indian operations. Why is this significant? Because remember, all of what we are seeing right now is because of Pakistan's terror attack in Pahalgam. Now, after that, India did attack Pakistan. We attacked Muridke, we attacked Bahawalpur, several other areas where top terrorists of the Pakistani terrorist groups, the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, have been trained. These were particular sites which facilitated attacks, including 26/11 against India. We now have details on who the terrorists were who have been eliminated as a result of India's actions. This is critical because ultimately all of this is post that Indian operation to get rid of terrorists. My colleague Maria Shakil with us at this stage. Maria, would you like to run us through some of the key names which have now emerged?
Yes. So let's start with this list. And, you know, Vishnu, we have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil, not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Muridke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources. Aarti?
Right. Thank you, Maria, for joining us and bringing us those details. Vishnu, since the morning, we have been tracking developments coming in from Jammu, and we had seen how a top senior official has been killed in the shelling in Rajouri as well. Now, CMO has issued a statement. They've also announced ex-gratia relief of 10 lakh rupees. We're also learning that Umar Abdullah has visited some areas. Rehari and Roopnagar were learning in Jammu today.
Yeah, so that would likely take place. Omar Abdullah has since yesterday been sending out a bunch of tweets urging citizens to be careful. He did know this particular official who sadly lost his life. So there was a great deal that he said over there about this official and the tragedy which has befallen him. But he's also spoken about the situation in Jammu. There has been substantial damage in some areas of Jammu as well. Let me just bring in Shiv Arur, who joins us at the stage. Shiv, you know, we've been chatting throughout the morning. One of the interesting and important developments now taking place, several reports of further attacks, possibly Indian attacks on other air bases, including Sargodha. So that is an important addition. I don't think India's offensive is done by any means. Number one. And number two, Shiv, I've just learned that there will be another briefing of the government today, this evening, the time not yet clear.
You're right, Vishnu. You know, it looks like, you know, considering how rapidly things are evolving in India's actions in Pakistan, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is an update later today as to the strike targets that have been hit by Indian missiles in that, you know, that air action that was carried out early this morning. Remember, the logs have to be vetted, information has to come in. Sometimes certain amounts of information can't be be given out at that particular time, for various operational security reasons. Aircraft may still be in the air, etc. And therefore, it's quite likely. I have heard the same thing that you have. Jacobabad, Sargodha, Faisalabad, Mirpur and a couple of others. I'm hearing that there may be radar facilities or airfields that may have actually, been either targeted or in fact, hit by Indian munitions. I'm wondering whether those will come up in that second briefing that is scheduled for later. We don't have a time yet, but it's possible that it'll happen later, especially since the first briefing that happened this morning, Vishnu and Aarti, detailed in quite elaborate manner all the bases that were actually hit, even specifying what was hit at those particular bases. On your second question on that briefing, very, very possible that it'll happen. Remember, as we speak, the Prime Minister is meeting with his top security men, the three armed forces chief, the CDS, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Doval, and the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. And they must be taking stock, obviously, of what has been the most escalatory of the last 3 days since Operation Sindoor began. Given that Indian military bases, including military installations here in Srinagar, where I'm reporting from, have been under target for the last 72 hours in wave after mini wave of Pakistani drones, manned aircraft possibly, which was confirmed in today's press conference, loitering munitions, long-range weapons, etc. It seems likely that another briefing will be necessary, Vishnu and Aarti, because things are, the updates are coming thick and fast from different areas. And I think if there was an information vacuum for the first few days and weeks after Pahalgam, it certainly looks like the Indian government has jumped onto the information wagon and is trying to put out as much information as possible. You can even see the alacrity with which they're busting fake news and misinformation coming in from Pakistan. So that's a good sign, I feel.
Absolutely. And that was one of the main focuses, right, Vishnu, in the press conference that we had earlier as well, where they had focused on debunking what Pakistan was saying and the claims that they made as well.
Yeah, so the government, the Pakistanis made all sorts of bizarre claims. They said that an S-400 surface-to-air missile site had been destroyed. The government said no. The Pakistanis said that infrastructure in India was attacked. We've said no. Tirsa airbase being destroyed, that never took place. Adhampur airbase having been destroyed, that never took place. So there's been a lot of rubbish which has come in, frankly, from the Pakistani side, and that has been debunked quite categorically. I do suspect that in that press briefing, the timing of which we don't know as yet, there would be a lot more that comes out, simply because there have been many more attacks, which I believe India has now been carrying out. It's not over as yet. It's been going on throughout the day. The situation is extremely fluid. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali, who joins us. Ghazali, give us a sense of, where you are at this stage. What are some of the things that you've seen? What are people around you saying?
See, Vishnu, since morning we are seeing people here through visuals. I'll show you. A lot of people are just moving from here, migrating to other safer locations. There are cars behind me which are coming from higher areas, from the higher altitude areas of Rajouri district. And every car is coming with people who are moving with lock, stock and barrel from this particular area, because they're uncertain that by when Pakistan will stop the shelling near the line of control, because all these villages towards this hilltop are closely located to the line of control. And for the last 4 days, at least since 7th of May, there has been heavy shelling by Pakistan, and the pattern keeps changing. Earlier it was expected that it will only be after sunset or in the evening hours, dark hours. But today, with the death of one of the senior officials who was killed in shelling early morning at around 5:30 to 6, has certainly created a kind of panic among the residents here who are moving towards the safer areas. The Deputy Commissioner and the administration of Kathua district, Rajouri district and Punch, which is closer to the line of control, most of the people have been advised to stay indoors and keep sandbags and all for their safety, because heavy shelling is now targeting deeper into the city areas of Rajouri and Punch and Jammu area.
That's right, Ghazali. Rajouri, Poonch and Jammu were perhaps the worst hit this morning, at least when it comes to Pakistani shelling. Our colleague Gurpreet also joins us. Gurpreet, now from Firozpur, we're also saying, like Ghazali was mentioning, there are people who have now started to leave the area.
Well, here in Firozpur, we have seen last night there was a huge moment of drones, and we have seen so many times, multiple times, the siren had been given by the local administration. A few seconds earlier, we have seen this siren has been started just at this moment of time. I'll request my VJ to try to catch this siren voice if we can just catch it and tell to our viewers what we have learned. This whole border area, whether it's a district of Firozpur, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, even Pathankot, as well as Fazilka. This whole border area, it's already on red alert. Some moments had been learnt early in the morning. We have seen at 5 o'clock there was a siren which has been given by the local administration so that they will be make people aware of the situation, ground situation here from where we are reporting at this point of time, very a few kilometers away from that border, and we have seen a huge number of villagers who are staying near the border. They have already migrated and shifted their children and women to the safer place, but as of now we have seen no panic has been seen in this city. The life is calm, life is as usual, but they are also trying to plan and chalk out a strategy to save their families. We have been traveling from one village to another village, and last night we have seen the multi-drone had been thrown from Pakistan side, and what we have seen, one family which was able to save itself, but they got severe injury. They had already been admitted in the hospital. They are already getting the treatment, and what we have learned, one woman was...
Gurpreet, sound down for a moment. We've got breaking news now that entire meeting which was being held with the Prime Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Armed Forces Chiefs, that is now over. We're joined by NDTV's Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, any details that you can share? How long was this meeting?
Well, the meeting lasted for almost an hour. It was Prime Minister who was briefed about the ongoing operations along with the line of control and international border of the Indian Armed Forces. It was, of course, all three tri-service chiefs along with the CDS, NSA and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all were present in this meeting. Almost 1 hour was something that the meeting took place. It was, of course, a louder message that had come out that entire country is together with our armed forces, and as the message has been given loud and clear by Prime Minister time and again that free hand has been given to the Indian Armed Forces. The next step and the next sort of action, if there is a possible attack from the Pakistani side on Indian civilians, and what sort of action Indian Armed Forces can take are some of the crucial points certainly would be discussed. These are strategic and very secretive meetings in nature, and therefore, much details do not come out. But of course, Prime Minister yet again chairing within 12 hours another meeting with the top officials, the top security officials of the country.
Right, Aishwarya, stay on with us. We're also being joined by our colleague Nazir as well. Nazir, now CM Omar Abdullah as well visiting several areas in Jammu, especially we're learning that he's been in Rehari and Roopnagar in Jammu, and remember Omar Abdullah also having announced ex gratia for the families who've been affected by the shelling that took place in Jammu and Rajouri.
Well, it's again a tough time for the elected government to reach out to the people, and perhaps same thing is being done by Omar Abdullah. He's trying to reach out to people. Therefore, yesterday when there was huge, projectiles were fired towards Jammu city, he reached there early in the morning, Jammu, and since then he has been meeting people, affected people, particularly those who have either been hit by Pakistani shelling or those who have been displaced are living in the shelter camps which have been set up by the government. And many other ministers have gone to different areas, whether it is North Kashmir or other places, or Poonch, Rajouri as well. And it is the duty of the government to reach out to people and ensure they get shelter, they get food, and they get basic facilities in these trying times. Because it's not their doing. Pakistan is shelling innocent, people, villages. Innocent people are getting killed, their houses are being destroyed. I have seen several such houses which have been damaged in Pakistani shelling. So it is the administration's responsibility to reach out to those people. In fact, one officer lost his life in the line of duty, Rajkumar Thapa. He was in additional Deputy Commissioner Rajouri. He died after Pakistani shell from Pakistan hit his official residence. So that is the officials, people in the government. They're trying their best, and actually even that he paid a price with his life, but did not abandon his duty. And I could see pictures also, Chief Minister visiting his family also in Jammu.
Right.
And also this ex gratia relief, this compensation, some compensation has also been announced
All
for
right,
the
so that's
victim
important
families
that compensation for
by
the
the
family
government.
has been
But having
announced. What
said
we'd
that,
like
it's
to
a
do
very,
at this
very
stage-
tough time.
Nazir, half a second. We just need to quickly, move on with all of these developments. Let's just go back to some of the footage that we've been playing out in the last little while. Now, this is some of the first footage which was released earlier on this morning, showing the Indian Army carrying out its attacks. So let's play out that footage of the Indian Army carrying out. This is the footage. Let's have that up full screen if we can. And let me describe this. This is across the line of control in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, where, as you will see over here, several Pakistani terrorist camps have been taken out. There are anti-tank guided missiles which have been fired over here against hardened targets. There are mortars which are being used. There are grenades which are being fired as well. That is an anti-tank guided missile, 2 of them in fact, which home into a certain target, which, as you can see over there, these buildings being completely demolished. There have been several rounds which have been fired over here, and a lot of this video has been showcased by the Army earlier today in that press conference. There was other footage as well. We'll try and have that out on nighttime strikes. If we can pull out that earlier footage a little while later on and show that as well in a while from now. But this is some of the most clear footage of a huge fire strike by the Indian Army on posts right across the line of control, which have inflicted a substantial hit on Pakistani infrastructure. What you see on that right-hand side of your screen briefly was a grenade launcher. Now, this is footage which was shown earlier on today. This was at night, infrared vision, again showing hits on Pakistani bases. It's unclear what weapon system was used, but again, these are Pakistani posts which have been taken out. There's a third bit of footage as well, which has emerged of a particular site where drones were being launched by the Pakistani Army. That particular site across the Jammu front in Pakistan was also taken out by the Army quite clearly. So these are small examples of the Army carrying out attacks. Now, these are the quote-unquote the relatively smaller attacks, important nonetheless. The big ones have taken place on the air bases in Pakistan, which we've been talking about. We'll keep doing that in a little while from now. But let's listen into some of the key points mentioned by the spokesperson of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, on the attacks which were carried out by India and what India has had to endure as well.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. They are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in...
Welcome back. What happens next? It's been a day of intense military activity across the line of control and the international border. Pakistani air attacks continue. India hitting back at Pakistan very, very hard indeed. There is going to be a briefing of the External Affairs Ministry, which would be the second one of the day in a couple of hours from now. Joining us now, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador, thanks very much for being with us. We've seen the United States reach out to both India and Pakistan, say that there needs to be some sort of way of communicating. We've seen the Saudis reach out to both sides as well. Other countries, the G7 also asking for de-escalation. How does one get about de-escalation, or do you believe that that's not an option at all from an India standpoint presently?
Well, I don't think anyone in India would say that de-escalation is not our desire. Firstly, we did not escalate. The escalation started from Pakistan's side on 22nd April, as has been said repeatedly by every government spokesperson and every news anchor, every participant in news shows. Even after that, every step in the escalatory ladder has been by Pakistan. India has not done it. To give you one example, who is attacking the civilian population of a country? It is Pakistan. India has not done even a single, even by way of a mistake, a single attack on Pakistani population. It has erred on the side of caution in ensuring that no one in Pakistan who's a civilian is injured by our missiles, drones, or shells or bullets. So, but coming back to your question about whether escalation is desirable or de-escalation is necessary, let me ask you and Pakistan, through you, Pakistan, a question. What exactly do they mean by de-escalation? Do they mean that they will call off their terror agencies? Does it mean that they will dismantle institutions that exist at Muridke and other places? Does it mean they will call off 80 to 90 terrorists who are supposed to be hiding in forests of Jammu and Kashmir? Does it mean that they will give us the addresses of sleeper cells they have in India? Does it mean that they would hand over to us all those who are responsible for terror attacks in India and are now given protection and shelter by Pakistan's ISI? So I think we have to be very clear as to what is the de-escalation that USA, Saudi Arabia and others are advocating. Our response to them, at least as a member of the public, I can say that government would have a more nuanced approach to the issue. Our response to them should be, please define what is de-escalation and who should be de-escalated.
All right. No, absolutely key points, Ambassador Dogra. This is certainly something worth pondering. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're going to move on now to some details which we've now been able to get of terrorists killed in the original Indian operations post the Pahalgam terror attack, India's airstrikes which took place in Pakistan, where top terrorists have been killed. We've got details of those who have been eliminated, 3 Jaish and 2 Lashkar terrorists, and details of this have now emerged. Now, why is this important? This is important because at the end of the day, India has made it absolutely clear that our targets have been terror in Pakistan. Some of those who have been eliminated were involved in 26/11. They are believed to have been involved in attacks such as Pulwama as well. They seem to have had the support of the Pakistani administration, the local police over there, even in their funerals and the like. There is a real sense that India has achieved a great deal in taking out these terrorists. Of course, Pakistan has retaliated with military force, which is being resisted extensively by India presently, with even more reports coming in of further Indian military strikes on Pakistani bases, even this afternoon.
Right, Vishnu, and in terms of misinformation as well, we have been seeing there's a lot of propaganda that has been circulating. There's misinformation circulating online. India has been doing its best to keep misinformation at bay. Just earlier in the press conference as well, India had debunked several of the claims that Pakistan had put forward. We're being joined by Nikunj Garg as well to bring us more details about this. Nikunj, how exactly is India debunking Pakistan's propaganda and misinformation that's circulating online and otherwise as well?
Well, Aarti, the important thing to understand here is for the Indian population. much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time. And mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed. And that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India. So that's how important this information warfare has become at this stage, Aarti.
Thank you for joining us and bringing us.
Nikunj, thanks very much. We're going to move on now, and it's not just Rajasthan, but across Punjab, parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well, that farmers are coming across debris in fields. There is remnants of weaponry which is being found on tops of homes, and elsewhere people are picking up potentially explosive devices. That's extremely dangerous, what you just saw over there. But this is a reality because a lot of weapons have been fired, a lot of drones have been brought down. There are also booster elements of missiles as well, which separate from weapons which we fire soon after the weapon is launched. For example, the BrahMos missile system, some of those have been found in fields also. Let's go across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh. Harsha, thanks very much for being with us. It's been a very tense day in parts of Rajasthan today. Can you give us a sense of what it's been like for you? You would have heard explosions, seen people who are tense. What's happening where you are?
Well, yes, I am in Jaisalmer, which is very close to the border with Pakistan. In fact, it's the last big city on the Western Front, Vishnu. And here in the early morning, we've heard reports from villages that, there were explosions which were heard. So there were explosions heard close to Jaisalmer. And then, of course, after that, at about 11:30, 12, we were told that there's going to be a complete red alert and everyone was asked to go indoors. And sure enough, after that, we got calls from Pokhran telling us that people heard explosions there. And we do know that in villages close to Pokhran, there has been some kind of debris that has been found. The debris that you were describing, potentially explosive, can cause a lot of harm, but luckily landed in a field. So obviously, the air defense system neutralized it before it could hit any target. And also, in Jaisalmer, when we came back to Jaisalmer, firstly, we were not being allowed out into the city because they just wanted no movement at all. So that definitely created a sense of tension for everybody. And then when we were in Jaisalmer city, also in the distance, we could hear explosions. I've spoken to some senior officials who've told me that in this area, Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, I can't pinpoint exactly where, but in Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, of course, there have been explosions, and like you said, these kind of devices have been neutralized. But where I did go this morning, and it was astonishing that there was such a big crater that has been created in the ground by one of these devices that was neutralized just about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer. So let's see that report. A lot of drone activity here on the border on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning, this is what happened here. So you can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile-like object landing here, and then it went ahead. And if you can see, it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे, घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में, प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा, यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा, ये मिसाइल फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई. यहाँ
ठीक है. आपने क्या देखा, आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारी निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं.
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वो आगे गिरा है. और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ. इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया. जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना, वो आगे गिर गया है. बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं.
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए. आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं. इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है.
ले गए. So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. So in Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
Right, Vishnu, we have been reporting, like you mentioned as well, this debris that's been spotted in several other areas, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Srinagar as well. Some debris has been reported in the Dal Lake, and that's been sent for analysis as well.
No, it's interesting that you should speak about Srinagar, because when our colleague Shiv was reporting live this morning, and I was on air with him from Delhi, there were explosions which were sounding all around him, and we were able to confirm from our Air Force sources that there was very extensive air activity over there, the use of fighters, surface-to-air missiles. There were drones possibly which were brought down. There were explosives as well. This was an area that the Pakistanis targeted, and it does appear that there was some either weapons or debris which fell into the Dal Lake area. Shiv has this report from there.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake, because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies, because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV, tracking our ground coverage, just a sense of how in the middle of a population center Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, let's take a
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Well, as we go through this incredible tension in the subcontinent, there is the gaze of countries around the world on India and on Pakistan. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has spoken to our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, just one of several leaders who are calling for de-escalation. But how is that going to take place? Is India communicating at Pakistan at all? Should we be doing that, considering how it is Pakistan that's escalating? These are important questions. It's something that my colleague Vishal has been tracking throughout the day. Vishal, there was that one very interesting interview given by Pakistan's foreign minister where he seemed to suggest that if India were to sort of not do anything further, they could consider de-escalation. Could you tell us about that statement, number one, and what about this conversation between America and India?
Yeah, to start off with your first question, Vishnu, there was some buzz in the local media in Pakistan which suggested that the foreign minister, the defense minister of Pakistan, the foreign minister of Pakistan had actually spoken to the local media there and said that Pakistan is ready to de-escalate if India stops its aggression. That's exactly what he said on local media there, but that statement itself is quite questionable, because the escalation has clearly been from the other side of the border, from Pakistan, because India has only retaliated to what Pakistan has done so far from the word go. So that statement itself is quite false. And to move on to the second question of yours, which talked about Marco Rubio's interaction with leaders of both the countries. So Marco Rubio spoke with the foreign ministers of India and Pakistan, S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar, and he almost said the same thing to both the leaders. The wordings of the press release is almost the same. They say that there needs to be a formal communication between India and Pakistan, which had been severed in the last 48 hours. So US wants India and Pakistan to be again on the table talking to each other, so that there is no miscalculation, because the tensions are running high, the escalations are going to next levels each day. So that is what US is saying, and also that US is ready to step in and help in any kind of help in any way that it can, so that the tensions are allayed and this situation is brought under control as soon as possible. That is what the US has been saying. But so far, when it comes to the top leader, Donald Trump, he has been relatively mum on the matter. He has had some statements from the White House released, but when it comes to really talking about the matter, he has had some few comments here and there, but he is yet to really take up the matter quite seriously. Probably only then we'll have some concrete answer from the US.
Right, Vishal, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. The situation, of course, is still escalating, quite tense, Vishnu, and what we're looking forward to now is the External Affairs Ministry's next briefing that we're expecting in a couple of hours.
We don't have a time for that as yet, but there should be one which comes up. If indeed it does, then it would perhaps reflect on how India has been carrying out or perhaps carrying out more strikes in Pakistan, and the situation over our airspace as fluid as ever. We will take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Camp organized in Katwa and Jammu-Kashmir, where the youth have shown solidarity with the Indian Armed Forces.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 terrorists have been neutralized by our forces. This as Pakistan continues to wanting to escalate the situation. But India has called out the bluff of Pakistan, and we continue to maintain that we are more restrained and calculated in our approach, and we are never the aggressor. All that and much more with a lot of live ground reportage coming in from our team of reporters tracking the story. First up, the headlines. Government sources have spoken on the terrorists that have been neutralized. Sources say top terrorists have been eliminated. 3 belong to the Jaish and 2 to the Lashkar. The Prime Minister earlier has shared a high-level meet. 3 service chiefs have met with the Prime Minister. The tri-service chiefs, CDS, NSA and the Raksha Mantri were all a part of that big meet. The government is calling out the bluff of Pakistan. They say Pak actions are provocative and escalatory, and it is Pakistan that tried to hit multiple air bases. The government also debunking claims of a Pak propaganda. The government says it is Pakistan that has attacked 26 of our locations. Timestamp images of the Indian air bases undamaged is also out. The US Secretary of State has spoken to the External Affairs Minister. Also, the Pakistani Minister Rubio also says that India and Pak need to de-escalate now. The US is proposing support in discussions. The External Affairs Minister very blunt in his reply, and he says India's approach always has been measured and responsible. First up, let's get you details of a big development. The government has put out details of terrorists that have been neutralized in the Indian operation. Now, what sources tell us is that these are top terrorists who've been eliminated. These are also details of Pak Army's engagement with them that have been now made public. Their names, the affiliations are all now in the public domain. On your screens, you're reading more details of what we know about the story so far. These are 3 individuals, 3 terrorists that belong to the Jaish, 2 to the Lashkar. And the government sources also maintaining that there are details of how the Pak Army's engagement has continued to ensure their infiltration and to ensure that they continue here to come and spread terror. Let's also get in more details of what we know about that story so far.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Murid Ke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
So those, remember, are also big details of Operation Sindoor now that have been made public. But let's take this story ahead, tell you more about the all-important meetings that we have seen. On your screens, we'll put out images of Prime Minister earlier chairing that high-level meet where you had the Tri-Services Chief along with the CDS, the NSA and the Raksha Mantri, all present as the current situation was being deliberated upon. Aishwarya is live with us and he's been tracking all developments. Aishwarya, absolutely any word on what possibly, our agencies, the Prime Minister right now is mulling, because clearly what you see from Pakistan is not a de-escalation, whether in their intent or whether in their action.
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature and strategic as well. Yesterday, late night, Prime Minister chaired a high-level security meeting with the top officials of the defense forces, including Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. And within 13 to 14 hours, another round of meeting took place today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations of the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian government and the top dispensation of Indian establishment is in view that India is only retaliating to what Pakistani troops are doing as far as hitting our civilians and also engaging in the infiltration bid. There has been cover fires being given by the Pakistani troops from their bunkers, and it is, of course, the border security force, clearly stopping this kind of infiltration bid. All of them had come into, the visual evidences that Indian armed forces are collecting, but certainly it is the Prime Minister who had a view that Indian armed forces should be given a free hand, and the entire country is united together in support with the Indian armed forces. Prime Minister had stated that he believes in full professional capabilities of our armed forces, and therefore the ongoing escalation by the Pakistani side is something that that has been seen very, very closely. Prime Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister monitoring such situations very closely. We've been told that since morning there are multiple meetings that happened. If I quickly recap those, early in the morning we saw Chief of Defence Staff going to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. That meeting lasted for almost an hour. Post that, we saw that press conference by the Government of India in which details were given about how the Indian armed forces stopped the Pakistani drones and missiles that were coming and hit and was aiming towards the Indian air bases. Post that, we saw NSA Ajit Doval going towards 7 LKM, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then this very important meeting that Prime Minister chaired with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and tri-service chiefs present. That meeting lasted for an hour, and a separate one-on-one meeting after that with NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister. So Prime Minister very, very closely monitoring each and every situation. Of course, the nod is being given by Prime Minister for the armed forces, but the armed forces have been given clear free hand for their operations.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, only for the moment, thank you so much for filling us in on those details. We'll quickly keep this story moving and get you more details of another aspect of how government is out there to debunk a lot of this Pakistani propaganda. Remember, what is absolutely clear and what has irked Pakistan is that you have India's defense might on display. And clearly, Pakistan is no match when it comes to this. Now, what the government is making unequivocally clear is that it is Pakistan that targeted our civilian areas, unlike us, who targeted the terror camps. The government also says that it is Pakistan that attacked 26 locations with clearly an intent to cause damage, something that India was not interested in. We only want to flush out all the terror elements. There has been Pak shelling in the Rajouri sector, where the government has also confirmed that Pakistani air bases have been hit. They also say that it is Pakistan that is trying to divide the country, also reiterating that it is Pakistan that is making false claims. In fact, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh have also spoken more about how civilians, the infrastructure was the real target in Jammu and Kashmir in Punjab. And do remember, Pakistan and a lot of their media outlets have been claiming that there were attacks on Sirsa and the Adampur airbase, but all this is absolutely false, and we shouldn't be surprised because that is the modus operandi of Pakistan. And it is Pakistan that also in fact hit medical center and school. So clearly you understand that there is a lot more information right now that is also being put out by Pakistan that is completely false, which is not true. But how India is dealing with the entire situation is manifold, because we are putting out such images. These images don't lie. They will tell you more of what Pakistan really is doing, of the kind of destruction that Pakistan itself has seen, and the remnants of these missiles, the munitions, that actually bears the Pakistani mark, the hallmark of Pakistan and its rogue state. And that is the image of the Pakistan targeting civilian areas. In fact, late last night, there were reports that even in Firozpur, you had seen those drones that went awry, and the reason why there was a fire after which about 3 individuals, remember, did sustain injuries. So it is important to uncover that story bit by bit. We'll do it with our team of reporters. Nazir is just going to join us in a moment, and Shiv, I'm told, is already live with us. Shiv, where about you at this point in time? And you know, the story is being played at multiple levels, but what is very clear right now is that the rules of engagement, Shiv, have completely changed.
You couldn't have put it better, Deepti. The fact that the last 12 to 14 hours have seen a complete shift in how India is approaching this entire battlefield has, in my view, not only changed the rules of engagement, but completely shrunk Pakistan's, response window. And that's the reason why you're seeing Pakistan respond with drones for the first time during daytime. Usually the attacks happen at night. Now they're happening during the day because they can't wait anymore for the sun to set before actually conducting these strikes against India. So that's one thing that has put a huge amount of pressure on them. Point number 2, which is the big elephant in the room, after 2 days of targeting terrorist camps, terror infrastructure in Pakistan, hitting some posts at the line of control, the Indian Air Force and the Indian military has unleashed direct targeting of large, prominent Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military bases, from Chaklala in Rawalpindi to Murid, to Rafiki, to Jacobabad we hear, possibly even Sargodha. Vishnu was confirming that a little earlier. This is, just short of describing this as war, this is a warlike situation where you've got your adversary targeting as many as 26 cities or 15 cities and 26 targets, population centers, including where I'm reporting from in Srinagar here, and in return India is responding by hitting military bases in Pakistan. If this isn't war, I don't quite know what war is, but let's go with warlike situation for the moment. The Prime Minister has held a meeting with the 3 armed forces chiefs, the Defence Minister, the NSA, the CDS, etc. And we're expecting the most important update we have is that there's going to be another briefing later today. It'll be the first time we've got 2 briefings in a day. Because so many things have happened during the day, and those updates need to be provided to the media and the public as well. So I'm guessing that there will be an update of at least 2 more Pakistan Air Force bases that will have been confirmed hit by the Indian Air Force once that briefing happens.
Right. Shiv, why don't you stay with us? I'm told Nazir is also with us and he's joining us from Kupwara. We'll also figure out what's the latest that he can add to what we do know. Nazir, what is your sense? So what possibly, the next few hours could entail? We are looking at a lot of pressure right now in Pakistan, but then this is Pakistan.
Well, if you see, Pakistan, once India decided to, suspend Indus Water Treaty, they said, look, we'll hit back. It is an act of war. And all those who know Pakistan, they would know that what they can do, and they have been trying to do that. But India has hit back and hit very hard. And their airbases, their military installations, since they started targeting our military installations and our airbases in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, there have been 3 attempts, 3 targets. They targeted 3 times. And even schools and medical facilities at the Srinagar Airbase and Awantipura Airbase have been damaged in their attacks, in their targets, after they were targeted. So the situation looks like very tense. In the borders, we have seen for last 3-4 days heavy artillery shelling going on. No hope if it's going to stop anytime soon, unless there's some really strong back channel or diplomatic push which will make Pakistan to change its behavior. India has already given it an indication. If Pakistan will not further escalate, we will not escalate. But provided Pakistan should not escalate it further. India has made its point when it wanted to hit the terror sites, which Pakistan said, and whether it was Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed sites, or it was Murdiki, Lashkar-e-Taiba or other places. But Pakistan was in denial mode, and they said all of them, they were civilians and attended the funeral prayers of all those who have been killed. So they were terrorists here and they made them civilians there. So they are actually brazen, they try to brazen it out and tell the world, look, civilians have been killed. Then they targeted the military establishments here, and we have seen, as I said, 3 times there was an attempt, or these airbases were targeted in Srinagar and Avantipora, also Jammu Airbase, they tried to target it. Pathankot, you all know that has been reported, and Adampur, all these things. So it looks like no immediate indication of any de-escalation, even as world powers, US Secretary of State spoke to both our Foreign Minister S.J. Shankar and Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and also the real boss of Pakistan, General Asim Munir. What would happen yesterday? We know the Saudi junior foreign minister he was in India, then he visited Pakistan, met Shahbaz Sharif and other Pakistani leadership. Iranian foreign minister was in both countries also, and we have to see how things are playing out in next 24 hours will be really crucial. If this night would be bit calmer, maybe then there would be some sensibility, some sense may prevail. But we have never seen such type of things happening. Srinagar airport coming to attack like this. Even in 1971, that was the story of Pakistani surrender in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. That was not a story what they were doing here. But it's after first time we see such a thing happening. And in fact, 2 hours back, there was, less than 2 hours back, there was again explosions there. We still don't know the nature of those explosions, but it appears to be the part of ongoing conflict or this warlike situation which we have been witnessing. There's very less traffic across Kashmir. In many places shops are still closed. In Jammu region we have seen people have been targeted, although it is across the line of control. But as we saw in Rajouri, senior official was hit, he was killed, and so are innocent people, including a 2-year-old baby. So Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is there meeting the affected people, trying to reach out to them, and government is trying to reach out to people, taking them to safer locations. Many people had to flee from their homes because innocent people and innocents and civilians are being targeted from across the border.
All right, we do have our best eyes and ears on the ground, and that is the reason why a lot of you, as in the viewers, are tuning into the NDTV coverage. Shiv and Nazir, I'm just requesting a moment from you, as I want to take this also to our colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us from Firozpur, and he's also been tracking a lot of these details. In fact, he was the first to get us those very worrying images that came in of that huge fire, that was caused after that drone went awry there, and this did harm the civilians. Gurpreet, what is the latest? What is it that you can tell us?
Well, we have seen since morning multiple times the local administration had used siren to just give a very, very strong message to people of Firozpur that they should not come out of their houses. As of now, we have come to one place that is a few kilometers away from this border, where we have seen the people, they have started shifting their domestic animals to nearby place. The way we have seen, they are very, very motivating, but they say the women's as well as the old people, they are going to be shifted. कौन सा गांव है आप? कौन सा पिंड है आपका? पिंड साडा टलीगलां है ते गट्टियों संभाल चले ते पिंड तो किन्ने के लोग चले गए? हाँ जी, किन्ने के लोग पिंड तो चले गए? मैंने तो लगता है पिंड ही विरला रह गया, खाली हो गया, गट्टी राजो के क्या लगता है सारा खाली हो गया. So well, we have seen there is even what we have seen, administration has not given any notice to anyone, but these people, they are just shifting their women as well as the children along with these domestic animals, so that if there will be war-like situation, they will not face a lot of problem. But if we can talk about this border area, we have seen most of the border area in Punjab, they have already been on red alert, whether it's Gurdaspur, Amritsar, or Firozpur, or Pathankot, or Fazilka. We have seen the multiple precautions are being taken, and since morning, if we can talk about Firozpur, specifically this border, we were able to move from one village to another village. The people have seen a lot of drone movement. Last night, they had observed multiple drone movement, and we have seen from the drones a lot of objects had been thrown, bombs had been thrown also. We have been reporting from the various locations, but we have seen our forces, and specifically the police was conducting multiple patrolling. They were holding mock drills to guide the people how they are going to react, and multiple times the siren had been used by the local administration to make the people aware of the ground situation. Back to studio.
All right. Gurpreet is also, getting us a sense of the other aspect to almost shift a warlike situation where people obviously need to be better prepared, and that is the idea, to move your livestock, your family members to places of safety. But Shiv, in your assessment, you've been on ground zero interacting with a lot of people. I do realize a lot of information is classified that we cannot put out on air. But the point is, how far is Pakistan willing to go this time, and how far would India go to ensure that never again we have a Pahalgam-like situation?
Two very good questions, Deepthi. I think the first question is that, India and Pakistan are not even closely the same kind of country. Pakistan is a sponsor of terror. It's a country that is run by a general who sees nothing in issuing international communal rants and dog whistling communally before ordering terrorist attacks against innocent civilians. So we are not dealing with an equal nation. This is a country that cannot be trusted in terms of the uncertainties. We have to live with the fact that it is a nuclear armed country that is also helped by China and does China's bidding. And putting all those geopolitical realities in place, it is very, very clear that there's India has options of punitive actions against Pakistan, but at the end of the day, the escalations that India conducts have to be calibrated in a way that can only be seen as not pushing that nuclear threshold. It's always there, it's always on the horizon, and this is not a country that is seen to be equal. Could you remind me of your second question? I'm sorry, Deepthi.
Yes, Shiv, I wanted to know how far is India going to go this time, because we clearly need to ensure that what has happened post, the attack does not repeat itself, because we've given multiple, I think, windows to Pakistan to move
Your
out.
question was about deterrence, and I think that's a very, very good question on deterrence, because, I have the same sentiment as you when you ask that question, Deepthi, which is that, how many more times are we going to see the cycle of violence? A terror attack, then, large-scale actions that continue for a few weeks, and then a few years pass, and we think that the deterrent has happened, and then another terror attack happens. You're right. Whatever needs to happen, it needs to happen this time, considering that the government, the country is nationally galvanized, even more so than during Pulwama and Uri, I suspect. And this time, something has fundamentally changed in everyone's minds, and they're all thinking exactly what you're saying. I think, I had a conversation with General Bikram Singh, a former chief of the army staff, on my show yesterday, Deepthi, and he said something very telling, which completely goes against, what the Indian government is currently saying in terms of, restraint and, not being escalatory, etc. He says, what's stopping us from setting those rules of engagement? Why not escalate? Because the point of punitive action has to be deterrence. Anything less than deterrence for the foreseeable future is not punitive action. I think those are very provocative, evocative words that seem to answer a question. There are those who believe, and I'm not saying that about the military now, but there are many who believe that we have our hands tied in some ways because we take a moral high ground in terms of not targeting certain things in another country. But for a country like Pakistan, India should say all bets are off. If you hit us once, we'll hit you 10 times until you beg for mercy. And maybe it's time to really get around to doing that. And I think we may actually be witnessing some of that becoming a reality.
And like you said, Shiv, there is that basic difference between India and Pakistan. no matter what Pakistan wants to do, there is just no equivalence. And that is why, the change in the kind of responses, the measured tone, and India again and again saying, Nazir, even the External Affairs Minister today, being very curt in his response, he's made it very clear that we've all along been very measured. But we will have to respond to what Pakistan is doing after a limit, after we reach that threshold.
Well, let's understand what Pakistan is doing. Number one, what have they named their operation, this targeting India? They have named it as Bunyanum Marsus. It is a word from Holy Quran, but they have forgotten one thing. It's again Holy Quran, which is saying if you kill one innocent person, as if you have killed entire humanity. Or if you save an innocent person, it is as if you have saved entire humanity. So having said this, there is clear attempt to give a religious color to this targeting India. And then if you see it through their propaganda, the state TV and the social media handlers, they are trying to use it as a religious war, and then they are also trying to divide here. And perhaps that was the reason from day one when Pahalgam happened, when men were separated from women and children and killed in the name of the religion who they were. So that is one doctrine they have, very ugly one. But the fact is, when we talk about the war, and there are actually no clear winners in any war. The way which have seen things playing out, it is sometime it has to end. It can't remain like it all the times. But who would actually send that message? The other side would not. Other side would not dare to do it again. And militancy, when it comes to militancy, it is a complex issue. Yes, Pakistan, origin is in Pakistan, problem is still in Kashmir. So that people had given a resounding their view after Pahalgam massacre that it is not acceptable, we don't want this thing, and that also needs to be built where we fight Pakistan and ensure that it doesn't emanate from there. So people's mood here is also very important when it comes and people's participation in this sport to ending terrorism. But this time, if it is not officially declared war, as she was talking about, it is essentially, when we call it warlike situation, that is terminology that we should use careful what we talk. But the way it is happening, military establishments are being targeted, airbases are being targeted, there is damage to the infrastructure, and also soldiers, which in the briefing today government said there's also casualties also. They said they're damaged, men also, and there have been injuries also. Camps have been targeted. There is a damage, nobody is denying that, but there's greater damage to Pakistani side also. But that would be also gauged with one thing: what would be the future response if the targets again emanate from those same bases, which would again show the extent of damage they may have suffered. Well, Pakistan has been in a denial mode that they have not suffered much, but clearly India has hit where it hurts the most. It has hit very, very hard. So it is an evolving situation, but spare a thought for the people living near the borders. For last 4 days, a night has been a nightmare. Many people I saw in last 3 days in Kupara have not been able to sleep because of the fear, because of the gun battle, because of the bombs falling, and nobody knows where it will fall next time, next minute. So it is a tough situation. War may look beautiful from a distance, but when you see from close and see the people who suffer, you feel the pain, you feel what it means actually on the ground. But clearly the things, how it has started, what India clearly said, the real and the original escalation was Pahalgam massacre, and what started is the follow-up that to end that, and it should never happen again. But as I said, that Pakistan has its own view. World leaders have been trying to de-escalate the situation, but perhaps there has not been any categoric one statement from country which would tell Pakistan to just stop.
Yes, I think what Nazir has said, Shiv, is such a powerful, strong commentary on how the Aam Aadmi, the Aam Aadmi who's bearing the brunt of this feels. But then there would also be those, Shiv, who would say that you cannot have this as a normal practice now. We cannot be waiting for Pakistan to strike and then, you respond. The cycle continues. But Shiv, very quickly, there's a lot of conversation about the role of the US. How far is US willing to go? But I'm a little curious. Is US a part of the problem or US is part of the solution now?
It's an interesting question because of how many different noises we've heard from the United States since the beginning of this cycle of tension, Deepthi. You had Tulsi Gabbard, the so-called Director of National Intelligence of the US, seem like she completely supports Indian action in Pakistan. Then you had Trump saying he's very good friends with both sides. Then you had J.D. Vance come to India and shortly after say Pakistan should cooperate to the extent that it is responsible. Now you've got Marco Rubio, who's actually very, very pro-India, similarly playing that kind of equidistant, both of you should calm down kind of role. Going back to the earlier point that you and I were chatting about, Deepthi, about India and Pakistan not being equal, this kind of equidistance, talking about India and Pakistan in the same breath, saying both of you should cooperate and calm down and restrain yourselves, as if it was India who played a part in this tension, is of great annoyance to India diplomatically. India doesn't appreciate and deeply resents any diplomatic messaging, especially from the United States, where India and Pakistan are projected as hyphenated or having some kind of an equal part to play in this huge escalation that has taken place between them. There are very few who have actually acknowledged that it is Pakistan that is, as a terror state, directly triggered what has happened here. So the reality of it, of course, is that we need to go beyond the optics, stop chest beating about not having optical or cosmetic support from growing allies like the United States, and get used to and live with the fact that ultimately when it comes to big measures that are in our self-interest, it's very, very lonely. It's going to be lonely geopolitically, diplomatically, and otherwise. We will always have our friends who will stand by and watch us do our work. But ultimately, when India needs to up the ante, set the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned, hit them 10 times when they hit us once, it's going to have to be without anyone's validation. That's the bitter reality of what's happened post-Pahalgam.
And sometimes I think you need to swallow a bitter pill, We might agree to disagree, Shiv, but there is a larger sentiment that encompasses what Nazir has said, what you've been saying. But yes, we as a country, again and again reiterate, we are never the aggressor. Only for the moment, Shiv, I'm just letting you go, but do stay safe and continue to get us all that ground reportage. As I'm requesting Nazir to stay with us, because we'll also get you details of the other aspect of this story. There are reports of a Jammu and Kashmir official who's lost his life in shelling. The Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and the LG earlier have also shared their condolences. An ex gratia has also been announced and 10 lakh for the families of those who are deceased. The Chief Minister earlier has met with the late Thapa's family. The ADC Rajkumar Thapa actually lost his life in Rajouri and he was accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister. And do remember, this is where civilians were targeted by Pakistan. Nazir, powerful pictures, but these are pictures that, we as a country and you as someone who's been on ground zero have seen time and again. And clearly, these are not pictures that, should be normalized or should be acceptable for us as a country.
Well, for me, I knew Rajkumar Thapa for many, many years. As an officer working in J&K administration, 2001 Kashmir Administrative Service officer, and who has worked at different places and has seen one of the most dedicated officers, competent officer, honest officer. And perhaps it is his dedication, commitment to his job that when people needed him the most, he was there with the people when shells were raining, Rajouri, and his official residence was hit. He is a resident of Jammu, he could have lived there, been there. But when there was call of duty, then when people need this administration the most, he was there and who was hit by the shell and he was taken to hospital where he was declared broad dead. Chief Minister in his first response on social media says he is devastated. after learning about this tragic death of this officer. And then governor has also condoled his death, Lieutenant Governor. Chief Minister visited the family, met the family, bereaved family. And this is the story of people, because they are not officials, are not combatants, these civilian officials. They are civilians, they are administrated to help people. They are not combatant. So clearly it is part of those targeting civilians. When we see the 2-year-old baby also being killed in Pakistani shelling, they are also claiming so many civilians have been targeted in Indian shelling. But India has made it very clear we only target this military installation, or earlier we targeted terror sites only. That has been India's stated position. But as we have been talking about the larger problem, what is happening? India wanted to see the world to this problem, this escalation, as problem which has emanated from a terror attack. And Pakistan wanted this problem to see as Kashmir and their water issue, Indus Water Treaty, and both are trying to show the world like that. And that's what we have been dealing with when we say diplomatic pressure or diplomatic, intervention. India has always said there cannot be a third-party intervention, even on now bilateral issue, since the abrogation of Article 370 and J&K making as a union territory. Even that bilateral thing is also ended, and Kashmir, India has now since then made it clear that Kashmir is now a closed chapter. But Pakistan, after this situation, is trying to make Kashmir again as a flashpoint, and also water as their survival thing. And they say they cannot rest in peace till the time this problem with their water share through Indus Water Treaty, what they say, which has been suspended by India after Pahalgam terror attack.
Yes, and Nazir, that is why maybe they say that when it comes to Pakistan, the more things change, the more they remain the same. That is the irony. I thank you just for the moment for getting us the latest. You also please take very good care of yourself. And we also extend our condolences, our thoughts right now with the families that are grieving. But clearly, there needs to be a larger message that needs to be sent out. Let's take this story ahead and tell you more about another sinister plot of Pakistan. That is their Pak propaganda. Putting out information that is completely false, targeting people, and creating a new narrative of yourself, which no one is wanting to believe. Now, do remember the Indian Army for the longest time has been trying to shoot down Pakistani lies. What they are doing is that they are countering all this Pak fiction, all these Pak lies with facts, only plain simple facts. And the Pak fake news of the Indian Army damages, in fact, has also been called out, and the government makes it very, very clear that we are keeping a record of every action and every proof of Pakistan's treachery. And again that propaganda is being called out. Our colleague Nikunj is adding more to what we know about this story.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the public Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time. And mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed. And that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
So like you just heard Nikunj mentioning, there have been multiple news points of this briefing that we have seen being led by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, where he's also taking down the Pak army and their false propaganda, and also putting out details of the kind of action that India has initiated vis-a-vis Pakistan. Sit back and watch the highlights.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
So remember, we just heard the Foreign Secretary speaking of this Spark misinformation campaign. Who's the man behind this? What is his connection to terror? We tell you more.
Pakistan military's media megaphone is in the hands of a general with bloodlines tied to terror. ISPR Chief Major General Ahmad Sharif is the son of a UN-sanctioned scientist who in fact met Osama bin Laden and also plotted with extremists. His father, nuclear scientist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmood, was listed on the Al-Qaeda sanctions list by the UN Security Council on December 24, 2001. He allegedly met Osama bin Laden and shared knowledge of nuclear weapons and infrastructure. Mahmood co-founded a group called the Umma Tamir-e-Nu, suspected of aiding jihadists in Afghanistan. A UN report said that he tried to fund a nuclear college in Taliban-held Kandahar. His son, now the army's top PR man, was briefly investigated but cleared of any links. In fact, US intelligence called the ISPR chief's father Bashiruddin Muhammad brilliant but delusional. Terror ties, fringe science and nuclear dreams. The ISPR's voice carries the shadow of a legacy once tied to bin Laden himself. A legacy of the general, the scientist, and the shadow of terror.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias,
Do you really know the company you invest in?
What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Let's also get you details of how the world today is responding to what's happening between India and Pakistan. Remember, multiple times India has reiterated its position that we are well within its right to respond in case Pakistan attacks our military installations or our civilians. Now, in the course of this, you've seen the US making some fast, quick moves. To decode that, we have our colleague Vishal joining us, even as we'll stay with these pictures to read us through what has happened. Vishal, what has the conversation been like vis-a-vis New Delhi and Islamabad?
Well, if you look at the press releases of both the conversations that Secretary of State of the US, Marco Rubio, had with his colleagues of both the nations, S. Jaishankar and Ishaqdar, it's the almost exact text that has been released. It sheds light on the fact that US wants both the countries to re-establish the communication path that had been severed in the last 48 hours. There has been no communication between India and Pakistan in the last 48 hours. So what the US is saying is that could lead to some kind of miscalculation, and that is what it needs to be avoided, is what the US is saying. And it's also offering some assistance in the form of some diplomacy if it's needed. So it's sort of saying to both the nations that there needs to be a de-escalation, and at the same time there have been other examples as well that nations have come to India, such as the foreign ministers of such as top officials of the foreign ministries of Iran and Saudi Arabia both visited India in the last 48 to 72 hours and asked both the countries to de-escalate. But the ball actually lies in the court of Pakistan, because that is the aggressor, the main aggressor, and that is where the fire has been coming from. India is just responding to that aggression. So the ball lies in Pakistan's court, but all eyes are also on US President Donald Trump. He has commented on the conflict in the recent 3-4 days, but it's not been, to an extended comment. So that will have to be seen.
All right. So would that call make any difference, or will Pakistan continue to be what it is? Vishal, that is what the world today wants to see. For the moment, thank you for decoding that big story for us. With this is also time for us to quickly wrap things in this edition of the news. On the other side, Gauri joins you with more updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India
Top government sources on India-Pakistan tensions, they say that future act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Source-based information on NDTV that India will respond accordingly. India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war. Government sources on the terrorists that have been killed. Source-based information on NDTV, top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists have been killed by India. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meeting. 3 services chiefs meet Prime Minister Modi. Tri-services chiefs, CDS, National Security Advisor and Defence Minister attend the high-level meeting. Government says Pakistan actions have been provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan tried to hit multiple air bases of India. US Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio speaks to Jaishankar. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and Marco Rubio spoke. And Rubio says that there is a need to de-escalate. US also proposes support in discussion. Dr. Jaishankar says that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. Good afternoon, viewers. We are starting this show with the breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Latest updates on Operation Sindoor. Top government sources tell NDTV that any act of terror in future will be treated as an act of war. That's the way now the government has set the red line going forward. And let me get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain to really fill us in with the details on this. This is a very important posturing and view that has been taken by the government, isn't it, Aishwarya, in terms of how future terror attacks, if any, the government will view them as an act of war?
Well, that's very big and strong line that the government of India has taken. The top government sources have informed NDTV that the government has decided that any future terrorism activity on the Indian soil would be considered as an act of war and will be responded accordingly. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi just few hours back chaired that high-level meeting in which Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and the tri-service chiefs were present, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour. On a daily basis, we are seeing the action from the Pakistani army and Indian armed forces retaliating to it. It is the Pakistani aggression that has been given befitting reply on a daily basis along with the line of control and the international border as well. But certainly now the government of India has drawn a line. That's a red line that if any future terrorism activity will be taking place in the country or in the Indian territory, then it will be considered as an act of war, and that will be responded accordingly is the bigger message coming in from the sources. The top government sources had drawn the line. It is a direct message from the Prime Minister's office. The sources in the Prime Minister's office now clearly telling us that it is Prime Minister's state message to the armed forces as well to respond accordingly. Remember, India has already drawn the line of what retaliation Indian armed forces had been doing as far as Pakistan's aggression, the coordinated attacks as far as the drones and missiles are concerned on different Indian cities, the Indian military bases, and how India has reacted to it very strongly. There has been occasions when we have seen that be it the Samba sector in Jammu and Kashmir or the Rajouri or Poonch sector, it is Pakistani cover fire that was given, and an infiltration bid was foiled by the border security force as well. And this is, the chance that the Pakistani army, wanted to take it. They have been exposed time and again by the Indian dispensation, by the Indian armed forces, by providing evidences, visual evidences as well. And now it is, on the sidelines of that, we have seen there were alerts and intelligence sources also stated earlier that there could be an infiltration bid in the Indian territory, but that has all been foiled up. But now the government has made it clear that no terrorist activity would be barred. It will be a clear red line that any sort of terrorism activity in the future will be considered as an act of war, and Indian dispensation will be acting accordingly.
Government's very tough, very direct warning to Pakistan coming in. As Aishwarya was saying, that high-profile meeting that took place, high-level meeting between Prime Minister Modi, Tri-Services Chief, National Security Advisor, Defence Minister, all those meetings that have taken place after this direct posturing by the government sets a very clear message to Pakistan. Aishwarya Jain, really appreciate you joining us live to give us that update. Through the day, viewers, we have been giving you verified, credible, authentic information about what all Pakistan has been doing. And this report that my colleague Shivarur filed from Dal Lake gives you the first-hand account of what is it that Pakistan has been doing in the last 48 hours, hitting at 26 Indian cities. This report tells you what really happened in Srinagar at Dal Lake, where one such drone by Pakistan was fired. Take a look.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center. Very clearly, there's and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra, on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
Pakistan has been hitting at civilian areas, population centers. And in fact, now from Srinagar, we're going to turn attention to Rajasthan, where another projectile debris has been found. And this has been found in a field, and that area has been cordoned off. And this is in Jaisalmer, in Barmer, where nearby towns have now been put on lockdown. And this ground report that's been filed by Harsha Kumari Singh, my colleague from Jaisalmer, tells you yet again what exactly NDTV has been saying all along. Pakistani drones that have been intercepted, this time in Pokhran, where people have been asked to stay indoors. Take a look.
A lot of drone activity here on the border, on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning, this is what happened here. So you can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile-like object landing here, and then it went ahead. And if you can see, it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे. घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में, प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा? यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा, ये मिसाइल फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई. यहाँ
ठीक है. आपने क्या देखा? आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारियाँ निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं.
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है.
बिल्कुल. यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है, इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वो आगे गिरा है. और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ. इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया. जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना, वो आगे गिर गया है. बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं.
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए. आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं. इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है.
ले गए. So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. So in Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
All right. Government has been putting out details of the terrorists that have been killed in the Indian operation. Source-based information coming to NDTV, but again, credible, as we've been saying all along, that top terrorists have been killed in these operations. Details of Pakistani army's engagement with these terrorists have also been proven beyond doubt, with their names, their affiliations all shared. These include 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, all killed by Indian operations. Government sources are indicating that these are top terrorists that the government has targeted in these operations. Remember, for India, Operation Sindoor is about and has been about only focused on the terror infrastructure that has been perpetrated by Pakistan on its soil. That is what Operation Sindoor has been all about, and my colleague Maria Shakil gives us details of these 5 terrorists that have been killed and the source-based information that we have with you. Take a look.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that The terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Murid Ke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the deputy commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
Operation Sindoor started, viewers. The one thing that Pakistan has been doing again and again is coming out with a misinformation campaign, a propaganda that India has been busting again and again. Indian army shooting down Pakistan lies, and we've been telling all those details right here because it's important to counter the fiction that Pakistan has been coming out with exact facts. The fake news that Pakistan has been coming out in terms of whether it's the Indian army, supposed perpetrator, damages, all coming out by the Pakistan misinformation factory is being busted right here. And my colleague Nikunj gives you all those details.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time and mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed, and that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
Viewers, I'm going to now play out sound bites of the two women who are essentially now the face of India in Operation Sindoor, both in India and around the world. That is Wing Commander Voimika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Take a look.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner, Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point